Western Australia, a vast and diverse land of untouched wilderness, clear ocean waters, and majestic landscapes that inspire wondrous adventure. The soul of this dreamlike setting, Margaret River, is a slice of heaven along an idyllic coastline flush with breathtaking natural beauty and sweeping green vineyards. But even in paradise, pressure looms. The WSL Championship Tour arrives with the mid-season cut in full focus. For 1/3 of the world's best, the season ends here.
The pressure's going to be on like never before.
Dreams will be broken today.
Both icons and newcomers need results. Who will conquer the raw energy of main break, make the cut, and continue to compete for the Rip Curl WSL Finals? The stage is set for jubilation, heartbreak, and relegation at the 2023 Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Morning, everybody. Joao Chianca, world number one, getting prepped in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and we have a goat sighting officially arriving here in the West. Kelly Slater preparing for the opening round, and always the man to beat, JJF, coming in from a warm-up session as Zeke Lau already has his jersey on, preparing for heat number one, and wow, this guy's got a great head. Kyle Ibelli coming up in that first heat with Zeke and also Ian Gentile. Kyle Ibelli preparing for absolute paradise. Take a look at the day that we have today. A nice early Friday morning with a couple of delayed calls, waiting for this swell to really start feeling in this morning, but conditions are unbelievable. Great day to be a surfer and also a surf fan. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. I'm Joe Turpel, local legend Felicity Palmatier, and a world champion Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Felicity, you are so lucky. You get to call this place home.
Yeah, it is a pretty special part of the world, and yeah, I'm incredibly lucky.
And a couple of delayed calls, Bugs, but looks like we're going to get to see opening day for the men.
Yeah, day two of the waiting period, and the men are about to hit the water, and nice timing. Light offshore winds. It's just dreamy out there.
Well, let's now see what the plans are, making it more official. Sending it to Stace Galbraith with Chief of Sport, Jesse Miley-Dyer.
Thanks, Joe. That's right. Jesse, another beautiful day here in the West. What's the plan?
Yeah, so we're going to have this men's opening round, which is, it's a pretty big round for us. We're not going into men's elimination round because we won't have time, but, we've got really nice conditions right now and some really fun waves, so it's going to be a big day for us.
And lots going on in the forecast, lots changing every day. I'm sure you're keeping a close eye on it.
Yeah, so it actually looks like, we've got these great waves today, and then tomorrow looks really good as well. So we're thinking that we'll be on today and tomorrow, and, this is going to be two big days of, competition. This is a really important part of the year for a lot of surfers, and, it's good that we're going to have good conditions for it too.
Absolutely, lots of opportunity for all. Back to you guys.
Great news, Stace. Great news for the locals in this area, because Friday, Saturday, that worked out nicely with getting down here to watch this great event, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Plans to finish the opening round for the men and anticipating even bigger surf into tomorrow. Great conditions like this are hard to come by on tour, and we're still thrilled that we're going to get them in some great waves today.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to today and tomorrow. I think we're going to see some really beautiful waves, and yeah, I guess further on in the week we're going to see a lot of swell, which I'm excited for.
We'll bring up the Surfline forecast. Thanks so much, Schaller Perry, for giving us the news of this southwest swell that is going to be picking up today, Friday afternoon, and into Saturday as well, Bugs.
Oh yeah, this place, the land of the giants. I mean, today's just that size where it's that super fun size. Some serious surf on the way.
Little onshore switch, westerly wind in the afternoons, but staying light as well.
Yeah, light winds, I think, which is going to be great for the guys out there. I think we're going to see some great surfing, and light winds again tomorrow as well.
Fantastic news. As you can check out the morning today, you're going to see an increase in the size into the afternoon. And then that switch from light offshore to light onshore. So great call to run all 12 heats of the opening round today. And it's officially on. 35 minutes scored on their top two. Caio Ibelli headlining this one as he's featured in the top 10. 2016 Rookie of the Year, is on some great equipment from Rusty Surfboards. He's got his main sponsor with an office just down the road from here, and he's got a lot of support, as you saw all those big Caio Ibelli heads that are getting passed around from the Rusty crew. He loves his time in the West, and especially loving his time on tour, having his most success in the last 2 consecutive seasons. Also taking on Ian Gentile in the lineup, the rookie representing Maui and also representing Brazil. His family originally from Brazil and brought him to Maui at a young age. So fluent in Portuguese, which helps his travel around the world, but also with a great Hawaiian connection. So he grew up seeing guys like Zeke Lau through the amateur ranks because they kind of island hop working for their NSSA titles. But I think the big news that we probably have to hit straight away is the position that Zeke Lau is in, needing a huge event here at Margaret River. Kind of just saying at least semifinals to even consider getting past the midseason cut.
Yeah, I guess that really is a pretty hard task for Zeke. I mean, people have done it before. We saw Isabella need a big result last year and she did it. However, you know, it's the very start of the event and there's a long way to go. So, I mean, Zeke is a bigger guy and he does love these kind of waves with power. So, you know, it is sort of playing to his strengths a bit, and especially seeing that the forecast has a bit more swell throughout the week, you know, that is looking good for Zeke.
As we look at the priority board, check out Caio, already last in line. So when we were checking out the Surfline forecast, Caio got called for a block already on Zeke Lau. So he's already on the back of the order. It just reminds you immediately of Zeke and Caio at Pipeline this year. This is what happened, Bugs.
Yeah, that was an absolute block right there, and it's not allowed.
And that was interference at Pipeline against Caio, but he still was able to move through the heat as we now see him get underway here. Wrapping cut back, super smooth. Greases the float off the lip, but not the landing. So he starts off slow, incomplete. Dreamy conditions. Nice and glassy. Seeing the start from the Maui boy. Ian Gentile throws the vertical. Nice time bottom turn. Wrapping cut back. Shuts it down with a third and final maneuver. Right there, you're just trying to keep your fins in your board. Keep that surfboard ding free, and Gentile will kick things off in the lead, Bugs.
Yeah, well, as Ian is definitely going to get the best of that first exchange. Obviously, Caio, he lost priority. He moved to the inside, got a smaller wave, lost it on the last move, and Ian, you know, pretty nice opener.
How do you like Ian's style, Felicity?
Yeah, it's definitely different, and I actually really enjoy watching that because I feel like over the years, the surfing's become so coached and so analysed, and in some ways that's so good. You know, we see these beautiful, perfect, you know, in inverted commas styles. Here we go. We're seeing a replay now of Ian's wave, and yeah, he gets straight up into the lip on that first turn, and nice bottom turn there into a nice wrapping carve, and he just tags it on the inside there, right in front of that shallow bit of reef.
And then also Caio's wave here, Bugs.
Yeah, Caio, he came on the inside, got a smaller wave. He felt like when he fell into priority, and then he comes unstuck. It's a throwaway.
Quick up and down there, but I love the style conversation. I was watching some old clips of a young Ian Gentile, and he was just so loose, so relaxed in his approach, growing up surfing a wave called Hokipa, which has a lot of wind, with a lot of incredible surfers coming out of that venue on Maui. And I know, Bugs, for you, style's always been an important and a big topic in pro surfing. And I'm sure when you're at the helm as the CEO, there were some surfers that actually wanted to put that word in the judging criteria.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the very first year I came on board, I gathered all the surfers in Hossegor, and we had a big meeting to listen to what they wanted. And you know, I mean, we had guys in there like Rob Machado, you know, and style's a big deal to Rob. And it became a big issue, you know. They wanted to see that reflected. So it kind of came down to that, you know, style became this sort of that flow and connectivity as opposed to, because style is very subjective.
That's a great point. And you do see flow in the judging criteria, speed, power, and flow, that key word. But style's got to be your interpretation on how you want to approach a wave. And I love the individuality that you were seeing on tour. Gentile throwing down a 5.67. Coming in to stop 5. Number 17 in the world. So a few ties to break there. He definitely wants to get some breathing room ahead of that midseason cut. He's got a really healthy looking layback hack that he featured at Bell's a few times. And I think everyone was really proud of that performance as we get caught up with the bubble watch. Cut line at 22. And that top 22 move on for the rest of the season and even kick things off once again on the Dream Tour in 2024. Just below, we've got Kelly, Baron Mamiya. The big name in this heat that you see with some work to do is Ezekiel Lau, who has got hung up in the elimination round 2 times this season. The one that probably is the most painful was Sunset Beach when he got called on a priority block and he had lost first priority, didn't realize it. And especially at a venue at Sunset Beach where he's expected to win that whole contest. So a tough way to kick off the season at home on Oahu for Zeke.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely got to hurt. You know, and like I was saying before, he's a bigger guy that does so well in these waves of consequence and waves of power. So, yeah, I mean, it's not a great start to the year, but hopefully he can turn things around here and he gets a couple of opportunities.
So balancing the tough road for some losses competitively for Zeke, but also probably one of the best days of his life, becoming a father recently as he's traveling with his wonderful family. 28 minutes on the clock here, digging deep, the Hawaiian. Zeke Lau catches up to his opener. Sets up that wrapping cutback. Lau off the top. Quick reaction to shut it down. Still has some room to move in the whitewater for a hack, and he'll create some space. So I like the effort, grinding all the way through. Looking very solid in that approach. Riding the Takoro surfboard equipment. That's his opener. So we'll compare that to Gentile's 5.67 as Ian's up now. Just quickly up and out. But Zeke looking very engaged on that opening ride, Bucks.
A very cool ride. He was very patient, waiting for the wave that he just wanted to get. He wanted to get it from deep, Joe, and to get that first really good clean maneuvering and a great connection here.
What'd you see, Felicity?
Yeah, I just loved how determined he was to get this wave. I mean, he caught that from so far out, and you can just see he's milking this wave for all it's got. You think it's over here, but then you can see how determined he is. You know, he knows he's got to get a big result here, and he's really making sure that this wave counts. I mean, it's a good-looking wave, and this first turn here was really nice. I mean, wrap in the pocket and beautiful style there, and just throwing so much water. He brings it up into this second section, straight up into the lip again. So I'm already liking what I'm seeing there.
Really composed approach, and I love how he came off a paddle battle with Kaio. Kaio ended up losing his priority. So Zeke was able to be patient, pick the wave that he wanted. And he'll get on the board in a second here. Big day for the opening round of competition. We mentioned Kelly needing a result. He's got world number 1, Joao Chianca, and a local wild card named Jack Thomas. We also have Jerem Forrest in the heat before, who will be dealing with Felipe Toledo and Liam O'Brien. And coming up next, representing the West as well, Jacob Wilcox with Samuel Pupo and Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, some big players coming into the field today. Ian Gentile, very delicately poised, equal 17th, just inside the bubble. He's sitting there in that equal 17th with some big names, Italo Ferreira, Kanoa Igarashi, Seth Moniz. You know, they've all got, including Ian, of the 4 events, they've got 2 9ths and 2 17ths. So when I say delicately poised, Ian still needs a result.
Certainly does. That's what makes stop number 5 so intense. Let's feel some of that morning energy as we say hi to our good friend and co-commentator Richie Lovett, who's standing on the stairs. What's the vibe like, my friend?
Mate, the vibe's really good, Joe, and the weather's turned up. It's getting really cool. It was freezing this morning, and the waves are starting to turn up as well. Everyone that came in up the stairs, I got a quick couple of words from them, and the general theme was it is so rippable out there right now, and they could feel the energy, this new swell out of the southwest starting to fill in. As I stand on the steps right now, I can actually feel a little puff of this northerly wind just starting to come up, so that surface texture may come into play a little bit later on in the day. But talking to Jake Patterson, so he's got Zeke Lau out in the water, and he said, Zeke, make sure you're on one of the sets that's going to come through in this half-hour heat. It's imperative. When you get that set, open up, you can work on your backup score after that, but still the big scores are going to be on the sets. You're going to be able to get in the excellent range, 8s and 9s. On those insiders, you're probably going to be capped at around a 6, so that was his advice. But good vibes down here. We did get eyes on the great Kelly Slater as well, so that's exciting. It's turning out to be an incredible day and a long one, but it's going to be a great day of action ahead.
We love it. Thanks so much, Richie Lovett, a man that was on tour for so many wonderful years, winning events like Lower Trestles and also Haleiwa on the North Shore of Oahu, and also a very close friend with Jake the Snake Patterson, a man that won a lot of events on tour, but he's just having so much enjoyment stepping back into this coaching role. He took a little bit of a break and stayed home kind of post-pandemic. And I saw Snake this morning, and he's like, oh, this is where I want to be. He gets so much out of helping the world's best and passing on all of his knowledge. As Snake's discussing things right now. And I love how it was just on the day, just looking at waves, picking the right waves, simplifying it, because we know that Zeke has definitely got some pressure he's trying to avoid right now.
Well, Zeke's come out pretty well in that first exchange. He's leading, he's in the spot he needs to be in with that 6.1. As Richie was saying, Jake Patterson sort of said they'll probably cap it around that 6-point mark unless you can get one of the bigger sets. We haven't really seen one roll into this. We've got a bit of action here, but you know, I can imagine Jake's phone was running hot as competitors made their way to Margaret River.
There's so many great stories of Snake lending people bigger boards when they come unprepared to this part of the world. Felicity, I'm sure you see that happen to traveling surfers all the time as we have live action. It's Kaiwi Belly, world number 7. Lays down the arc on that rusty surfboard, belts the lip, nice speed, and a big snap to slide for Ibelli, who's always been comfortable here at Main Break, even going back to his rookie debut in 2016 when he upset John and made the quarterfinals. Here comes the big man, Zeke. Solid off the top. Now he's got a nice chip to ditch the fins, controls the slide, and that'll go with his 6.10. But Kyle looking very connected to this size of Main Break and kind of fits to the feeling. Richie saying how rippable it is, and wow, they're tearing it apart right now, Flick.
Yeah, I love the way that Kyle surfed this wave. We're getting a replay right now, and he just looks like he's in the flow with Margaret River. I mean, there's not many turns in between the turns. You know, there's not many jittery movements. It's just super smooth surfing, and how is that finish? Just such a fin throw, and just carves through that first section straight up into this next turn. And I love this finish here, just absolutely blowing the fins out and kind of doing a bit of a grind across the lip.
Full board slide, fins flying free, and so well balanced to control that radical finish. Well done with variety, well done with speed, power, and flow for Kaiwi Belly. More waves on the way. Priority with Gentile. Ian's got a second score he's looking for, carrying a 5.67. The lanky regular foot crushes that opening hack. Goes for the drift. Can he maintain control? Fighting for the finish. And that one might be cruel. He's trying to catch back up to it to ride out. Unfortunately, they might not see him ride out with control on the finish.
No, that first turn was dynamic, but they will ping him for the not quite finishing off there. The one thing about this heat, on paper and in the water, is that all three of these surfers, this is what's tough about this heat, they all are so suited to this wave.
What a battle. I can't believe it's the opening heat of the contest for the men. Back to Gentile, Flick.
Yeah, amazing first turn, but unfortunately just didn't quite ride out in front of this foamy section here. And I think the judges are probably not going to say that's a mate, but this first turn just timed that perfectly through so much spray and so fast out of this turn too. I love the speed that he maintained. Just timing was impeccable there. But as he brings it around to this second section, it just, unfortunately, it almost looks like he gets hung on top a bit. He tries to ride out in front, but just quite not convincing enough.
And did his best to try to come out clean. The whitewater's trying to take him down. You're running out of water over that shallow shelf. It's definitely one of the toughest sections of the wave to ride out clean. Kyle Belly looking like he's concerned with a situation there. And maybe just wants to hear his number again, 7.33.
Maybe he wants to hear a higher number.
He's not afraid to throw his hands up in heat, and sometimes that's just his passion, his fire. It's just staying connected. Sometimes it can distract your competitors as well. Maybe there's more to that, Bugs.
You know, I think in the back of his mind, there's something else going on with Kyle, because he started the year at Pipeline with a 3rd place, went to Sunset, got a 5th, went to Portugal, got a 9th, went to Bells Beach and got a 17th. So that he wants to arrest that spiral that he's on, even though he's well placed. He was inside the 5 going into Bells, so he's just out of it now. And I think that would be, you know, he needs to kind of get it back on track to, you know, he's looking for the 5.
There we go. Yeah, a little bit of a slide there, Bugs, on the rankings for Kyle, and he's actually just dropped down to 3rd. As we say, a big good morning to Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo, first off, you know what's going on with Kyle's emotion there?
Okay, well, it's already set up kind of as a rivalry, right, Joe? Ezekiel out, Kyle Ibelli. Zeke took the Red Bull jet ski and around. Kyle paddled back out. Kyle felt that he got back into the lineup before Zeke. He was upset, puts his hands up in the air, telling the judges tower, hey, what's with the priority? What's with my priority? But the decision's made right now, Joe, is that Ezekiel out does have first priority. Kyle Ibelli is sitting in second priority. Hopefully that doesn't get in his mind too much with this startup. And another note, Joe, on conditions. Talking to local legend, my pilot on the Red Bull jet ski, Paul Ant-Man Patterson, saying the swell is going to increase throughout the day. The tide is draining throughout the day into this afternoon, and that combination bodes very, very well for conditions. And later on today, we should see better conditions, more consistent surf. And by the way, this inside shelf, even though the tide doesn't change a ton, will be dry by this afternoon.
Good, man. Kaipo, thank you so much for the insight. First on that emotion from Kyle. Now that's making a lot of sense. He wanted to get priority, choosing to paddle back out. So that's been a fun rivalry to watch with Kyle and Zeke this season, especially when it just comes to earning priority and hanging out with legends here in the West. Felicity, describe Ant-Man to the world if they haven't met him before.
Man, I don't know how you describe that man in one word or how you even put it into words. He is one of the best big wave chargers to come out of Western Australia. You know, he's surfed in the eddy and he's incredible. He's inspired so many people and an amazing waterman. You know, he's got so many skills across so many different parts of the ocean. And I'd almost say there he is. But yeah, he's a bit of an animal. I mean, I've got a story. The first time I ever went out to Cowbommy, which is a big surf break out of Gracetown, Ant-Man actually took me out there, and he hadn't surfed in 5 months because he had a bit of an injured rib. And he's like, yeah, Flick, I'll just tow you into a couple, and yeah, don't worry about me. It's all about you. Anyway, end of the day, he comes along, he's like, you know what, I've got my 10-0 here. I might just try and catch a couple. I'm like, but you haven't surfed in 5 months. He's like, huh, I'll be right. And of course, he took off on like 3 waves. First surf back in 5 months at about 25-foot Cowbommy.
But of course, what Flick didn't mention here, and she wouldn't, was the fact that this was a major breakthrough for women surfing out there too. Felicity got 25-footers.
That's amazing. I love that story, and we're loving the Dolphins joining us here in the opening heat of the morning, paddling for this one and taking it. Ian Gentile, little wedge right, delays the bottom turn, attacks it with a throw tail reverse attempt. This man is explosive. Nothing's changed. He still goes for huge moves, just like he did when Andy Irons called him the best grommet in the world when he was 13 years of age. Gentile in the lead, 5.67 and a 4.0.
You know, Joe, I'm feeling the judges went pretty tough on Ian on that second one. They only gave him a 4. And, you know, that one maneuver, I was nearly thinking that was nearly a 6-point maneuver.
I like that, Bugs. Here's the flow from Ibelli. Under the lip, just to keep that speed down the line. More of a wrap, but he's running out of a section there. And really just has to earn a finish, which he will definitely be incomplete. So still battling to get a decent backup to the 7.33.
Yeah, and the judges have made it very clear that you must complete.
Yeah, it's going back to your call on the 4 from Gentile. Obviously, they're calling his finishing move incomplete.
Yeah, I think the big difference here is they're smaller waves these guys are going, and I know it's really inconsistent out there today, but we even heard Jake say it when Richie got that insight from him on the stairs, is that you need to be on a set out there today. And you can see that these guys, the wave is breaking differently because it's moving further in on the reef, and which means that this wave is sort of not giving as much opportunity. You need these sort of bigger to medium-sized waves today when it is this size, because they hit the reef properly and they're going to offer that proper finish and those proper, you know, they're going to look complete. And so, yeah, I think it's really important that these guys are on the bigger ones today.
We're going to take a break. Things are getting exciting here in the opening heat of the day, and look how gorgeous this is. West is best. We got that right. We'll be right back.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of the World Surf League Australia. By Rusty, official apparel of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League.
Check this out. More waves on the way as Heat 1 continues. Zeke Lau, his turn to take this one apart at main break. Looking for a 3.57 to get out of third. How about that? Layback right on the money. There's the vertical to follow. Now a wrapping turn. And the Hawaiian just puts that board on the end section to ride away. Well done for Zeke Lau, and taking off with a beautiful layback hack, showcasing his power and variety. And look how shallow it is. Just trying to stay light on your feet and save your equipment. Maybe describe the feeling of standing on that shelf, Felicity. Was it, well, before we get there, how about his maneuvers on this wave?
That first maneuver, perfectly timed, absolute jam in the pocket, followed by that second turn. And I'd say, you know, this is a great looking wave. I really love the way that he surfed this, and this first turn is where the money is, just smacking it so hard into the lip on that first turn and straight up into that second one. And here we go, we're just having a look at that first turn again. Bit of a layback jam straight in the pocket. I really liked that, and putting it all on the line, or that first maneuver, and straight back up into the lip here for a second hit. Really well timed, and yeah, he ended up getting a 7.8 for that, so he's going to be happy with the way this heat's unfolding for him. He's in the lead now, so things are looking good for Zeke.
Well done for Zeke Lau, 7.6 all the way to first, 6.10 as his low score. That kind of lean back, lay back hack start here at main break is a pretty reliable maneuver. We see that every season, Bugs.
Yeah, well, John Florence made it, brought it to the fore in a big way. But that wave there it was only a medium-sized wave. He couldn't have done any more. Those first and the second maneuver too, just so critical. 7.6, very close to the excellent range, Flick. I mean, you couldn't have squeezed much more out of that one.
No, I think he really did surf that pretty much to the best that he could. I really loved that first turn. I feel like he just put it all on the line, and that's where most of the points came from that wave. And yeah, just finished it off really nicely, and he's got a pretty good command of this heat so far. I mean, interesting, Kai's also sitting there with a 7 and a 2.7 for his backup. I mean, he doesn't need much really to go into the lead, so it'll be interesting to see if he can get his head back in the game after a couple of weird things with priority. It looks like maybe it could be affecting him a little bit.
Well, it was fortuitous that Zeke got that priority call, because that wave there was just a killer. It was a beauty.
As we enjoy the visions on the Western Australia flight cam, seeing this big playing field that we have here at main break. This venue, a championship tour event in the late 80s, mid to late 80s. A lot of goofy footers completely taking over the big wins, like Mark Occhilupo, Barton Lynch, Tommy Carroll. Classic, looking at the old names that went out here, and then it changed from a championship tour event to a big qualifying series event for many years, and came back to the CT in 2014. That's when we saw Michel Perez take the victory. Sebastian Zietz had a really cool wild card moment where he beat Julian Wilson in an exciting final, and the stories continue. So we saw this venue completely change from really surfing the left, Bugs, and now it's really all about the right at main break.
Well, it was 30 years as a left. And all those goofy footage, you go through the archive footage, it's left, 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 left. I mean, I think one of the first rights I saw in competition anyway was Kelly Slater.
And then the right became so useful in getting a bigger section, getting more radical, having a really solid, powerful hollow wave to finish on. Chris Gallagher, the first non-Australian to win this event, was able to identify that right as well on his backhand, which was brilliant.
Well, that showed what a brilliant backhand wave it is, and at this size or at any size, the goofy footers look so good out here. We've seen Ryan Callan, Tatiana. I mean, the backhand looks so brilliant out here.
A lot of goofy foots around these parts.
Yeah, we've got a lot of lefts in Western Australia. But I like watching the goofies out here, and I like watching them on their backhand on the right. They're able to get some sort of tightness in the pocket that maybe sometimes the natural footers can't get. So here we go. We've got a little bit of action out the back.
We'll see that example in the next heat with the backsiders, all natural footers in this one. Kyle Ibelli carved a fall on the opening section. He's sitting in second at the moment. Gentile wants his spot. We'll see if that was a big mistake. Throws down a solid frontside hook. Off the lip with the jam, and now he's got a little end section. Snap to slide. Gentile controls it, and I think he's done enough to take second off Kaio.
Wow.
Felicity, you're mentioning how Kaio does feel a bit emotional, kind of with all the priority calls, how he feels it's going against him in this heat.
Yeah, look, I mean, we can see it here. We're watching it. I can't speak for how he actually feels, but what we're seeing, it does look like that. And Ian just absolutely capitalizing on it. This is the one behind Kaio's, and yeah, beautiful first turn, straight up into the lip on the second one, and just really putting the nail in the coffin here. I mean, I think, he's going to overtake Kaio and probably get up into that second place position.
Section started off maybe smaller than Zeke's start where he did the layback, but wow, was he creative and just hi-fi surfing all the way through, Bugs.
But this is why this heat's so dangerous, because Ian, the hallmark of his surfing is just how he attacks the lip. You give him a vertical pocket, he's incredible.
I ran into Ian Gentile just before the event. He was having a nice healthy lunch in town in Margaret River with Seth Moniz, and Immediately made me regret my fast food option I had right before. But I was asking Ian about this venue, and he just said, you know what, it's been probably over a decade since he's been here. He went on a surf trip with his sponsor at the time, but he hadn't been back since. So he was kind of reacclimating himself with all these different types of waves. But he knows he loves the power. He loves surfing in conditions like this, and he's fitting in brilliantly so far in this heat. Standing by for scores, but let's enjoy the amazing highlight reel of a Harvey Norman recap. Zeke Lau, the man that's under pressure of the cut, sitting deep on the rankings. Starting off strong with some great power surfing, 6.10. Things got better for him later. Kaio also counting a 7.33 in this heat, Felicity.
Yeah, Kaio's, you know, he's got one good score. He just really is looking for that backup, and few little weird things with priority, and it seems to be getting to him emotionally. But really, it's all been about this turn here from Zeke was amazing. And straight back up into the lip here. He really has a good command of this heat. And yeah, I mean, he's really got to surf for it because he's fighting for his life.
He really is. Gentile, so loose, but he can get radical in any section that he wants. I love the variety that he's thrown down at main break, and this one, snap to slide. How about that? Man is so flexible, and why not get a 7.0 Gentile on that score? He moves right into second. Priority with Kyle, but he's down to third. Here's the heat leader, Ezekiel Lau. Hard off the bottom, and there's a healthy looking carve. Using a lot of the open face. Big hammer there. 2-turn combo so far, and he'll just whip a little vert climb to punch it out and make it 3 turns. All these guys are fired up. All of them have a 7 to their name. Great way to kick off the opening round, Bucks.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that Kaio went that first wave in the exchange, and Ian got the brilliant wave behind that he got a 7 on.
As we check out Zeke Lau on this last one, Bugs, you thinking this one's going to change anything?
Well, he's got to do better than a 6-1. It's another strong ride by Zeke. This first wrapping cutback, and this turn, here's the money turn right here. Whack, he just slams that lip, and he just finishes it off solid, but it's his first 2 turns. That wrapping cutback just comes off the whitewater, transitions back. Oh, beautiful bottom turn. That move right there. It's a money. It's a big score. When you look at it in slow motion, you can see why the judges went into the excellent range. It's an 8-pointer, Joe.
Well done for Zeke Lau. Very connected this morning here in the West. And back-to-back keepers as he's making improvements. 7.6 and an 8.0. For Zeke, he hasn't had great results to look back on. Now in his 5th start at this venue. But you'd always expect him to do well here. You know, great at Sunset Beach, great at Bells, those open ocean type venues where he could feature some really big power carves. This size, though, he looks completely comfortable, and he's got control of this heat. Gentile in second needs an 8.6, and Kaio Abelli, the top seed, world number 7, now needs a 5.34 to avoid the elimination round. Less than 90 seconds.
Yeah, less than 90 seconds. There will be one more opportunity, but you know, when you talk about momentum shifts, there was definitely a momentum shift over that priority call. Kaio hasn't quite recovered from that. He had that 7.33, but I thought his wave choice has been pretty ordinary since then.
1 minute to go. Gentile gets this wave under priority. Snap off the whitewater and out of there. Not much for him to work with. That'll move Zeke to second priority. 52 seconds. It's up to Kaio if he wants this wave. Remember, this man upset John Florence in a similar size conditions back in 2016. Throws down the carve. He's got a ramp now. Big frontside punt. It's a flyaway for Kaio. And that might be his last chance. Still 30 on the clock. Zeke casually glides into this one. He's already got an 8 and a 7.6. As he might just be looking for a nice easy ride into the beach. A great heat surf for the Hawaiian, the lowest seed in the matchup, taking a crucial victory to help his momentum into the next round. Gentile gets this wave in time. Throws down the layback. And he'll ride his way in. Great performance from all of our competitors, and Zeke probably just standing by for the final outcome, but probably has a good feeling that he will be jumping right into the round of 32 with that performance.
Yeah, that was really good by Zeke. I mean, he needed to make the heat, and he did it with conviction. I mean, an 8-point ride and a 7.6, and really good surfing. I mean, Kaya had a pretty hard decision there to make at the end. He had a minute and a half, and he had to go a wave, and he did, but it looked like the two waves behind him, Zeke's and Ian's, were probably better ones. So, yeah, it's a tough position to be in, that one, when you've got to make a decision to go a wave.
Gentile's last, surfing to try to get the lead. Remember, he was left chasing an 8.6, so probably needed a bit more than that, but still shows how dynamic that layback is. He's got a lot of different versions of it, and that one he'll just get a good feeling to come into the beach. A 6.10, so just short for Gentile. Zeke takes the win, and Kai Wabeli, world number 7, sent to the elimination round later on in this contest. Lau moving forward with some confidence is coming up next. Ryan Callanan takes on Samuel Pupo and local wildcard Jacob Wilcox. We'll be right back.
Wadandi country. Well, I mean, the country's beautiful and the people are even more beautiful. Our bloodlines run through this country. To be welcomed is to having respect for the land you're on, the land you're visiting, looking after country like you would your own home. This is your home while you're here. That's why we're welcoming you to our home. Having respect for our cultural protocols, having respect for Aboriginal people here on this country, be able to enjoy this beautiful country that we live on. There is a level of respect from our hearts and our spirits to your hearts and your spirits. Our spirit is born of this country. It's all about heritage, it's all about the ocean and the forests. We're very grateful that you choose our land, our country, our heart, our Maya, to come and perform here. We're honoured to have you here, share the beauty of what we have here in this place. We're very welcoming, so welcome.
What a special welcome to country that we got to experience just the other day at the river mouth. Oh, so special to be here on Wadandi Buja. Buja, the country, as we welcome again to the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Injamundi surfer Simon Zuvich. Always a treat to have you in the booth, my friend. How have you been, and what's it been like since we saw you last year?
Yeah, Kaya, Flick, and Joey. Just been, surfing and teaching and living the family life. But privileged to be here on Wadandi Budja today. And as always, thank you to the elders and the community. As you said, I'm an Injamundi man. My mob are in the Pilbara, but I was lucky enough to be born down here in Baranup, in the place, beautiful place down there. And brother Zach, who did the welcome with Auntie Sandra, Uncle Wayne, and all the elders, he actually had to take off down into the bush this afternoon, so I'm in his place, and then he might join you tomorrow when we have some dancers travelling down to do some dancing. But awesome to see Chippo down here as well, local bloke surfing as well.
That's right, the nickname for Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah.
Simon, the opening ceremony, I felt some amazing energy, but what about from you?
Yeah, well, it's a beautiful place. It's it's the world's oldest continuing cultures, and as surfers travel here, like anyone, to be welcomed to country is really special. You've got to embrace it and have an open heart. But yeah, I think that ceremony was really special. And a lot of the surfers just showed that beautiful respect. Anyone can acknowledge country, so I love to hear you guys also do your acknowledgements and tap into what you learned those days and those song lines. But look, it's all about the surfing as well, so here we go.
Awesome. Simon's going to be with us for the call here and watching the goofy foot approach like we were looking forward to, Felicity. Ryan Callan here.
Yeah, love to see it. I mean, Ryan coming off a great result at Bells and absolutely nailing that last turn there. Does he ride out? He does, I think. I think that's a make.
Staying nice and low. There's another angle of the finish. You can see how he's running out of water, but yeah, he did a great job to get the completion. So much power out of our Callan. 6.17, Flick. How are you feeling about that number?
Yeah, I'm really liking that number and a great start. We saw Zeke start with, I think it was around about a 6 in his heat too. And, it's just a great way to start the heat, get the ball rolling. And, he's going to be feeling pretty good about that one, I think, because today the sets aren't that consistent, and that's a pretty good number. So, yeah, he'll be happy.
Well, as we all know, surfers love to travel, and traveling up and down this beautiful coastline. Simon, what would you pass on as advice on traveling to different parts of this region?
Yeah, well, some of the things we talked about with the surfers was, we think globally and we act locally. Like as we travel up, there's song lines and connections the whole way up and down the west coast and the east coast and into Uluru. So someone like Jacob, has been travelling up to places like Nauru and Ningaloo and going through, the different Noongar and Yamaji countries up into bilingual country. And so there's dozens and dozens of different Aboriginal language groups. So that's the first thing to understand, that diversity, much like when you go to Europe or you go to Asia, there's different, huge diversity across Aboriginal Australia. Those song lines, so all the surfers got a beautiful, handmade whale tail, a marmung, and that song line goes up along the coast and up into the Pilbara and the Kimberley, where the whales have their babies, and then, come back down, and that beautiful story was shared by Zach with all the surfers. They were lucky enough to get a beautiful, whale tail pendant and have a smell that's made of sandalwood. But those connections are really, really strong, and someone like Jacob, has tapped into that energy locally, and then as he travels up north, so here he goes, smashing it on the backhand.
Jacob Wilcox setting up the backhand wrap, another wild card appearance at the CT level. He's had over 10 of them over the years, including Bells Beach, including Super Tubos in Portugal, so it's not just here locally at Margaret River. Yeah. He's come so close to qualifying so many times, Felicity. It's almost a little bit painful when you know what he's been through the last few years.
Yeah, I can actually relate to that, and it sucks. I mean, you dedicate your whole life to this sport, and time again you go back, and I know the feeling of finishing 2 spots short of qualifying, 1 spot short of qualifying. So, I mean, but it isn't his first showing, like you said. I think 10 World Tour appearances, but here we go, absolutely nailing it out of the lip on that first turn. Bit of a cutback to maintain speed to this final section, but yeah, just finishing strong, and yeah, he's gonna like that.
Nice finish there, big vertical to kick things off out the back. Simon, how'd you like it?
He's a tradie. He's the most humble bloke. His dad's a plumber, Mick, and same as my dad was a plumber, but he is a tradesman-like approach, and I love it. Chippo's backhand is so good, and as well, going up north, like I said, he taps into the consolation prize of not getting on tour is he goes to Nalu and gets the sickest pits in the world. So check out his edits as well. They're amazing.
One of our favorites to watch, that's for sure. Let's now catch up with a fired up Hawaiian, Ezekiel Laus with Stace.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Joe. Zeke, you cut out that 3 in the middle, and it's nearly a perfect snake plan.
Yeah, almost. He's got to calm me down every time I paddle out, but it's still hard to tame this beast.
Can you hear the moans from the stairs? Because we can.
I heard it right when I took off on the wave. I was hearing his voice in my head. I was like, oh no, I should probably just kick out right now.
Must feel nice to bookend that heat though. Really strong performance.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been having just a hard year, just heats-wise, just things not going to plan, and having Snake in my corner helps. Obviously he just got me straight, got my head right again, and I was able to just put it all together in that heat. And it's only the first round, but it felt good.
What does that belief do for your performances?
Just calms me down. It gives you that confidence to go, okay, I can wait 10 minutes, and when that wave comes, I can perform. That's kind of all you need to feel, and that's the type of confidence you need to have at this level.
A lot of friends and family back home. Do you want to say good afternoon?
Yeah, just hi to everyone at home and everyone supporting. It's been a long couple months on the road, and we miss all you guys, and yeah, stoked. Thank you.
Well done, Zeke. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good man, Stace, and thank you, Zeke Lau, the beast. He was in beast mode for sure in that heat. Brought a lot of fire, and he's got a big road ahead of him to go, but he seems like he's content staying present. And he's known Jake the Snake Patterson for a very long time. They parted ways in coaching, that coaching surfer relationship for a few years, and they were able to reconnect this season. As it's really special to see that connection and relationship unfold. Snap to start right there for Samuel Pupo. Big car for the Brazilian. And last year's Rookie of the Year shuts it down. This guy is explosive, powerful, and he'll be lethal in conditions like this at main break today. Meanwhile, numbers in for Will Cox, 6.0. Callanan starts 6.17, so the Goofies are hard to separate at the moment. And we'll see how Pupo fits into the mix here. Remember, a final last year for Samuel. Younger brother of Miguel Pupo has a lot to show off today, Felicity.
Yeah, he does, and I really like the way that he surfed that last wave. I mean, it looked really smooth, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go, because we're playing natural footer against Goofies. So here we go. Nice first jam in the pocket there, and wrap around carve, and he finishes really strong, and I liked it. I really liked it.
So cool that we get to see the younger brother version take on the tour and just owning it so quickly, Simon.
Yeah, the Goofy's going to have their work cut out. I mean, I'm a natural, but it's fine. I was actually getting some surf mud on to go for a surf at Southside, and then the call just kept getting delayed, so I didn't actually get to get a wave yet, but it's glorious out there. And yeah, it's pretty nice watching the pros. Like Flick said, hopefully the swell will keep picking today, and there's a good energy. Uncle Wayne was up the top there looking at it and going, yeah, I reckon there was a big pot of dolphins that came through, and, always looking for little signs in the ocean. Yeah, so I reckon we're in for a beautiful day, and tomorrow we've got all the mob coming down to do a dance, and I reckon it's going to be the best day of the waiting period. The energy will be coming our way.
Oh, that's exciting. I love everything to look forward to in these first few days of the waiting period, all starting with that Welcome to Country opening ceremony, and all the surfers were encouraged to take the sand, rub it on their body, and then throw it into the river mouth. What was that process all about?
Yeah, well, there's, like I was saying, there's a welcome to country, there's an acknowledgement of country, which anyone can do, and then if you're lucky enough to learn about calling out to country, that's what the elders down here were teaching us and showing us how to connect. I'll let Brother Zach sort of talk more about the local sort of customs and protocols, but I mean, our mob, Injabandi Nadanali, as an Injabandi Nada, we blow the water, we spray the water into the waterways to pay homage to, to the Wagu or the Walu, the rainbow serpent. So yeah, some of the mob, like I said, there's similarities and there's differences, some of the language, it's the United Nations decade of Indigenous languages at the moment. So, again, when you say something like Kaya, you're saying some of the oldest languages in the world and getting transferred down. Here we go, Chippo again.
There we go on the backhand. The local boy starts off with a beautiful backhand hack into a nice wrapping turn, and he'll look for some more space here on the inside. Jacob Wilcox throwing another backside snap and making sure he rides away, and that'll put him up into second. As we catch up to Arcal, just finishing in the final at Bells Beach, the last stop. Coming very close to getting his first CT win. Now he's featured in 2 finals on the big stage. Now Samuel Pupo throwing a couple front side wraps, quick in transition in a short space.
Oh.
Snap to slide with some power for Pupo, and remember, he already threw down a 6.93.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Samuel. I mean, he's been on the 2 biggest waves of the heat so far, and I mean, that last wave that we saw, I think it's going to be another great score. His first score, 6.93. I mean, I really do think choosing the bigger waves on a smaller day like this is really playing to your advantage, and he's just surfing so smooth, and yeah, everything's looking really controlled. So I'm excited to see what this next score is going to bring.
Simon, it really popped out to me when you had your beautiful speech the other day on the sand and talked about how this whole ceremony was really inclusive, you know, and that true welcome for everybody, no matter where they come from around the world.
Yeah, it's about connection, and again, the surfers are tuned into this stuff. I mean, we met a few years ago at Wodgem at Rottnest, and you know, everywhere you go, I was saying to the surfers, you're connecting to some really strong energy, whether it's Wodgem or Rottnest, Wooditch up, Margaret River, or you know, everywhere from Durack in Bells Beach. Where you go across the world, there's that really strong energy, and a lot of the surfers are like living and breathing the 6 seasons, you know, the 6 Noongar seasons, the Bunjalung mob, and shout out to all the Jurakai and the slabs over in Fingal, where I know the Challenger Series is heading over, and yeah, we had a really strong connection between the Wadarung and at Durack as well this year, with the passing of a modern sort of message stick with a booker, like a kangaroo skin. And again, Zach might like to speak more about that locally, but Chippo again on the right is sticking to it.
That's right. Replay of his last. What'd you like about this one, Felicity?
Yeah, look, the first turn was really good. I think he's just trying to be smart. I think he's just trying to get a backup score. I mean, he probably knew taking off on that one that he could see. I mean, he's got so much experience out here that one kind of didn't have too much wall, but it was all about this wave out the back. Bigger wave, nice first turn, straight into that second carve, and drifts the fins there. And it wasn't over yet. He absolutely tagged that last section. You can see from his body language that he is pretty stoked with that wave.
Well, red wave there, and also Ryan Callanan going vertical. He's got to be one of your favorites to watch on tour, Simon.
Yeah, Jacob's going to have his work cut out. I mean, I think Jacob's style is as good as anyone in the world, but Arkel is also right there, and Sammy, I think it's going to be a really close heat. Like the last heat was, you know, pretty close. I always get stressed out in here, Joe, because every time I come in, I'm like, you know, even it's round one and there's no losers. It's just when you know the energy that's coming into this place. Yeah, but like I said, like the Wadarung mob actually received, you know, from the WSL, like a booker kangaroo skin, and they put their mark on it at the opening ceremony there, and then presented it back on stage. And I think that was the first time I'd seen that connection between the 2 comps, which again, like Bells and Durack is so strong, the energy there, but so is what, you know, Wooditch up and Margaret River. But, you know, Flick, we grew up down here and we didn't necessarily know everything about the language and the seasons. But because country and culture is one and the same, and the language comes from the country, it's still here. So I know Flick's cousin, Josh Palmers, has, you know, worked with Aboriginal surfers for a long time, and he was a bit of a hero of mine growing up. And we used to bring kids down from Rubibi and Yarraburu in Broome, a leisurely 3,000 kilometres down the coast, down for the old comps at Injinup, up here, the Indigenous comps from the 90s. So yeah, we do have a really strong Aboriginal, you know, surf history in Australia and West Australia, and it's an Indigenous sport. Surfing is an Indigenous sport, and that's about connection and everyone tapping into that culture. Yeah, when you go to Hawaii, I know you feel it, Fiji, Tahiti. So yeah, pretty cool to share that with the surfers.
Oh, it was something you taught us when we were here a few years back, and that ripple effect that, you know, goes across the world where we travel on the championship tour and beyond. And it's time now for the Oakberry Surf Conditions Report. Kaipo Guerrero, I'm sure you got some good news.
Kaya, Joe. Yeah, right now, what we're seeing, it happens out here at Margaret River. Same thing happens at Pipeline, where you see a new swell starting to overrun the old swell. So we're seeing those double ups. It's a good sign. The buoys have spiked. It's right about noon. I think we're going to see 6-foot sets out here. Jacob Wilcox taking off. It's the goofy footer on the backhand. Take it away, Joe.
Good man, Kaipo. Goofy to goofy on that toss. As we've got A big section to work with, throwing some water off the top. This is what he was looking for, representing WA and Margaret River. One of the strongest wild card draws that we have here. He was pretty humble at the press conference, asking about these wild card appearances, and he highlighted a couple of performances, but you could tell he surfs with humility. I was trying to remind him of he does have a quarter final behind him. He upset some big names when he was just a Grom in the barrel. But look at all the hard work paying off for Wilcox. How about this first turn, Felicity?
Yeah, so crisp and so well timed. Straight up into this second section. It almost looked like that wave was going to offer him a third turn, but unfortunately it did kind of just shut down. But I mean, those two turns that he did string together, I mean, they were great turns. And it's going to, you know, obviously it's going to be better than his 3.83. And yeah, this first turn, so tight in the pocket, throwing so much spray and just beautiful to watch.
Love that connection from Jacob Wilcox. He's chasing down a 6.4. Full body torque in motion, leading with the upper body, but pushing so hard, nice and compact. This guy trains hard, talented boxer as well. And he is more than ready to try to take down the big names on the championship tour. Standing by for scores from Jacob Wilcox. You can do whatever you choose to do on this Bonsoy Brew Break, or how about this? Walk like a crab, like Griffin Colapinto. Preparing for Nat Young and Hazelwood coming up next.
Why I love Quabba Station and Nalu, this region, to me, it's just so special. I had such good memories here as a kid growing up, and yeah, I just feel like there's always an adventure awaiting around the corner. As soon as you jump in your car and you go on that dirt road, you never know what you're going to see. It's just an amazing getaway for me. I feel like every time I get here, I just forget about everything else, really just focus on what's around me. What makes Western Australia so special is it's just such a unique place. There's always something to do. You're either surfing, you're diving, you're fishing. Everything that's here kind of captures your attention. Just the environments are completely different, all on one coast. Been a lot of places, but I haven't seen a place like this where it just has so much energy and so much raw beauty, you know, all in one. That's why we appreciate Western Australia.
Really walking on a dream when you're in this part of the world in WA, Western Australia. A big shout out to Jack Robinson. We're wishing him a speedy recovery, hurting his meniscus in competition at Bell's. So he's hoping to get back soon, hopefully for the next stop at the Surf Ranch in Lemoore, California. Back on the Harvey Norman host set with some incredible people that love to call it home. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, Injabundi surfer Simon Zuvich. Kaya, my friend, meaning hello. Loving to be on the Buja here with the Wadandi people and learning so much from everybody that we get to meet. First off, I know that you travel to that part of the world that Jack Robinson was just talking about. Do you have some recent memories of getting up to that part of West Oz?
Yeah, like through all the Noongar countries and then Yamaji countries into, you know, Ningaloo and Nalu. 70% of place names in West Australia have Aboriginal, history and connection, a language, a Wonga or Wongi. But yeah, that country up there, I mean, yeah, Hope Jack is recovering well, but yeah, him and Jacob just tap into the energy of that place. And I know Flick, like the Bluff and Nalu, those places are just so magical. And again, a big energy. You got to show respect and you got to look after country, so country looks after you. So that's a reciprocity relationship we talk about as Aboriginal people, that, you know, we care for country, country cares for us, we care for each other, and that connection is really important to pay respect. And you can look at, get the fruits of the country, but you got to be careful and walk softly, as the mob down here say, the Wadandi people teach us.
It's actually incredible advice and something to learn for anywhere you go around the world, not just right here in WA, Felicity. You know, lifelong traveling surfer, if you have all those things that Simon's talking about, you know, walking softly, respecting the people of the place that you're visiting, you're probably going to have a great time.
Yeah, that's just, you know, you give good karma and you get good karma. And yeah, I mean, here we go. First left of the event. I love it.
Of course it would be a goofy. Will Cox trying to create some magic on the main break left. As we'll check out the right for a moment, our Cal holds back. But yeah, that was a fun surprise.
He's destroyed some lefts out here. I think I surfed in a Margaret River Classic and he beat me like 19 to, I won't say my score, but he destroyed that left. Yeah, I like it. He was building a house, again, where our mob would say a Maya or a Maya. He was building a house, and getting those scores. I loved that second wave he got was amazing, but yeah, it didn't quite pay off then with that left, but hopefully he keeps building, because I have seen him drop 8s and 9s on the left, and really, if you get that second section to really arc through it, but most of the points are on that first turn, right?
Yeah, certainly. Felicity, when would you think the left could come into play and be reliable in competition today?
Well, look, I mean, if anyone's going to go a left and if anyone's going to know where to position on the reef and what is going to be a good-looking left, it's going to be Chippo or Jacob. You know, he's got so much experience out here, but quite often you see a left come into play, not that often, but when there's more west in the swell, it kind of gives a bit more of a bowl in the wave, which means that the wave stands up more. And you actually have to be positioned quite deep on the reef, because the left doesn't offer that closeout section like the right. You need to be taking off super deep so you can come around the first section, hit it, and hopefully get another turn in. But I mean, he had the right idea, he just fell off on that second turn, so.
9:30 to go on the clock here in heat number 2. Samuel Pupo out in front, 7.33 and a 6.93. Ryan Callanan down to second, and Wilcox trying to create some magic on this left, Simon.
Oh, I've seen him get, 8s and 9s in the local comp here, the Classic, just destroying it. So it's not a bad, ace to have up your back sleeve. I think if he can connect with one, like you said, Flick, if he knows better than anyone the ones to pick, so it might still pay out for him, but I think, yeah, the backhand is definitely going to still be the way to go. But yeah, coming back to that clip with walking on a dream and going up the coast, it's a really great slogan that the WA government have got in the tourism department. Like the dreaming is not, the dream time isn't in the past. The dreaming is now. It's the past, present, future. It's the transfer of knowledge. Again, that is lived down here through 3,000 generations and over 60,000 years. The dreaming is happening right now, and that's something that Zach and Uncle Wayne and others have taught me down here. It's really powerful. So brother Ian Wilkes is a Whadjuk Noongar fella who's in the clip that Walking on a Dream, and he's sort of dancing across the state on the back of the whale sharks. And yeah, I mean, we do live in paradise in WA, but again, we just have to make sure that we respect the country, traditional owners and each other, so we're looking after each other.
It's so cool. Simon, I loved how you're speaking of the connection with all First Nations people globally, and just reminding us all where surfing began, with the Hawaiians way back in the day.
Yeah, I was saying, just like a reminder to stop and think about the Duke as an Indigenous person, coming out of Hawaii. And I think Flick, the first ever person he got to surf in Sydney, I believe, was a female. And so to have an Indigenous person showing a woman back in the day, over 100 years ago, Joe, I have to check my surf history. Right. But yeah, surfing is a really special sport. It's inclusive, and I think nationally and internationally, we do need to think about the impact of colonisation, and a lot of people had to get moved off the coast. So with Aboriginal people they are incredible sports people. I mean, you look at Kathy Freeman, Ash Barty was, hanging with Steph and other crew last year. We have like world-class Aboriginal athletes, Solly Bailey winning Pipeline, but quite a lot of our mob have been moved off the coast into, inland areas, and so there hasn't been as much accessibility. And I know that's happened in California. I saw the WSL did a great piece on people, I think, out of one of the coastal communities there, and just thinking about globally the impact of colonisation, and actually thinking about equity and making sure that we make space in our beautiful sport to include Indigenous peoples, more women, more diversity, because it is a beautiful sport, but we need to be thinking about how to be equitable and inclusive of everyone, I think.
Yeah, so true. And also that truth telling of, reminding everyone of the past or even educating people. And I always love how you encourage everyone to ask questions and to try to begin to practice, the language, and not being afraid of making those mistakes just because you're making that effort. And that makes me feel really comfortable to just ask you a million questions all day, Simon.
You're better off having a go. And, someone like Jacob who grew up down here and again didn't necessarily know the 6 seasons, the Noongar Wangi, the language, he's really respectful. He's always listening. At Wadjamup, he was there, I remember, at the press conference again, a bit nervous and humble, but he was watching the Noongar dancers, who some of them will be coming down tomorrow, and just really feeling that spiritual connection. He just asking questions and listening and learning, and just know you're going to make mistakes, and that's okay, but just continue to listen and learn. And it's cool to see them all sitting here and having a little bit of time too, because sometimes the sitting still is really important, but I'm sure their hearts are racing.
Oh, 100%. We felt that in the ceremony. Everyone's sitting still together. People that are used to trying to figure out how to beat each other. And for a moment, it was just all calm and thinking about the beautiful energy they're sitting on and that was surrounding him. More on Jacob Wilcox, Felicity. I mean, he seems so mellow. Pretty funny guy when you get a little chance to catch up with him. But what's he been like as you guys have basically seen him grow up since day one?
Yeah, I grew up with Jacob Wilcox. I mean, we did state rounds together. We've travelled up and down the West Australian coastline and, been down to the deep south and then up further north. And he's always been a standout, ever, since the beginning, and always such an informed surfer. And, I know all of Western Australia is right behind him in his world, his campaign for the World Tour, and he's been so close so many times. And I mean, in the meantime, as well as trying to qualify for the CT, he's also been putting out some amazing edits. You just touched on it before, and if you get a chance, check them out. They're pretty incredible. He does well in a wave of consequence.
He certainly does, as he's up now. Important ride for Wilcox. Jams that one from deep behind the section. Little downtime, and he's got to eject off the roof of the back end float. So he'll still be chasing a 6.4. And we have 4 minutes to go. Samuel and Arcal sitting with the priority situation, so the wild card's just going to try to create some magic underneath their watch. Ryan and Samuel starting to move out a little bit on the horizon. And remember, on our Oakberry surf conditions report from Kaipo, we're still anticipating this swell to increase in size into the afternoon. But they're already seeing some early traces of that swell, that new fresh energy heading into main break. So with 3 surfers in the lineup, not having priority can be incredibly challenging when you are the one that needs a score. Felicity, are you seeing any options for Jacob at the moment?
Well, look, I mean, both surfers out the back, Arkel and Samuel having a look, but they both didn't go it, and here we go. Jacob capitalizing on that. And first turn already pretty nice. And does he get a finish? Trying to get a little bit too spicy on that end section. I mean, it was a smaller wave. Obviously, that's why Sammy didn't go and Ryan. But, I mean, Chippo's got to get busy. I mean, he does still need a 6.40. And, I mean, I don't think that wave's going to be it. But it's going to be hard. I mean, right now there's not too much time left.
So now 2:45 to go. Let's enjoy this Harvey Norman recap. Samuel Pupo, the Brazilian, looking very solid, enjoying the right and main break on his forehand. He's super powerful and also super strong with his finishing moves. 7.33, 6.93, still sitting out in front. Remember, he wants to get a little bit of breathing room on that bubble that's behind him. Make sure he's completely safe from that mid-season cut. Hasn't need to go to the air, just solid power surfing, incredibly fast. Pupo still leading this matchup. And Ryan Callanan, a couple of sixes behind him. Wilcox in that same six conversation, but sitting down in third. 2 minutes to go. Wilcox is a guy that you want to see get on a roll, especially through the Challenger Series, which will be kicking off at Snapper Rocks. 6 events this season, all being decided at Saquarema this year. Samo Pupo enjoyed Saquarema last season as a rookie, featured in the final with Felipe Toledo, and the energy that he felt from the hometown crowd was absolutely phenomenal. It was tangible in our booth. It was shaking outside with the passionate surf fans. You gotta love those moments in history for a rookie to experience a feeling like that. We'll see if he can get it again this season. Down to 1:10 on the clock. And remember, if the local boy doesn't get the score here, he's got another chance in that elimination round, Felicity.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's got a minute left to do it, but unfortunately he's sitting there with third priority, and it's going to be pretty hard to, I guess, put your salesman hat and sell a wave to these two if he even gets the opportunity to do that. But yeah, exactly. It's not all over. He does get another chance. And he is surfing good. You can see it. I mean, he's put together 2 sixes, so yeah, it's not all over.
It's fun as well, Simon, just this opening round for us. You kind of get to see everyone do a few laps, see how well prepared they are for main break. You know, it's a big advantage if you can go straight to the round of 32. But you're starting to see all 3 surfers. I mean, even for Wilcox being in third, he's looking really sharp today.
Yeah, I think he was winding up to try and get, like, he's pretty incredible on his backhand airs. It looked like he was winding up on those last couple. This set, unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to get here. And even that left, if he had have done 2 big hacks, you know, could easily get through. But I'm really hoping for a Jacob and maybe another local boy getting Jerome Forrest maybe final. But
I had a feeling that was going to be your take, Simon, as we watch Sammy Pupo get the final wave of the matchup. He's going to throw the tail out into reverse. A very well-surfed heat for Pupo. 6.93 and a 7.33 as he shuts this one down. Ryan Callanan will advance on with him into the round of 32, and the local wild card, Jacob Wilcox, will get another chance in the elimination round as this one continues. Back on the Harvey Norman host set. Just quickly, Simon Zuvich, thanks for your company and everything you give us, that great energy every time we're here at Margaret River.
Yeah, pleasure. And yeah, thanks to the WSL, Surfing WA and all the crew here, the surfers, for showing that respect. And I hope the rest of the comp goes really well. Yeah, lovely to yarn and Wonga with you guys today again. And yeah, thanks to everyone for just continuing to learn and listen and have a go.
Incredible human. Thank you so much, Simon Zuvich. Opening round continues. Coming up next in heat number 3 with Griffin Colapinto, Nat Young, and Reef Hazelwood. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
You got to check out that second season of Make or Break, now streaming on Apple TV Plus, and it features some of the superstars of the game, including Kelly Slater, who will be coming up in Heat 6 of the opening round today. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set, joined by Richie Lovett, former CT surfer. And Rich, congratulations on your victory yesterday.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I think we're even on the push-up tally at the moment. Might have to do a tiebreaker late this afternoon.
Can't wait for the trilogy to be complete. But absolutely ripping yesterday. Some fun waves on hand again for the opening day of competition for the men. Some incredible matchups too. You know, often we talk about this opening round kind of being inconsequential sometimes because no one loses out. Of course you want to avoid the elimination round, but what we're learning now with some of the countback scenarios that can happen with the cut is that winning through in these opening rounds can prove instrumental in keeping your place on the CT.
Yeah, 100%. And I just think that talks to that approach of surfing every single wave like it's your last. You know what I mean? You got to put everything into it. So we see a little bit of a board change here.
Yeah, it didn't take long. Griffin Colapinto already racking up a couple of scores to kick this heat off. Just looking brilliant this year. He's surfing it. He's found another gear speed-wise. I mean, he's always been well-rounded, been incredibly exciting to watch, but the speed's been remarkable this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And in particular down at Bells, he was, you know, looking very on point down there. Was pushing Ethan Ewing to the limit in terms of favoured surfer to take out the event. But have a look at this, just Ethan starting to rack up some scores early, but perhaps just not quite feeling the equipment spot on. And we just know that, you know, equipment is everything. Well, he might have actually just taken the fins down on the rocks there. So it's more of a damage that we're looking at here rather than a wrong choice in Ferraris. So we might get eyes on that. That was Tommy Whitaker doing the exchange, giving his guy a couple of little words of advice with the pitch stop. So, yeah, coach's stares, very healthy, lots of buzzing action, good vibes down there this morning.
Well, let's get an update from Kaipo. What went on with Griffin there?
Okay, well, I think it may have been a fin. It was the finishing section. Training tight all day, Ron, so that inside shelf is going to become more and more exposed as the day wears on. The finishes are going to be hazardous. Surfers are going to have to hang on and watch the equipment as well. But you know, Ron, that you need to finish here to get the number.
Oh, most definitely. And, you know, it is always the same sacrifices that these surfers are having to make on the end section here. If it's not your body, it's probably your board. Griffin looked like he popped the fin there. You could see the box had kind of delaminated a little bit. So opting for his backup equipment there. It was a quick change. No one else capitalised on his vacancy in the lineup. 3.33 for Griffin to kick things off here. He's backed it up with a 4.67. He's back out there on that second choice board and just hasn't lost anything.
No, it's the heat really hasn't got underway yet, and I would think in Griffin's head right now, he's thinking, I'm not even going to be keeping this 4.67 at the end of the day. For me, Ron, the theme has been to just wait for those sets. This is a building swell. We're seeing the repetition of the sets come a little bit more frequently now, and that was when I was talking to Jake, he's like, you have to be on the sets if you want to get those big, excellent scores, and that seems to be what our winners have been doing.
Loving their time out there in this lineup, and Stace is just loving his time out there in the sunshine, mate. You've tracked down the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, I have indeed. Ron, Sam, lovely surfing, mate.
Oh, thank you. It was a pretty slow heat for us. I mean, at start there was a couple waves, but then just got really slow. I knew at some point that would happen in the heat, so I was just trying to capitalize on the opportunities I had, which was 2 waves basically. So I was pretty happy with that, and then, I don't know, just hopefully have some good waves for the next round.
You find yourself right around that bubble line. Your best mate, Jiao Chianka, was in a similar position last year. Has he been helping you out this week?
Yeah, I mean, we were both in the same position last year, actually. He was a little bit under on the rankings, but we were both fighting for the same thing. And this year he's just doing, best as possible and, number one in the world. So it's cool to just be with him and see what's like to be there, kind of, just waking up with him every day. He's really fired up, and I think that helps me a lot too, to just do my job. And yeah, I think we have a good vibe.
You qualified on your dad's boards. You won Rookie of the Year on your father's boards, but recently moving over to the JS's. They're looking amazing. Any comment on them?
Yeah, it's, I don't know, I've been trying some different things this year. Really lucky to work with JS for a couple boards for these 2 events, and it's pretty amazing on every single board he made me. It feels really good, and it's crazy to see that and to have so many good boards. Last year I had some really good boards with my dad, but we weren't really consistent in boards, so I'm really happy to have JS with me right now, and we'll see what happens to the end of the year.
And a quick word back home.
Obrigado, galera, que ficou torcendo, minha família, meu namorado, meu irmão deve estar acordado também. É isso, mais uma. Acho que o próximo round vai ser mais importante e é isso, vamos seguir.
Thank you, Sammy. Well done.
Good on you, Stace. Yeah, Semi Pupo surfing incredibly well. Healthy heat score total for him. Out there in the lineup at the moment, Griffin Colapinto up against Nat Young and Reef Hazelwood, who got the call up as the highest rated surfer on the Australia Oceania QS regional ranks. He's going to be heading into the Challenger Series as the top seed from this region. But we've seen him before in CT events. He's done some damage, in fact. So, yeah, well, like his chances, I think, of getting through some heats here at Margaret River. But Griffin, again, just sort of finding space out in this lineup and sort of taking the early edge here over his rivals, Rich.
Oh, savage series of roundhouse cutbacks. The first one just looked completely connected. Griff all the way through to the inside. No problem with the finish. Love the water angle here. You'll really see the tilt on the surfboard as he gets it on rail. And again, just driving through it. The power of this kid is just unbelievable at the moment. Watch this, just powers up here. Stays nice and low. The knees just holding and the thighs holding all that power. Gets really compressed. Now watch the eyes, back to the target, straight up to that spot where he's going to just place the board again. And brilliant surfing here. And you can really tell when someone is connected and just feeling at one with their equipment. Griff's on.
Yeah, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew paid him the ultimate compliment, I think, down at Bell's when he said he's looking like he's got that John solidness. John just always super consistent when you see him, and Griff's kind of getting to that realm as well, where there's not, the inconsistencies in his heat surfing at the moment that we've seen the last couple of years. We've seen him get multiple wins in the last couple of seasons, but still fail to make that Rip Curl WSL final series. So, yeah, he wants to clean that up, keep progressing and turning things on in these earlier rounds and give himself the best shot at a world title this year.
No doubt. And you have to think that if he does make that final 5 going into lowers, he's going to be very, very hard to beat. He'll really push the 2 favourites or the 3 favourites up there. And I'm talking about, Felipe Toledo and Gabriel Medina, possibly even Idlo Ferreira, that Brazilian 3-pack. They're very, very dangerous out there, and Griff will be on home soil, but he's got some work to do to get there, obviously.
Griffin, for me, is a surfer that came onto the scene. He was, just such a frothing Grom. He was still looking to his peers for inspiration. He really dialed in his rail game, hanging around Joel Parkinson and spending a lot of time in the water with him. It almost felt like, he wasn't doing his surfing sometimes. He was doing someone else's. Yeah. Whereas in the past couple of seasons, and as he's kind of settled into this position of being one of the front runners on the CT ranks, it's all Griffin now. He's taken those influences And I think they're visible in his surfing, but it's all him, and it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's sort of like a boys to men scenario where he's really come of age mentally, physically. The boards are looking incredible, and yeah, you know, this is a guy that just is building confidence with each year and feeling a sense of belonging and almost, you know, confidently walking around the contest zone like, yeah, I got this. This is no worries. But I think you touched on it as well. A real student of the sport as well. He hasn't dismissed, you know, the heritage, the foundational things in his surfing that need to be there, clipped in and connected, but then has this, you know, sugar and spice that he can put on the top, all the airs and stuff, and he draws on them at the perfect time. He doesn't waste them, just draws on them when he needs to.
Yeah, it's been a solid partnership with Jake Patterson initially. Now he's working with Tom Whitaker, and those two seem to be, you know, really creating some magic. Nat Young out there at the moment. He's in second spot at this stage. Needs a 7.02 to get up into the lead. I've enjoyed seeing Nat back on tour. Just such a powerful unit who's had big results at venues all over the schedule. He semi-finaled here before. That was in 2015, losing out to John Florence. No shame in that. And a couple of quarterfinal finishes as well. But I mean, with his surfing is some of the most punctual on tour. His timing is so spot on. He never arrives late. He's always right there at that most critical point of the section to deliver a really powerful hit. He's just got an absolute club on that back foot, and he just bashes into the lip.
You know, when I think of the strength that Nat Young brings, we'll get back to that point.
We're going to see Reef Hazelwood up at the moment. One of the replacement surfers in the draw, does well to hang on to this one. Reef, obviously one of the best aerialists on the planet, a 23-year-old from the Sunshine Coast of Queensland. Mentioned some of those performances before in CT events. This is the fifth CT he's had the call-up to compete in. His best results are 9th place finishes. He achieved that in his first ever CT on the Gold Coast in 2019. He actually beat the world title runner-up from the previous year, Julian Wilson, on his way to that result. He lost out to Seth Moniz, and then in Narrabeen 2021 he lost out to Griffin and had a 9th place finish there. But yeah, as well as the airs, this is a guy that's got some big moves.
Yeah, he does, and he gets a couple of big moves here. So comes around the section, clips the lip, kind of drifts up and over and did well. That lip was coming really late, and Reef had to put it right up there, but kind of a 2-stage bottom turn, pumps off the top. He did well to project out on that first turn, allowed him to get down the line. So watch this, he projects up and over the lip here, reconnects with the face, and then has to get straight on that heelside rail again. Super compressed when he got to the lip, so almost going by feel for that last manoeuvre, but yeah, a lot of skill involved to ride out.
I think we'll see a good number for that. Just the urgency to get that board back up on top of that final section. I think it's going to, well, it's certainly going to be his best number. He was only hanging on to a 2.17. I think he's going to well and truly jump up into second and really give himself a good shot at going after the lead here. 7.17, so matches Griffin Colapinto's best ride. And now the pressure's going to be on Nat Young. We'll see how he responds after a 4.52.
Well, this just shows you that two highly critical manoeuvres are going to equate to a similar score to going out and doing some more open face carves on the forehands. This is an interesting one because we've got the two goofy footers up against Griffin, the natural footer, and we're seeing a real display of how you approach the waves depending on which way you're facing.
Also interesting to know, we were just talking about how spot on Nat Young's timing is. In Reef's mind, you know, he's a little late on both those hits then, but what it does kind of do for him is adds that critical element to each of those moves, which helps push the score a little higher. So he kind of, you know, in his desperation, juiced a pretty good number out of that ride. But, you know, I wouldn't call it spot on timing. It was just critical surfing.
Yep, absolutely. Here we go. Nat.
Let's see what he can do. The surfer from Santa Cruz.
Oh, yes.
Great timing. Get some release in that tail. And Nat has that ability. Obviously grew up surfing a right-hander, which definitely has some funky characteristics and tricky sections that you got to figure out. at Steamer Lane there. So Nat, he's going to get himself back into the mix. He needs a big result here to shore up a place above the cut line.
Yeah, back to the point, and Nat Young feels like it's, when I think of him and surfers that have gone before him, Damien Hardman springs to mind in terms of his board placement and just how critical he gets. That first turn was just so pretty to watch. Nat just right up in the pocket. The second one kind of carves it out a little bit more, patiently waits for that third turn, puts some sizzle on the final tail release, and a great three-turn combination. Love how square he gets to the lip there and then gets the tail release all the way around. Look how compressed he is over his front foot. Swings the board back around, straight back into the bottom turn. Sort of drags that second turn out a little bit more, but then gets that final hit. And then more so in my era, Mick Campbell, you know, was always very precise on his backhand, was known for that vertical attack on his backhand as well, and I kind of see shades of Mick in that surfing as well.
Good call. Yeah, more modern versions of that backhand approach. You could probably make some comparisons to Matty Wilkinson. You know, like Nat, Matty sort of powered through his fin drifts, and it's impressive. There is a sort of a way to that surfers are able to release that tail without having the power in the move. It's impressive. It looks progressive, but I think, you know, high-level surfers kind of look at it and go, it's almost cheating your way through the turn. Whereas, you know, someone like Nat just always, like I said before, just clubs it. His back foot is just a block splitter.
Well, he does it with so much ferocity and power. And I was actually watching Jacob Wilcock's heat, and he was like what you were talking about. He was getting up on the lip and sort of de-weighting. There was a lot of flair involved, but versus sort of Ryan Callanan, who was just dissecting the lip. You know what I mean? He was ripping through it on his backhand. So there is a different approach on the backhand that you can apply. But when you do it with power, that's when the judges really tap in.
Something standing up on the outside here for Colapinto, looking to get rid of a 4.67. Whips out through the open face to get started, bangs it through the pocket. That wave kind of bottoms out, but he does well to generate some speed and get a final move in. And Griffin is going to dump that 4.67 and extend his lead here with just on 16 minutes to go. Nat Young got himself right in the mix, 6.93, so he jumped back up into second place. And I think when you compare the rides for Nat Young and Reef Hazelwood, it was just a shame that Nat's ride kind of tapered away a little bit. Didn't offer that critical end section hit, but he really did make the most of the first pocket on offer. So Reef's looking for a 4.59, but it feels like it's going to be a bit of a battle between the two goofy footers really here in a moment. They'll be within reach of the lead, but their scores are going to be really comparable.
Yeah, it's great to see that all three surfers now have a good score in their tally, and Griffin will take the advantage once this next score drops in. As we said, that 4.67 will no longer be relevant. Certainly rippable conditions, Ryan, and I don't even mind this little texture that's on the water. Puts that little fluff on along the face of the wave and through the lip. It allows you to hit it nice and hard.
Well, this will be fun for us, Rich, because we had two 7.17s in this heat. Let's compare the approach of Reef Hazelwood on the right and Griffin Colapinto there on the left.
Okay, so Reef up and over through the lip, and obviously Griffin Colapinto will freeze it there. He's on his forehand, big giant face carve, so critical on the on Reef's hit, and more calculated, more carving for what Griffin, his approach, and great to see this deep bottom turn here from Reef. Watch how high he has to get here. So vertical hit, the board was facing towards 12 o'clock. The judges always take note of this. Very dynamic, a lot of drama involved with the finish and being able to ride out of it. Whereas Griffin, you know, these turns are amazing, but the wave allowed him to go through this sort of poetry, painting a picture on the wave. There was nothing overly kind of critical where it was like, oh my gosh, he might fall off. So, you know, beautiful surfing equally, but, you know, two ways to get a 717.
Yeah, it might just be because I'm a regular footer, but for me, I feel like I would much rather have the ride that Griffin had rather than sort of that blind falling through the lip or slightly arriving at sections late. But, you know, the judges really do want to see these surfers surf on top of those most critical sections, and you can't deny that Reef did it on his ride. There was a fair bit of risk involved in that. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. Still 13 and a half minutes of action to enjoy in this third heat of the day. Welcome back to the show. We've got the opening round of the men's unfolding, but when we first arrived here back in the beautiful southwest, the Margaret River region, we were lucky enough to head over to Lewin Estate to enjoy a welcome dinner for the athletes. Everyone was on hand and it was a special moment, Rich.
It was really cool, and just a great way to get everyone together. Some great speeches, the CEO there giving everyone a rundown, and some special awards.
Yeah, that's right. It's qualification season, and a few of our surfers have provisionally qualified for the 2024 Olympics over there at Chopu, and you can catch more about that. worldsurfleague.com/qualification season is where you can get the full rundown and keep up to date on who's going to be challenging for Olympic glory as we get back to the lineup here. Griffin Colapinto has the lead. His last couple of rides have been pretty solid, 7.17, 6.5. Nat Young's in second spot at the moment. Reef Hazelwood is really poised to make a run for a top two finish in this heat, though. He's got a 7.17, only needs a 4.59 at the moment.
This heat is still open while Griff's, appearing like he's dominating the heat, and he is out in front. He's still not that far ahead when you think about the second number. So everyone's got something in that 7-point range, and really it's going to be the battle of the second backup score.
Interesting heat with the lineup that we have here. Griffin Colapinto so well situated right up at the top end of the rankings in 5th position at the moment. Reef Hazelwood coming in, not a whole lot to lose, can really get on the attack here, wants to obviously put in a spirited performance, collect a whole lot of cash to help fund this Challenger Series campaign he's about to get underway. But Nat Young comes into the event in a kind of a tricky spot, and he actually has to get through to that round of 16 before he can start adding to his point score tallies, because he's made the quarterfinals at one stop this year. That was at Sunset. But other than that, it's been 17th places, so falling out of the mix in the round of 32.
Yeah, I don't think that's been through any lack of great surfing. He's been putting in some good numbers, some great performances in his heat. There's just a consistency that hasn't been there. And sometimes you can get sort of stuck in a bad losing rut where you're really not getting out of the first few rounds.
Well, others have found it even harder to get through heat. So, he's in that position where, with a strong result here, he can stave off the attack of those surfers below the cut line.
Yeah, you might be wondering why Nat Young didn't take that wave. It looked great on screen, but he was just too late. He needed to be perhaps on the other side of that peak and could have come round. There was already points that he had missed.
Let's talk about that a little bit because, you know, your ride really starts. We'll get back to that in a moment as Reef looks to chase down that second spot at the moment. Again, he's kind of chasing the sections, but on this occasion, he doesn't really climb up on top of them. So I don't see him turning in the 4.59 required here.
No, he was just coming from behind and later than he was on that first wave where he did drop that decent number. So I don't think that's going to come in anything more than, say, a 4, maximum 5, in my opinion. But yeah, Margaret River really does make you want to take off in the right spot, or you have to be wary of taking off at the right spot. Exciting first turn, no doubt, but this second turn here didn't really climb up and over the lip. It was more of just a token put there, as we like to say. Yeah, but there's some decent waves coming now.
And this is what we were touching on before. You know, you really want to get yourself on the apex of this peak, or like Rich said, just behind it to set up that first move. And even Nat, he sort of takes a straighter approach on the takeoff to get that first turn in. Moving a lot of water on that second move, but not really the ride that he's looking for to solidify second position at the moment. So 7.5 minutes to go. We are still waiting on a number for Reef that might determine whether Nat Young's chasing a score or looking to defend that second position. Looks like Reef's going to fall short of the requirement though, 3.93. So Nat's still holding on to second at this stage.
Yeah, I think Nat's best approach right now is to just sit, be patient. Griff's obviously going to have first priority, but Nat can sort of close this out now. We're down to the second 7-minute mark, and with a good score, he could potentially shut Reef out of the game. You'd have to think that Griffin will potentially even get rid of the 6.5. I've got feelings like he wants to get in the air in the final moments of this heat, but yeah, Nat Young has established second priority here, so this will be an interesting finish.
Yeah, it's really fun reflecting on the careers of some of the surfers that have managed to get themselves back onto the tour. Of course, Nat had a hiatus there for some time, but he's cracked CT finals before, and he's was at one point just one of the most feared surfers to come up against. Just his consistency was something that everyone sort of struggled to match. He was just such a reliable performer. He's trying to get back to that sort of same zone where people are looking at him just going, oh no, I'm going to have to really surf out of my skin here.
Yeah, if there was you know, something that I could work on, or something that perhaps needs a little bit of work, is just, you know, that full aerial progressive element in the repertoire. He's definitely got it, but maybe just needs to draw on it a little bit more. Judges love variety, and they can sort of, you know, get a bit, I guess, bored in a way if you're just giving them the same thing over and over again. But you can see that, you know, his approach, he's flaring up on some of these things. Even the backhand hooks have got variety within what he's doing.
Yeah, I think it's pretty natural early on in a surfer's career too, that, you know, they flare that progressive element when they lack the power. Then as they kind of evolve their rail surfing, that's the high percentage way to a victory, and that's what they lean into. But I would say that Nat was at one point one of the most progressive rising stars in competitive surfing. I remember watching the World Juniors, he was doing Gorkin flips and rodeos, and on the forehand, you know, wasn't reluctant and throwing himself into big frontside air reverses as well. So you're right, he does have that in his arsenal, but, you know, power often will get surfers through these earlier rounds, and Nat's got one of the heaviest back foots in the game.
The other thing too is that you need to be able to put yourself in a position to be able to tap into that. Back with that point in a sec, but this was what got Griff the lead in this heat. Some beautiful power surfing that you've just described, Ron. This is the foundations right here. Rail surfing, just smooth bottom turns, really aggressive carves off the top, and Griff just in total control. In contrast, on the backhand, the exciting surfing of Reef Hazelwood. And just that late hit there, the critical nature of that two-turn combination got him his best ride. And this is Nat Young flaring on the backhand, just showing a lot of spice, a lot of variety, as he really taps into some beautiful turns through the inside. Great water angle here of the natural footer. You can just see how far he's carving out. Just the bumps on the face, just inconsequential at this moment, pretending like they're not even there.
In that kind of similar realm to Ethan Ewing and his forehand surfing at the moment. Just great variety, you know, mistake-free and kind of something that the judges can't really argue with. It's very good surfing. But hasn't pushed into the excellent range just yet, but it's certainly within him. But a measured approach so far in this heat.
Yep.
And a smart approach probably.
I just wanted to get back quickly to that point that I was trying to make, and that was that you can get yourself into a position in a heat where you're confident and comfortable to go to those progressive manoeuvres, like Griff is right now. He's got two decent scores, he's out in the lead, and what he can tap into is that progressive element which will completely shut this heat out for the other guys. So I feel like Nat maybe hasn't had the opportunity. He's still relying on that foundational style of surfing. And then once he gets that kind of confidence and maybe a first or a second, then he can tap into it.
Set waves approaching here at the moment, just over 2 minutes remaining. And out there with priority, it is Griffin Colapinto, so he's found a fantastic rhythm here this morning.
Great.
And yeah, look at him. His easy decision to take this one. Just a beautiful looking ride. Paces it off the bottom. Great timing on that first turn. But just catches an outside rail trying to land that floating re-entry, which was just a transition turn, really. Nat Young's going to get an opportunity here to dump that 4.83 and post a bigger requirement for Reef Hazelwood. Couple of nice turns. This wave starting to bottom out. So he exits.
Really solid. Really solid from Nat Young, in my opinion. Just a series of really clean backhand manoeuvres on a wave that perhaps wasn't the easiest to ride. Quite smooth from here. Does really well to get that first turn in. Now these bottom turn, top turn combinations with all that foam on the face is difficult. You can see there Nat just keeping the pressure on the tail of the board, keeping the nose out, but really good transitions on that ride.
Well, there's 3 good goofy footers out there at the moment. Kaipo's on the back of the Red Bull ski, and Kaipo's enjoying the show. Nat Young moving a lot of water on that last ride.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, obviously, I'm in the Goofy Foot Union, but just the difference that the Goofy Foots are able to get with a deep bottom turn, leaning on their heels, and really able to get a lot more vertical on the backhand. We heard it over and over again. Yeah, it's almost a cliche, but it's so true. The verticalness of the backhand snap is something that's going to be a standout for someone like Nat Young.
The Goofy's got a union meeting over here, Kipes.
I don't know. Here we go. Another Goofy. Reef Hazelwood attacks the lip, Ron.
Yeah, he's after a number here, a pretty decent one now, because Nat Young dropped a 6.23 in his last ride. And Reef's now after a 5.99, sizing up a solid hit on the inside here, a smaller ride there. And the ollie's not going to help his cause.
Just wasn't quite enough on that wave. Was a bit late on the first turn, and the rhythm was just out. There was never really that exciting moment where the judges could throw a good score.
Did some good surfing in the heat, but Reef really did put himself on waves that kind of ran quickly and didn't give him the chance to really, like, truly open up and time a big hit.
Yeah,
he was just chasing sections, something that he managed to turn in a solid score.
When you think back at
look, that's a smaller ride too, but at this point he didn't really have any choice.
Yeah, just a bit late on that one. When you really think about the way this heat played out, mentally in my mind, I feel like the 2 surfers that deserve to get through got through this heat. So Griff out in front, and then Nat Young getting the runner-up spot.
Colapinto looking solid once again in the opening rounds, getting the victory. Nat Young not too far behind. We'll see Reef in the elimination round. Stay with us, because after the break we'll have the Bells champ Ethan Ewing taking on Jackson Baker and the World Junior champion Jarvis Earl.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. The opening round of competition getting underway here on the second day of the event window for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And we just saw Griffin Colapinto and Nat Young progress through to the round of 32, and now we'll see how these three fare. Ethan Ewing coming off the back of a victory down there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Jackson Baker has just cracked the quarters at that same event for the first time. And Jarvis Earl, excited to see how he goes up against the world's best. He is the world junior champion. Great performance that he had over there in California earlier this year to claim that title over Levi Slawson, who was surfing brilliantly.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for Jarvis, getting an opportunity to surf with a couple of the world's best, and he's been out here religiously in the lineup whenever there's a break in the action. He's just soaking up this opportunity, soaking up the time to get more accustomed to Margaret River main break. But this is going to be an exciting heat. We've got Ethan Ewing coming off the Bells victory, as you said, Ron. This is a guy at the peak of his powers right now. Yeah,
Jackson Baker too, putting up his best number in a CT event down there at Bells, getting well into the excellent range against Felipe Toledo. So that's you know, a good sign of where his form's at. But you've been watching the warm-up sessions really closely, Rich. How has the 18-year-old from Cronulla looked in the lineup? Has he looked out of place? Is he matching it with the world's best?
Look, it's close. There's definitely always when you look at a junior up against the best surfers in the world, you know, there normally is. It's normally night and day, but he's certainly, you know, turned in a bit of an eclipse, you know, because he's looking the part. Definitely strong on the forehand, but it's really the backhand surfing he's going to tap into here. And just again, what an amazing opportunity. This guy definitely surfs bigger than his age. I was chatting to someone about him this morning, and we were going, yeah, look, he surfs bigger than a junior, no doubt about it. But these two guys in the heat, they really move some water.
Jackson Baker, the surfer from Newcastle, is up at the moment. Quick start. Just slid across the roof there, but unable to ride out.
Yeah, Jacko will just power his way back out to the lineup, take his position in the priority rotation. And not a difficult paddle out this morning, no doubt. We're going to see our surfers tested in the coming week for sure, because there are some decent swells on the horizon. Just a 2.5 to start things off.
Just a breath of fresh air around the competitors area. Jackson Baker just always joking, always having a laugh. I think it was Ross Williams, one of our fellow commentators, who made the great call earlier on this season that Jackson looks like a character out of The Office. Love that. And yeah, he's just getting to his best form-wise, I think, finding that freedom in the jersey. You know, he's had some big performances. First Novocastrian to break through for a victory at Surfest, which is, you know, the longest running qualifying series event, one of the longest running surf events in the country. And that was a massive result, and I think it just has only helped him reach a new confidence level. And we're starting to see him really sink that rail in a little bit deeper, commit harder to turns. He's pushing it now. There's some real risk in his surfing. And we'll see if he can drop a big number here. Swinging on the inside. So without priority, finds this one. And there's one of those big committed hits that we were talking about to get started. Pushing hard as he finishes off the end section. Always reps those pink boards. And in honour of his late mother, love that story. So really campaigning hard to bring awareness to breast cancer. And yeah, he's just a great guy.
This was an interesting wave that he picked up, because the other two competitors, let's just watch this turn and admire the power, admire the spray, the displacement of water. It's incredible. And gets to that final finishing turn. I'm going to call that as written out. I think the judges will pay it. Love the water angle. Watch it. Bang. Just lays that back arm into the wall. Allows him to turn tighter on those fins. Allows him to just jam that tail into the lip of the wave there. Check the plume of water. Just he was already onto the second turn while there was still water falling behind him. Nice open face wrap as the second, and then through to the inside. One of the most difficult places to turn your board anywhere in the world, the final section of Margaret River main break. And yeah, I was just saying it was Jarvis and Ethan were playing a little cat and mouse game out on the peak, and they were sitting too far over to the left, and Jackson just went, yep, I'll take that. So a great pickup.
Margaret River's one of Australia's most premium wine regions, Rich. And that was a full-bodied frontside hack there from Jackson Baker to kick off that second ride. So he's going to take the early lead here. It's still going to be neutral priority at the back between the World Junior Champion. Both of these guys have World Junior titles, Ethan Ewing and Jarvis Earl, but they're going to be battling for the inside position when that next set approaches. But let's have another look at what just unfolded. Jackson dropped the hammer on this first turn.
Yeah, he did. Slams it right there. Straight onto the carve again for the second. And when we talk about transition, we're talking about that time, or that you know, that line between the turn and then connecting into the next one. And when you can make that as smooth as silk without losing speed and almost try and accelerate from one turn into the next, the judges pay attention to those little intricacies. But you could see both Jarvis and Ethan from that aerial angle that they were about 3 or 4 metres too far to the left on the peak. And Jackson got a little gift there, and he's dropped a good number.
He sure has. 6.83. Great pickup on the way back out. 26 minutes remaining here, and Kaipo really looking forward to seeing if Ethan can do what he did through Bell's and Margaret's last year and put up some really solid results.
Yeah, Ron. Well, I was in the water at Bell's finals there, and you commented on it, on how efficient Ethan Ewing is, right? Just really not riding a ton of waves, but every time he gets to his feet, making it count. So the efficiency of Ethan Ewing on display again, the patience of him. We're going to see if that works into his factor. I think that just shows confidence in this surfer, being, able to, hey, let the priority start, let the priority rotation start. He didn't look interested at the beginning of this heat. He wanted to get the priority rotation going, and now he just really, maybe as the clock goes, could be up against the wall, but he's proven it over and over again. Ethan Ewing, he can just do it in 2 tries.
Yeah, love that. Rich, what a fantastic observation from Kaipo. Just talking about the confidence you need to be as patient as Ethan has been, not only here in this heat, but right through his run to the victory at Bells Beach. He never kind of got flustered in those moments where the clock was winding down and he was sitting out there waiting for his shot.
And I was totally the opposite. I like to ride a bunch of waves, and it's a different style of competing. It does take a lot of nerve to be able to just sit and be confident in waiting for those sets, in waiting for the moment, and your ability to really convert once the opportunity comes to you. But there's been more than enough waves for all of our competitors this morning. So we have touched on the fact that this is a new swell starting to build. And I will no doubt see these guys get into the heat, Ethan and Jarvis, any minute.
Something standing up on the outside here. Jarvis scrambling to get into position potentially, but no, this one's going to pass under them. Jackson Baker has a sniff as well. Let's quickly check in with the winner of the last heat down there with Stace on the steps.
Thanks, Ron. Griffin Colapinto. What a great day to be on the tools.
Great day for the tools, Stewie. Just out here in Western Australia, living the dream.
How good is it, mate? You got some great support on the stairs here. What's it like dealing with all the words that are flying out of Snake and Tommy Witz's mouth?
Oh, you got it's pretty comedy. Just got to roll with it. These guys are having too much fun down here.
Judgmental of Tom's commitment to the board change there. He didn't want to get his socks wet, did he?
Yeah, he's being all scared, but no, he ended up getting splashed, and he said all the phones got wet and stuff, so it was good commitment in the end.
Turn it up, Tommy. Talk us through it when you swap a board like that. Is that an exact changeover, or did you end up an inch or 2 up or down?
No, it's actually like a completely different board. Like the board I was riding was a driver 3.0, and then I hit the rocks and I broke my fin box a little bit, and then jumped on a Sabotage 6.0 as well, but the Sabotage is like way more full up in the front, and the rails are a little more thicker up front, and then it's kind of like pulled in at the tail, so you got to surf more off the tail, where like the other board, I wish I hadn't gotten to ride the other board the whole heat, because it knifes through on the smaller waves better, but this is a really good board for when like it picks up, and this is actually the same board I rode last year, so yeah, I guess I got to feel it out, and maybe I'll be riding that tomorrow, so worked out good then.
Well, you're in the right part of the world to be riding a Taj model.
Yeah, exactly. Got a paid tribute over here.
And I'm sure you want to sing out to some crew back home, Griff.
Yeah, I want to sing out to my parents, my grandparents, my brother, my best friends, San Clemente. Yeah, just everyone that supports me and cheers me on. I love all you guys. It really means a lot. Anyone that connects up with me, I feel like we're all connected in some way or the other, so I really appreciate it, and let's keep it going.
Well done, Gryffindor.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Stace. Griffin Colapinto just seeming so relaxed, super confident, jumping from one model to another, not skipping a beat, dropping a pretty decent heat score total, and powering past the elimination round. And looking like he's ready to make that charge towards a final 5 finish. Out there in the lineup at the moment, Jackson Baker, still the only surfer who's taken rides. 6.83, a 2.5 for him. And we're yet to see Ethan Ewing and Jarvis Earl come to life, but there is just over 21 minutes remaining. We're going to take a quick break here. This is the opening round for the men at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Looking good?
Just give us a clap.
Like clap myself, like looking so good, mate. I'm Jackson Baker, I'm 26 and I'm from Merewether, Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. Yeah, I mean, it was tough. We had the first year that we had the cut, so that was pretty tricky to kind of adapt to that, knowing that within 5 events you may not be on tour anymore. Got pretty close to falling off, but some lucky stars kept me on tour, and that kind of made me realise that I don't want to leave that to chance anymore. Probably put in some more work in this off-season to be fitter, stronger, more mentally strong. So hopefully I can show that this year and be fighting more for the top 10 and top 5, not the bottom 5. Yeah, my first year on tour, I mean, dream come true. It's not just an achievement for myself, it's for my mum and for my family as well. So it was kind of an achievement for the whole family.
And Jackson Baker out there leading at the moment. During the break, he caught this ride. Score's yet to drop for this one, but this guy is in full-blown attack mode at the moment.
Yeah, I think Jackson just realising that
the sets have just gone on hold for a little minute, and watch him hit the eject button here. So sees the shelf and just goes, I'm out of here. And does the little Superman starfish. Classic stuff. But here we go. Ethan Ewing got underway as well. Just a fade back into the power source. Clean snap. Nice wrapping cutback. You can see not much to the wall on this one. But Ethan doing some nice work nonetheless. Gets to the finish. And, well, puts a little exclamation point on the finishing turn.
Thing was bottoming out.
Totally.
The fire hose though off the first section from Ethan. Just moves so much water there, as we see. The man, the world champ, he's coming up next. Can't wait to see him in Heat 5 up against Liam O'Brien. Jerem Forrest, a local boy who's been battling away, surfing in the trials for about a decade now, and has finally broken into the main event. Very popular surfer in these parts. But, wow, Phil just looks like he is in the zone. And these little clean rights are going to suit him down to the ground. Always kind of excitement levels get elevated when you've got conditions like this, and Toledo's about to hit the lineup. One of the greats already, and still has so many years ahead of him. As we see Jarvis on the replay, getting himself in the mix here, Rich.
Wow, nice vertical hit off the top there. You can see kind of late, almost like Reeve Hazelwood in the heat before. Just gets tangled up in the lip, but manages to ride out. So a decent two-turn combination, and he'll be on the board. He would have taken a little bit of confidence just in riding that wave.
I mean, in the slow-mo, it looked like he had control, but you watch that in real time, and I don't think he gets the credit for that final move. The score suggesting that a 3 for Jarvis Earl. So, yeah, the judges letting us know that that last move didn't count. Waiting on a number for Ethan Ewing here, Rich. Where do you see this one going?
Look, for me, I don't see it going as high as Jackson Baker's, just because they're, you know, you think back to the sort of vicious hack that Jacko opened up with. So I feel it going maybe around a 6, low 6s in my mind.
We might try and get another look at the opening ride for Ethan as the scores come through. Richie Lovett thinking that tapered wall sort of work against Ethan there. He was kind of had to resort to those sort of cutbacks, but he knew he needed to set up something special here. Still moved a whole lot of water, but then it was just sort of transitioning, hoping for more down the line, and didn't really find much of an end section here. I don't know if you could call this move complete.
Well, it's, you know, great surfing nonetheless.
It's dry rock.
Yeah, precision stuff from Ethan Ewing that we're expecting to see. He didn't reduce every point out of it that he could. This is the youngster.
Yeah, Jarvis, well, just gets swamped, gets pushed underwater there for a moment. So incomplete on the finish again there. 15 minutes remaining. Still time for, you know, a big shift up in the order here. But Jackson Baker's found the early rhythm just by being the busiest surfer in the lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like a great set approaching here.
Well positioned right there at the top of the peak. Drives out onto the open face. Glides through a nice carve to get started. Wow, well-timed hit there. And Jacko now looking to finish this one off on the inside. Just gets slammed. So that's going to couple up nicely with the 6.83, you'd think. Should be better than the 5.
I think so. No doubt about it. There's an increase in pace to Jackson's surfing now. And that's something he's obviously been working on. He's obviously working also with Mitchell Ross, who's bringing the good vibes and positive energy. Those two clearly working well. They've got great synergy. But the turns are there as well. It feels like he's developing as a real surfer.
Yeah, let's have a look at this first turn again.
Oh, just grinds through it there. Almost lost it at the final moments of that turn, but gets into the second one nice and quick as well. But just see how speedy he's getting with these wraps and the full redirection. Everything's quick and fast and in control. And you can see here Jacko just really leaning into the carve on this one, and just right at that moment there, the lip sort of got away from him, but he just reacted really well and stayed in control. Live action with Ethan.
Yeah, Ewing's got some work to do here. Jackson Baker setting the pace. Ethan would just like to finish this one off and put some distance between himself and Jarvis Earl here, and just at least at this point consolidate this second position a little bit. 5.17 on his first ride. Probably another pretty comparable score there. Jackson Baker, though, dropping the best number of the heat so far on his last ride, 7.17.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It was a great wave, great pace to it, series of manoeuvres, all connected. And yeah, Jacko's really starting to take control of this heat.
In an interesting situation on the ladder, Jackson Baker equal 21st with 3 other competitors that are all looking to get to the round of 16 just to improve their points tally. Of course, everyone gets to drop an event, their lowest scoring event result from these first 5 contests. So, you know, that means that surfers who've been collecting 17ths sort of more regularly than others have to get to the round of 16, that 9th place result, to add to their points tally and hold off those surfers chasing them from below the cut line. So Jackson Baker not safe at the moment.
No, definitely not safe, but looking good in this heat. And there's a psychological thing that happens when you're in a tie break with 3 or 4 other surfers. If you progress, it's so hard as the other surfer not to take on that pressure, because it automatically means you have to get through. You have to keep matching and then obviously surpassing the guys that you're in a tie break with. So Jackson doing a great job here of well, he's on a way to a progression in this heat if he can keep up this form. Here goes the youngster.
Well, the big dogs are putting some pressure on the young pup at the moment. Jarvis Earl in 3rd spot. He needs an 8.67 now. Ethan Ewing posting a 6.5 on his last ride. And Jarvis doesn't get a whole lot out of that wave. He'd just be happy to chip away at this big requirement at the moment and give himself a better shot going into the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can just see there is just a slight power difference when you look at the youngster up against both Jackson and Ethan. The rails are a little deeper in the water. The water displacement when the fan of spray comes off the turn. But he's certainly doing well. He's looking like he's surfing great. He's on point. I think wave choice maybe just needs to get cleaned up in this last 10 minutes. Give himself a good canvas to really open up on.
Well, it was an amazing event to crown our 2022 World Junior Champions over there at Seaside. It was solid. And Jarvis got there early. He tapped into the local experience of a friend of ours, Jeff Baldwin. Baldy helped him find his place in the lineup, but he just posted monster scores right through to the final heat, where he banked a 9.5 and a 7.5, a heat score total of 17 to get the jump on the local guy, who had also been on a high-scoring flare-up.
Yeah, they were difficult waves to ride, but you know, Jarvis was really manhandling these lefts, maturity and surfing. Now you can see there's not much torque in between the manoeuvres. He keeps it nice and quiet, but very explosive when he does dig in. And you know, just pinpoint timing. I love it. Watch that. Just rides out of that. It was a critical end floater, and there you go, the champ.
Yeah, that was really the highlight move, and he was buzzing. And he had a lot of teammates there from Australia to cheer him up the beach. But yeah, some of the cleanest conditions and best waves that we've had for the World Junior titles. California really turning it on with a good run of winter swells. As we see Jarvis up now, let's see if we can chip away at the requirement here. Goes vert on the first section. Second turn is solid. That's all he's going to juice out of this wave, though. Might be his best, I think. And yeah, he's going to bring that big requirement down a little bit.
Yeah, he's chipping away, and you know, it's intimidating. There's no doubt about it. When you're a youngster, a junior coming in against these seasoned competitors, you can't help but just sort of be overcome by the situation.
Here's Jackson Baker again, so he's trying to drop a 6.83. And he's just had that magic rhythm at the moment. It's really freed him up. Gets an applause from the crowd here at Surfers Point, watching on, and a big welcome to everyone that's down here joining us on this beautiful Friday. Thank you for hosting us once again and getting behind our athletes. Jackson's one guy that's spirit is going to be lifted by a big applause like that. Let's have a look at the replay. Rich, take us through it.
Oh, he's just picking these magic waves that are allowing him to get these big power hacks, really drawing into his trademark manoeuvres here.
Let's talk a little bit about just how far out the break is here at Margaret's, because it's big surfing that wins the big scores from the panel.
Yeah, absolutely, and we highlighted that on the opening day. We'll get back to the point. Here's live action.
Well, Ethan's looking for a 7.5 prior to Jackson's last ride. He's been doing a good job of hanging on for the finishes and working hard to get back out in front of the whitewater there, which he does. But he's just trying to improve on a 5.17, so might have just done it. And really, he's not too worried about Jackson Baker at the moment. The concern for him is Jarvis Earl.
Yeah, he's just making sure that second position is on lockdown. But back to your point about just how far the break is away from the actual judges' tower too. It's, you know, it's got to be what, a K and a half, maybe a K. You know, it's a long way out there. And we made the point. It makes big surfing look even bigger when it's way out to sea, and when they see a massive plume of spray like Jackson and Ethan are ascending off the top of the wave, it gets the judges excited. And well, look at this, just hanging on, using all that core strength.
Yeah, so the point being is that they're not watching it up on that close-up angle. Their first impressions is what helps them really kind of formulate and tabulate that score to find the average. So, you know, like Jackson Baker's surfing, for example, it's been big on the opening section. A lot of spray being moved, but he's also surfing with incredible speed and attacking that critical last section of these rides as well, which is how he's established this lead. And, you know, you think back to sort of what we saw in the last heat even, where Reef Hazelwood was kind of surfing on top of the bowl, and it was critical surfing. You know, if you're picking it apart on the close-up slow-mos, you'd say that it was a little mistimed, but he was still moving water, getting on top of those tricky, critical bowls, and it looked impressive from that judge's perspective.
Yeah.
Is it something the competitors go out thinking, you've got to surf big?
Absolutely, and that's some of the messages that we heard the coaches say when I was standing on the stairs. It was like, make the manoeuvres count, emphasise them, and make sure you're on the best waves. And that's exactly what Jackson's done. The judges obviously do have the replays they can tap into, but it's that first impression. It's those emotions that get stirred up. And when you watch Jackson's wave, you can't help but kind of grunt and moan and clap, because they're such good big turns. And he's picked the perfect waves, like you said, that have allowed him to attack that first section. Put the exclamation point right at the start of the wave.
Let's get an update on the surf conditions. Thanks to Oakberry. Kaipo, is your nose starting to twitch? Can you feel more energy out there? Have we got more waves coming our way?
I do feel the swell is coming in. It's hit the buoys, but Ron, it's going to come in, you know, not as a bowl. It's not charging in. This swell is trickling in. So it's still a little bit tricky. You saw that last exchange with Jackson Baker and Ethan Ewing with some size out here, but it's not going to be a bullish start to this swell, I feel. But we will see an increase in wave size throughout the afternoon. And again, the ending position right there on the shelf, going to get shallower and shallower as the day progresses.
The swell's coming into main break like Richie Lovett walked into the Surfers welcome dinner the other night. Just cruised in. You left in a hurry though, Rich.
Yeah, I had to get out of there, mate. It was time for bed. But as we watch Jackson Baker here, just building confidence with each wave again. Ethan goes for the little mild fade at the start of the wave just to get himself into the rhythm. Some fantastic turns here, hangs on, and again, this guy is the master of making the difficult look effortless.
Yeah, it's intoxicating watching him surf. You know, it's just poetry. It's smooth, but I sense that in his evolution, Ethan's, you know, found that, much like Griffin Colapinto, found that extra gear, found that new speed, which just adds a lot of spark to that smooth style. And yeah, you know, he's one of those guys that doesn't even really need to lean into it. His progression is taking that traditional approach and actually applying nitrous to it, and just, you know, absolutely putting the afterburners on through those front side calves and those big pocket gouges.
back to the point that you can't deny that style of surfing, and it will never go out of vogue. It's always going to be the thing that you can tap into to get through heats, and you know, Ethan and John, and we've seen guys like Geordie and all the great surfers of our past have always had that in their bag of tricks.
What a day. Have a look at that view as we take in that flight cam. Just a pristine conditions today, and a fantastic way for our surfers to warm toward a big performance here at stop number 5 with so much on the line. And this is a day that, you know, it's a very fair playing field for the competitors. We've got the cut looming. You know, no one's getting lost at sea today under 15-foot death bombs. It's very manageable, and they're able to really attack these sections.
Yeah, that was a fantastic look at the reef, and these guys are really situated on the peak here at Margaret River Main Break. But when those monster, you know, 15 to 20-foot swells come in, that dark line, that outer reef is where the waves actually break.
Jarvis up at the moment. Had a 5.9 on his previous wave, so he has managed to really close in on the front runners here. He needs a 7.53. Got some huge moves that he can go to, and just doesn't have a section ramping up there to take flight. But big backhand air reverses, monster alley-oops on the forehand. This is a kid with a big, bright future.
Oh, yeah.
And expecting a really spirited campaign on the Challenger Series. That was the massive bonus in winning the World Junior title. Even though he was well situated on the Australasia, Oceania QS ranks, he didn't even need those in the end.
No, you had a free ticket. Win the World Juniors and you're in.
I love those exemptions too. And yeah, I think, you know, I think we'll see the introduction of a few more of those with the Challenger Series over the next couple of years, as we see Jarvis on the replay here.
Yeah, better wave to open up with for Jarvis. Allowed him to really tap into that big first turn. You could see what he was thinking here. He was looking for that air section. Just didn't eventuate, but I did like the combo. And he'll be feeling good about this performance, I think, overall. Maybe a little disappointed that he hasn't been able to tap into a bigger score, but overall, the surfing's good. The surfing's been there. It's a learning experience for the kid, and no matter what happens in this heat, he's going to get another shot.
Well, you don't want to go out there and you know, just fade away in the heat. And the positive things is that he's had 6 rides, and his last 2 rides have been his best. So he's finding some more comfort towards the back end of this heat. Just 40 seconds to go here. Jackson Baker is going to be sweet, posting a couple of big numbers, getting himself a strong lead here. And Ethan Ewing not too far behind when you look at the numbers, but it has been dominated, this one, by Jackson.
Yeah, Jacko's just had a really switched on performance from the get-go. When he took that first wave, jacked it under the priority of the other 2 surfers, and then he just took that momentum, the rhythm of the sets. He was in perfect control, and you know, the surfing's been on point. Some of the best performances we've seen from him this year.
Yeah, he's got a powerful motor, Jackson Baker. We saw him put in some big rail turns there. He's also got a pretty good motor mouth. You saw him out there just chatting. He's just so talkative. Really does enjoy his time. Jarvis Earl will have to rebound in that elimination round. But Ethan Ewing, solid performance from him. And,
yeah, it was a great heat. Let's trot Jacko, and well, he'll move through to the next round.
We're going to take a quick break here. We've got last year's world champion Felipe Toledo coming up next, alongside Liam O'Brien and Jerem Forrest. We're going to bring Joe Tapel, Bugs, and I believe we've got a special guest looming in the booth too.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Bond U, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, exclusive category partner of the WSL Australia. And by Hydrolyte, official oral rehydration partner of the WSL Australia.
Good afternoon. What a great day for pro surfing. Welcome to the West once again. If you're just joining us, we've already got through a lot of great heats, starting heat number 5 of the opening round with the defending world champion Felipe Toledo hitting the lineup with Liam O'Brien and trials champ Jerem Forrest trying to mix up the title showdown here at stop number 5. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, of course, and right in the middle, our good friend and CEO of the World Surf League, Eric Logan. Elo, thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Good to see you. And welcome, Flick.
Thank
Doing
you.
a great job. How good is she?
Oh, she's fantastic.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I want to take a little credit for it. Last year, we're like, get her in full time.
Yes.
Awesome. It's been an absolute treat.
It's been a treat having you, Flick.
Oh, thanks guys.
You're welcome.
And pump up my tires.
I will pump up your tires.
Elo, first time to the West.
It's amazing.
First experiences?
It's unbelievable. I mean, look at the weather we have today. It's been unbelievable. And I think, you always hear the West is the best, and you're thinking it's some bumper sticker, but, obviously Flick will tell you. But it's indescribable. It's like, I think, Rabs talks about it. It's like it's raw, it's Jurassic. But it's lovely. The people are great. The food everywhere is amazing. I mean, literally everywhere. You can go to like a pub and be like, I want to have like this dish you'd have back home, which would be terrible. And it's some of the best like chicken skewers you've ever had in your life.
100%.
That's unbelievable.
It's amazing.
And that's before we get to the wine.
Exactly. You don't even have to try hard to find a great meal and a nice wine to try in this region, as we're seeing an inside section formulating for Jerem Forrest, this wild card that's been competing in the trials for an extremely long period of time. What a breakout moment for him, Felicity, to get to surf in the main event.
Yeah, I mean, I've been competing in the trials for a long time myself, as well as Jezza, and it is amazing to see him win. I remember when I heard the news, I was actually so excited for him. There's no one that deserves it more. He's had a lot of second place finishes, and I think he even believed he surfed off one time against Jack, and, this year to finally make it, he's a new dad, and he's probably running off zero sleep to go out there. You don't have jet ski assist in these trials. You're surfing heat after heat, and that was solid conditions in those trials. I mean, I'm just so happy to see him finally crack it, and yeah, he's got a lot of experience out here.
Such a cool experience being that kind of working man hero story. He's a roofing plumber and also spent some time surfing some world-class waves. This is his opener from the start, Flick.
Yeah, beautiful first turn off the top, and the wave kind of dies out here, but he's looking to stick with it because he definitely wants to finish this one off. That first turn was pretty nice, and it's getting really shallow. He just keeps milking it, and he does get a finish there. So started strong and finished strong, but a bit slow in the middle.
So many great stories with WA representation, especially for the backsiders. It's such a critical part of the season. The great mid-season cut we got to experience last year. So Jerome's a part of it here. Liam O'Brien and also Felipe Toledo hitting the lineup now. So many storylines getting involved in stop 5, and for the first time, we felt it last year, we're getting so much pressure and drama coming in at the halfway mark of the season, Elo.
Well, and I also think, Joe, when you sort of look at the year, we get asked the question, how's it sort of going? And I kind of look at our event here and I say, well, we have 2 people in yellow jerseys that fell off the tour last year. And to talk to the surfers who did go through the Challenger Series and sort of come back, they've got a different mindset. They're like, even talking to Matty McGillivray on the stairs the other day on practice day, Matty's like, I'm not putting myself in that situation again. And I think that's what you see right now when you look at the leaderboard and you look at some of these surfers and where they are. And I think it's elevated the level of surfing for every heat, because I think those folks who've been around the tour know this all the time. Like, every heat matters. Every heat matters. Now with the mid-season cut, the mid-season relegation, every heat matters more than ever, especially in the first 5 events.
So true. I was thinking back to a mid-season cut back 2010-ish when the tour went from top 45 on the men's side to top 34
that made a lot of people uncomfortable at the time, but now you couldn't imagine it any other way.
No way.
It's sort of with the growth of any sort of sport, being able to make those decisions to make it better.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we talk about the cuts so much, and there's been so much discussion about it. I remind people, like I was reminding our partners a few nights ago, it's like we've only done it actually one time.
But that's a powerful storyline right there.
Well, I know, and it's like we're about to do it for the second time, and it's, you know, and everybody, you know, has a point of view if it's good or bad, and I think, you know, our point of view is that it's certainly a positive for the sport. I think it's a positive for the fans. I think the output from how the surfers are approaching each heat in each location has been a positive, and I think from a league perspective, as we do with everything, we will get through the year, look at the entire year in totality, and then, you know, take a step back and figure out, okay, what do we need to do? We always adjust the sport. I mean, surfing, we've always adjusted it. We've always modified it. And I would tell our fans and everyone that that's exactly what we'll continue to do.
We'll dive into the story, the midseason cut right here, going to top 22 from top 34 from the back half of the season, kicking off of the Surf Ranch at the end of May. You can get your tickets now and join us there. It's called the Stoke Machine for a reason. Perfect waves on demand. And also you get to compete in the world title race and hopefully end up at Lower Trestles this September in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. A lot of emphasis on making this cut. So many things on the line. Increases your chances for Olympic qualification. And also you're guaranteed to be here back next year in 2024. So a lot on the line for these surfers like Liam O'Brien, who's actually sitting at the cut line, and he's hoping to make some heats to make sure that he can get into the Surf Ranch event that's coming at the end of May. Goat sighting.
Goat sighting, yep.
11-time world champ, 56 championship tour wins. In the middle of a conversation he was willing to
Kelly,
share
who are you
with us.
texting? I don't know who that was. It was interesting. Oh, he's holding it up there. Oh yeah, I mean this is basically what we do on the World Tour. It's a multi-million-dollar facility where we can just talk to our friends on site, you know, and talk to Kelly and text.
That's what we're here for. What a
But
good
look, I think just sort of back to sort of like the adjustments and everything. You know, I also use the Rip Curl WSL Finals this last year as a good example. You know, we went through it the first time. We didn't have a cut, as we know, and both #1 seeds with Gabe Medina and Carissa Moore won. And then, you know, we get to Lower Trestles, you know, this past year, and we watch the winners of the first matches, you know, run the table. Obviously, you know, Italo runs all the way up and faced a formidable competitor, clearly, with Felipe. And, you know, what Steph did was unprecedented. And I mean, Flick, I mean, as an athlete, to do that on a day had to be, like, mind-blowing for you.
Oh, incredible. Like, it's incredible to watch. And, you know, knowing that you just have to be consistent enough throughout the year to make that final five. And if you're there on the day, it's anyone's business, which is incredible to know.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the difference, Flick, which was that the first year we were doing it, I don't think the surfers or the fans believed, well, if I made #5, I really, really have a shot.
As we look at a solid one setting up, looks like Lobby from Burley Head, so you can see that hair flying beautifully down the line. There's the climb, but he disappears. Incomplete. Only number that we have above that is Forrest on the 3.0, and the defending world champ hanging on to priority. But like you said, yeah, just getting familiar with the format. Surfers didn't know what they really were entering in the first edition of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And from where we sat on that first one, we knew at some stage there was going to be the world title event where the #1 seed would go down. I wouldn't know it was going to happen so early in that second edition with Carissa Moore, but we'll be talking about that performance from Gilmore for a lifetime. What happened on this one, Flick, with Liam O'Brien?
Yeah, it looks like he sort of took off pretty deep on this wave, and the wave just ran off in front of him. He tried to do a foam climb, but kind of just fell off there. So, yeah, I think probably just positioning. He just probably positioned a little bit too deep for that wave.
Looking at Liam O'Brien, what he's trying to accomplish is surviving this cut to surf a lot of great events. What do we have to look forward to in the back end of the year, Elo?
Oh, it's going to be great. I mean, we've got a pretty hectic schedule for the surfers, you know, right after the cut. Obviously, we'll have the surfers that have to go to the Gold Coast for Snapper, which is absolutely firing right now, as everybody's pointed out. Then, obviously, Surf Ranch. And then there's a bit of a pause for our surfers who are trying to qualify for the Olympics for the ISA Games. And then we move right into El Salvador for us, and then we move to Brazil, and then off to J-Bay, and then, you know, we all go to the end of the road. And, you know, that one has such an elevated storyline for the first time ever. You know, we're going to be not only qualifying for the 3rd Rip Curl WSL Finals at the end of the road, but it's also going to be a deciding place for more Olympic qualifications as well.
So much to look forward to in the back end of the season, as we had a fired up Nova Castria take a big win. Jackson Baker on the glass with Stace.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Jackson, great performance there, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's good to get that one underway, especially with the last event before the Cup. But I'm just excited to be here. West is best, as they say, and I'm just stoked to be here and finally to get some good waves out there. It was a really fun size. It was really rippable. I was stoked just to get a few.
Heard you talking with Brent Power after the heat, mentioning you felt really connected to your board there. What are you riding, and what does it feel like to be that confident on your board?
Yeah, I got a 511 Channel On CI Pro. Brand new, actually. I just waxed it up this surf, and yeah, that's the confidence I have in CI. I did the same thing at Bells, and I just felt like it might have been a bit long for a bit small for a 6.0 out there, so stepped back to the 511, and yeah, it felt great underfoot.
You got a board going around the competitors at the moment, getting signatures from everyone. Everyone being very kind with their time. What's the cause for at the moment, mate?
Yeah, young girl from back in Newey, a good kind of group of friends of mine, messaged me and see if I could reach out to help out. She's got a really aggressive cancer. I think it's lymphoblastic. I can't say it, but yeah, young girl Emma Walsh from back in Newcastle, and just getting the board signed by all the CT competitors, one of my pink ones, and yeah, just to donate it. They're doing a big beneficiary night back in Newcastle, so hopefully donate it and make a big amount of money to help pay for some of the financial costs and help the family out going through a tough time. So shout out if they're watching, and yeah, stoked to be able to help out.
You're a good man, Jacko, and we wish you all the best, and you for the rest of the comp. Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Stace, and well done, Jackson Baker. On behalf of WSL, we send all the best of luck and love to that family going through this tough time. Jackson is one of those people that you talk to, and it makes you want to be a better human being. He's got that infectious energy, a massive heart, and he really makes a difference in this world, Felicity. I know he's one of your favorites to watch on tour.
Yeah, I absolutely love watching Jacko. I mean, he's, like you said, he's just got such a good heart, and you can just feel that. You feel it in that interview with Stace, and yeah, just even in the water, you know, he's just such an all-round good guy. He's everybody's mate. I love watching him and all the Australians on tour together. They really get behind each other and support each other, and yeah, it's amazing to see Jacko looking out for that family back at home, and yeah, using this platform for good.
Elo, you always tell me about moving with intention, with purpose, being thoughtful in your actions. I feel like Jackson is a product of that as well.
Well, not only that, but how he carries himself through it. I mean, you know, we've seen Jackson, you know, win heats and lose heats, and one of the things that I admire about him so much as a competitor is if you just watch a post heat, you can't tell if he won or lost. You know, and I think that to me is like one of the greatest compliments you can give somebody who's an athlete. You know, and he wants to win as bad as anybody does, but he's just so humble and so grateful for the opportunity. I think it's also part of the reason why he's so successful, you know, and I think he knows that there's surfers in the water that are more talented than him, but it's like, I don't know if there's a guy with a bigger heart that's out there in a jersey and more liked than Jackson Baker on tour.
That's
and by the way, great handlebars for mustache too. Just best.
Best mustache on tour.
Best mustache.
Last year I was like, hey, if you make the cut, are you going to shave that thing off? And you know what, he changed his mind, and I'm glad he did. It's kind of part of his whole program these days. We'll keep you posted on his run to survive the cut this year, as he's not feeling any pressure at the moment. 19 on the clock. Toledo is in the lineup, and that's always a special moment to really break down the form of the defending world champ, a man who's actually won at this venue in the past as well. He seemed a little bit uncomfortable at Bells, Felicity, with some of the numbers that he received in that heat with Jackson Baker. Sometimes I think he just drives that energy to thrive off more passion to compete at a high level. This is a nice little wave for Liam O'Brien. Not much of a section to work with, and we'll see him try to get a better set wave in a moment here. Liam's got a real cool style and hurt himself before his rookie debut at Pipeline. Earned his spot through the Challenger Series, and didn't have to worry about getting a wild card. Felicity, what'd you see here?
Yeah, smaller wave, and there'd been a lull for a long time, so I guess he just wants to keep the ball rolling, keep his feet in the wax. I mean, it's probably going to come through at a pretty small score, but he probably just wants to keep the rhythm going, I'd say. And this has been a bit of a slow heat, you know. We're yet to see Felipe catch a wave yet. But, yeah, I mean, Liam's already caught 3, just keeping that rhythm going, I think.
Great opportunity to catch up with our CEO, Eric Logan. And Elo, there's been so many great moments from my view since you've been running this amazing thing called pro surfing. What are some of your favorite moments, and what have you really learned about yourself and about this amazing championship tour?
Well, I think when we all look back as a team, how we all rally together to get pro surfing through the pandemic will be something that I think we could all look back and be proud about. I had an opportunity to, when I flew into Perth, to run out to Rottnest to, you know, I was so envious of you guys to get all the quokka photos, so I had to go grab a quokka photo.
Quokka selfie.
Quokka selfie. But I would say that, you know, seeing what the tour was able to do by coming together to do an event in Strickland Bay there was unbelievable, and the support of our partners. And I think that really was the springboard that sort of propelled us forward, you know, to come out of the pandemic, to have the year that we had. You know, we were able to execute the finals that year, which I think, you know, you look at the finals, I think we're in the beginning stages of something very special. We were able to bring the midseason cut to the fans. And I think, you know, on a personal level, what I enjoy seeing is the growth of the surfers, the growth of the company, the growth of all of our executives, of how they have really sort of leaned into this and really stay focused on the mission. And the mission really is to create the world's largest platform for professional surfing, and I think we're on our way for doing it. So we have a lot of work to do, still a lot more ahead of us, but those are the things that, you know, when I put my head down at night and, you know, I think about it, those are the ones I look back on.
Special moments with our CEO, Eric Logan, and we're going to be hanging on to him for the remainder of this heat. At the moment, things are relatively slow. Liam O'Brien with a little lead, 2.6 and a 0.8, waiting for the world champ to get started as the GOAT prepares for Joao Chianca, and local boy Jack Thomas coming up next.
Surfing, it's been my lifesaver since I started. Just love the feeling of being out there and being in connection with the ocean, with Mother Nature. One day you're stressed and you just get out there and you're just like, okay, this is what I needed today. And you come back to the house just like a lot lighter and happier. As a professional surfer, having a healthy lifestyle, it's really important. The 3 things that I've done to increase my mental health is exercises, having a professional with you, helping you out, and separating professional life to personal life. What we do as professionals, try to win events and being away from the family, it's super hard. The more prepared I am to do all of that, more successful I'm gonna be.
Healthway, such a great partner of this event, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and Felipe is so kind to give his time in so many different ways, and one of our favorite aspects, watching him tear apart main break. Here he goes, opening right of the matchup at the 13-minute mark. Toledo coming off a carve and getting a little bit creative with that wrap to slide, and he will float the end section. I love the adaptation to that section, kind of going full on him halfway through the turn and still recovered it. I love how he's incorporating a little bit more patient these days now as a world champion. Such an amazing surfer, and waves of 1 foot to all the way up to double overhead out here. But wants to be patient to find the bigger sections, and he'll get into the mix here with 12:30 on the clock. I think one of my favorite parts of Felipe Toledo, which was evident to watch in a series called Sound Waves on WorldSurfLeague.com, produced by Shannon Waller, was how open he was about mental health and what he's been through in his life competing on tour. From the outside, you could think, hey, he's got everything going for him in the world, all these prize winning moments, world title heats, and then he got to share his road with mental health, and he's been so giving and inspiring so many people. And it's great to have events with partnerships like Healthway that provide that avenue for Felipe to really be up close and personal and inspire people that might need him. Elo?
Well, and I think it's something that I'm so proud of all of our surfers. And, you know, what comes to mind was, you know, recently we saw a post from Brissa Hennessy on her social media that sort of exploded in our community about it. And she's, you know, talking about struggles that she has. And I just think that, you know, there's a stigma around it that it's not cool. And I think the more open and vulnerable you become, not only as a human, but certainly as a professional, it's actually empowering, you know. And I think for our young surfers, our young kids, I have young kids, I've got kids, it's a challenge, you know. And I think that, you know, people like Felipe, people like Brissa, you hear all of our surfers talk about mental health. Tatiana talks about it quite often as well. I think it's a beautiful thing, and the more we can destigmatize that as a culture and as a community, it's better for not only the ones who are in it, but also for all the children who are coming up too.
I love it, Elo. We're all in this together as we see Felipe Toledo get his first score on the board in this opening round heat. He turns in a 6.5 up again here, coming off the wrapping cutback. Nice climb off the bottom again, blowtail reverse. The king of variety in high performance conditions will now ride away. Felicity, it's sometimes just hard to even mind surf with the guy. He can create moments for himself just like that.
Yeah, you really don't know what's coming next. It's that unpredictability, which is why we love watching him so much. And here we have a replay of Liam straight into the lip on that first turn and absolutely releasing those fins into a carve, straight back up into the lip. And he's looking for a finish here, and he gets it. So kicking out right in front of that shallow reef here. But it was all about this first turn, just absolutely busting the fins through the lip and straight into another carve. It's really nice surfing here. We have another look at this turn. Just absolutely nailing that section. That was beautiful to watch. So much commitment on that first turn. So I think this is probably going to be a pretty good score.
Love this guy's style. Coming from Burley Heads, right-hand point breaks. He can change it up on demand. And Felicity, how about Felipe Toledo's last?
Yeah, I love this too. Like you said before, so much variety. I mean, a carve into a foam climb. And then I did not see that coming. You know, it's just so entertaining to watch, and just tags it on the inside here, just in front of that piece of reef. And here we go again. We got a replay. We've got Jezza out the back on his backhand. And it's 2 turns in there. He's a bit late on that foam climb. But one thing to note about Felipe is he sat for a long time before he caught those 2 waves. And to surf them the way he did with that much time, you know, gone through in the heat, that's incredible mindset right there, you know.
Yeah, I'd love that. It's cool to see all the 3 getting involved in that last exchange for Toledo, backing up the 6.5. So he's changed gears from sitting, and now he's producing some numbers. Jerem Forrest, remember, he had some QS experience in his history, about 4 years on the qualifying series before taking on this rad free surfer approach, often working hard on top of roofs in this region in Margaret River, but his boss is a surfer as well, so they'll actually look at the forecast and then plan their schedule out accordingly.
A lot of tradesmen down here do that. It's hard to get trades to work on your house when the surf's good. If you look out the window and you see that it's offshore winds and 2 meters as well, forget about the trades coming to do work on your house.
8 minutes on the clock. Kaipo Guerrero in the water enjoying this beautiful day, but has a question for you, Elo.
Yeah, Elo, I got a question for you. We Are One Ocean. We did a name change now to WSL One Ocean. And I just want you to comment on that and that mission, because I'm really proud of the work that we do, you know, leaving places better than we found it on the tour.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. It's something that I'm so proud of that the entire team has been working on. You know, One Ocean, I think when we were talking about We Are One Ocean, it was, yeah, We Are One Ocean, but I think it really just sharpened the focus of the mission even further. It is about one ocean, and you know, everything's connected to the ocean. And one of the things I love talking about is I was born and raised in Oklahoma, and I was speaking, Felicity, to our partners, and you're at the Partner Summit, and you know, all the Aussies were like, what's Oklahoma? I go, well, you know, when you fly from Sydney to Perth. Who's this, Joey? Who's this?
This is Jerome going left. There's the snap, and he gets hung up.
Like an old school left there. But I said, you know, when you fly over the middle part of Australia and you see nobody there, that's what Oklahoma is, right? But you know, check this one out here with Liam real quick.
Liam O'Brien, remember, had the 7 on his previous wave. Quick whip there to get out in front to some clear water. Now coming down with the oncoming section. Good timing for Lobby. And he's looking to ride out clean. Whitewater doesn't want him to. Incomplete.
No, should get rid of his 2.6 though. But I think, you know, look back to Kaipo's point. It's like, you know, every breath you take, you know, every other one you have comes from the ocean. So a kid from Oklahoma or in the middle of the outback, everyone's connected. And I think that the work that Kaipo helps lead and that the company does, where we do reef restorations or we do wetland integrations, and every stop we do, and even if we're not at a tour stop, we still do a lot of these activations for We Are One Ocean, certainly is a powerful message for us as a company.
Love that. Liam O'Brien on this one, Felicity.
Yeah, that board is looking so good under his feet. He's looking fast. I mean, he didn't quite ride out in front of this piece of foam, but you know, not often that you blame nature or the wave, but that one was a bit hard to ride out of. I really like the way that board's looking. It's looking super spicy. He's looking really fast. And here we see the guy. Here we go. It's Kelly Slater. He's getting ready for his heat. And love to see all that support from the fans here in Margaret River.
He's so, I mean, listen, I've been around a lot of different personalities and people, as we know. And, you know, I was at dinner last night. Kelly just rolled up at dinner, and I was like, oh, he's just going to get mauled by, and he did, you know. And Kelly signed and talked to every single person that was there. I mean, it's just, you know, we're so blessed to have him in the sport.
Jerem Forrest moving quickly on the back end, setting up another turn on the end section. His family also one of the several that were very happy to see Kelly show up. Jerem got a photo with Kelly with his son Kai. Oh, wow. Said Kai got to meet Kelly there just in the parking lot checking the conditions. You know, Kelly just crosses so many generations. They all look at it as an opportunity, the chicken skin moment, to be able to compete with him as he's 51. Big front side hook from Toledo. Great start. Big float off the roof. Air drops in the flats. Catches up to a nice vertical climb, and ooh, that calm look up toward the panel. You love the passion and the fire from the defending world champ. Looking for a 5.51 to get the lead off Liam. I think he's done that, Felicity.
Yeah, I really do. That was just a nice, well put together wave, and he's been really patient in this heat, and he hasn't really made many mistakes. I mean, all the waves he's got, here we go, we're seeing a replay of this wave.
How good does this board look?
Oh, this board looks great. Super nice first turn, straight up into the lip there, and he even squeaks out a third little turn here on that inside section. So you can see by his body language, he's happy with this one. And yeah, I mean, this first carve, I mean, just look at the power and look how much he's burying that rail there. It's just so much technique, and just straight up into this next section here. And he can probably see that he needs to change up the variety too. So going for more of a lip line floater there, and This turn here is so impressive. It's so underrated. It's a really hard turn to do, that last foam climb there. And look, you can just see that body language. He is absolutely stoked.
Joe, we need to talk about the no claim claims. The amount of, I mean, we have not spent enough time this year as a league talking about the claims.
Totally fair.
I think that needs to be a new priority, because we need to start ranking the no-name claims or the no-claim claims, and
they're real. I mean,
they're real.
So first of all, that is a total claim. When your arms are by your side and you're just, posture solid, you're only looking one way. That's upstairs where the judges are sitting.
Yeah.
I love the fire out of Toledo right now. There's a wrap from Liam O'Brien. Opportunity is right in front of him. Crushes that section. The man from Burley looking to shut it down and drills it. Beautiful surfing from Liam O'Brien, who's sitting right on the cut. He's in a must-win situation, chasing an 8.01. He might just get his lead back.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty close. They're probably going to be looking at Philippe's last wave, that 8.50. Yeah, Liam only needs the 8, and that wave was so well surfed. I mean, there was just not one bit of water out of place. It was just all perfectly timed, and here we go. We're seeing a replay now. Just beautiful into the lip on that first turn, and this has been my favorite turn, this one here. Kind of like grinded across the top of the lip and just finishing it off so smoothly. It's beautiful. And yeah, another look at that first turn and straight up into, this is the money turn right there. Absolutely beautiful to watch.
Let's see, I'm enjoying that water angle. How's the curve of the wave from where you take off compared to where you end up finishing?
Yeah, it gets a lot steeper on that inside section, that's for sure. I mean, and you can tell just by the turns he's choosing to do. I mean, this section of the wave is a lot more bowly, which means it's standing up so much more, which allows him to release the fins. And yeah, this last section here, you'll see that he releases those fins again, once again. Just, that was beautiful surfing, and reflected in the score, a 9.07.
This man came to play. What a turnaround for Liam O'Brien. One of the best waves we've seen from him all season. Remember, missed out on his rookie season last year, so still just getting his experience and his reps up. He did get to compete as a wild card at Wajima or Rottnest Island last year, and he turned in a semi-final finish. So he's got that real cool, calm demeanor and that belief that he can go all the way. And when you get a 9.07 against the defending world champ, that's huge. Crucial lead change now with 45 seconds to go. And didn't see much of a claim there, just to continue that conversation. Just felt loose, right? Picked out.
He knew he had it.
Yeah,
he knew
let the surfing do the talking.
Let the surfing do the talking. But I will say, from a fan perspective, the claims are a thing.
Joao Chianca and Samuel Pupo actually prepare claims.
They do.
They have meetings before events.
Please elaborate.
And by the way, he's coming up against the GOAT in the next heat, so I definitely want to hear more about the claims. So
that's going to be huge. 15 seconds on the clock. Liam O'Brien turning this heat. Remember, Toledo with second will advance to the round of 32, and Jerem Forrest will have another shot in the elimination round. Eric Logan, thank you so much for your time.
See you around.
Let's do this more often.
Flick, you're doing great.
Thanks, Eric.
We're stoked to have you. Stoked to have you. I'm going to make way to the greatest CEO in the history of professional surfing. Rabbit Wayne Bartholomew's coming to take over now.
Wow, CEO to CEO.
There you go.
Got a lot of stories to tell. I think Bugs might be my favorite storyteller in the sport of surfing.
Mine too.
As we prepare for another big heat, Joao Chianca, Kelly Slater, and Jack Thomas coming up next. Ela, where are you going to watch this one?
I'm going to go right down to the stairs.
Whoa.
Right in the thick of it with all the crowd.
It's such a great opportunity. Remember, we don't know what the GOAT will do. He needs to make some heats to survive this midseason cut. Great opportunity to watch the greatest of all time. We're going to take a quick break. Back for more action right after this.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Hope you've been enjoying Make or Break Season 2, which features a special episode featuring this man, Kelly Slater, in motion on his opening ride here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Kelly Slater, 51 years of age, 11 world titles, 56 championship tour wins. And that opening episode, talking about that 56th win, they've got unprecedented access to Kelly in his home before, leading up to that victory, which he calls the greatest of his career. Kelly taking on Joao Chianca, who is leading the tour at the moment, and also a wild card for the second consecutive season out of the trials. Jack Thomas got the call up this year after the announcement of Jack Robinson's withdrawal. And let's get going. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew here for the call. Chianca getting started quickly here, Bucks.
Yeah, well, this is an opening salvo, really.
Chianca in the yellow jersey for the first time, actually doing a serious rock dance. What did he accomplish on the open face, Flick?
Yeah, look, it was a nice opening wave. I mean, this last turn, look at how much ferocity he hit that with. I mean, and coming out in front of that section, it's a hard thing to do. We've spoken about it before, but it's a hard section to hit. And look, just landing on dry reef, literally running on dry reef.
So radical, that end section, and look at the paddle battle to try to get this wave. Kelly did well to get in position, Bugs.
Yeah, he sure did. He used all his many decades of experience to. He wanted to get going early in this one. That's very clear on his intention, and puts together a pretty decent ride, Joe.
Not a bad way to kick things off for the go. 7.6 on his opener, so controlling that first exchange. Beating Chianca there by almost a point. 6.67 for Joao's start. And now Jack Thomas holds priority. Kelly Slater, so many stories there. Bugs, do you remember the first time you met the greatest of all time before he had that tagline next to his name?
Oh, well, when he was a young, a really young kid, he'd come over and surf on the North Shore. And he basically went straight to backdoor and just spent hours and hours and hours and hours at backdoor. It was really only around the time, backdoor was really ruled by, Johnny Boy Gomes and Dane Killoa, Michael Hope, Tony Moniz, Perry Dane. It was a classic crew. And Kelly was out there, this kid amongst them all, and, you could tell he was a great barrel rider straight away.
In his book, Pipe Dreams, that he wrote with Jason Board, he talked about how he had to really build his confidence in bigger surf. Vertical snap to start from Jack Thomas. Hitting it a bit harder on the second effort. You can feel he's just shaking off some nerves as he got that one going. The great news is he has a bit of experience from what he accomplished last year. Aggressive off the top from Chianca, and he will shut this one down. So Chianca, representing Saquarema, will put himself into the number 2 spot in the world after the win at Super Tubos in Peniche, Portugal. It was so validating for him, and he was so thrilled to show up at Bells and Margaret River this year with a completely different feeling from probably the saddest moments of his young career last season into now enjoying it, as I think he's still trying to get his head around that he's actually leading the tour, especially over his peers on the Brazilian Storm that he really looks up to.
Yeah, it must be a strange feeling. And we heard Isabella Nichols talk about it yesterday. She had, the best day of her life here last year, and yesterday was one of the worst. And, it's the opposite for Joao. And, I mean, so incredible to see him, obviously he didn't make the cut and then come back, and to be sitting in that leader's jersey, it's incredible. And, yeah, probably a strange feeling for him being so young as well. But he's doing it. He's doing it really well. And I'm loving already what he's putting together in this heat. I mean, he came straight out of the gates with that 6.67, and he's looking confident.
It's such a good point. He's one of the youngest on tour. I think Callum Robson might be the youngest 22-year-old.
Joao's an older 22, but he's right in that generation as he gets a score in from his last, a 4.17. Chianca's in first, but the best single score, Kelly's 7.6. Jack Thomas, a 5.5. It's actually his best score on the championship tour, doing better than he did last season when he went down to the elimination round. So back-to-back years where Jack's been able to surf with Kelly Slater. I don't know if he ever dreamed he'd get that opportunity in his career, Bugs.
Well, especially this time round. I mean, this is one of those ones. It's you know, I'm sure he had mixed feelings about taking, you know, Jack Robinson's place. You know, Jack's numero uno, and certainly the greatest hope Australia's got, apart from Ethan Ewing, of getting a world title in the men's, and such the pride of WA flag.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kelly Slater setting up an aggressive open face gouge. Late to the next section, so he's down. But I think power surfing, something that you got to talk about with Kelly Slater. I love how he just compressed on the open face. Chianca in motion, wearing yellow for the first time. Lay back blow tail, and looks like he's got control. Takes the step down, and he gets out of there.
Yeah, right in front of that really shallow section again, but I love that wave. I just feel like he's surfing with so much confidence, even though this is his first time wearing that jersey, and sometimes that can come with a lot of pressure, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him.
Look, he looks like he's just walking down the main street of Margaret River.
So casual. Yeah, we'll be right.
Smart move there, keeping your fins free so they don't get popped out. That happens a lot.
See that sneaky little maneuver?
Smooth.
Yeah, straight onto the ski.
They
Love
practice for that, right? Great move there for world number 1, Joao Chianca, as we see the Goofy Foot local boy, actually from down at Yelling Up, going down a beautiful backside turn, getting a little off balance.
Yeah, and Joe, I mean, just getting back to that point, I mean, even though I said he had mixed feelings, it is an incredibly special opportunity. It's one he'll remember all his life, having 2 heats with the greatest of all time and holding his own.
Exactly. What did you see from Kelly on this one, Flick?
Yeah, beautiful first turn. Absolutely laying into that first section here. He's looking on fire to me. It's unfortunate that he came unstuck here just a little bit late on that last turn, but you know, that 7.6, he was looking so on fire, so love to see it. And here we have Joao's wave, nice carve, and then setting up for this inside section and absolutely sending it.
I didn't expect that turn on the end section, Bugs.
Right in front of Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly has a duck dive, the spray there, and it's just so flexible. The recovery, just no problem whatsoever. Look at how many bounces he's got to negotiate.
Yeah, my knees are not liking the look of that.
that was real moguls.
It certainly was, but ending up riding away is Chianca. So 3 waves already in a short period of time for world number 1. Just trying to stay present. I asked him the other day, you know, what would a successful year look like for you if we already were in December of 2023? He's like, don't make me answer that. I'm loving where I'm at right now. So he's just being super present, enjoying his time. A complete turnaround for Joao from last season where his surfing was celebrated, but just not the results. I mean, and a big reason for that was 2 big run-ins with John Florence, one at Pipe, one at Bells, and getting at that draw so early really affected him getting sent back to the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I mean, and John is one of the best to do it. And, you know, he is a world champion, and when you're coming up against the world champs, you've really got to convincingly beat them, and they're hard heats to win, you know.
Well, I actually think that's where he began to draw his strength from, because they were 2 of the best heats of the year. In a losing performance, he absolutely came of age and showed his intention that he felt he belonged. He went back and he came through the Challenger Series. You know, he didn't like cut through it like butter, but he was solid. He wasn't as solid as Leo. You know, Leo really, you know, dominated it. But here he is. This man has just gone to the top.
He certainly has. Last score in for Kelly, 4.77. And then waiting for last of Chianca to update the situation, but he's leading that final 5 conversation. Chianca wanting to compete at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. If it all ended right now, he'd be the #1 seed. Remember, Jackson second. We'll see how his spot's affected since he had to withdraw with that meniscus injury he suffered at Bells. Toledo sitting at third, the defending world champion. Ethan Ewing up to fourth after that Bell's victory, and Griffin Colapinto, who won his heat this morning, is hanging on to number 5. And we keep trying to predict, okay, what's the best position to be in? Do you want to be in yellow? And it seemed obvious to maybe have that spot until last year when we saw the momentum Gilmore had coming from that first match, where she was feeling the conditions, getting a lot of wins, and you know, Carissa really didn't even get warmed up.
No, that's true. I mean, gosh.
So where would you want to be,
you can come all the way through, and I mean, I personally think number 2 spot's the best. That's what I personally would like to end up. It's one where you're there, but you don't have the pressure of being the number 1.
And the conditions may not be a surprise because you've already got some momentum there.
And you get a warm-up match.
Let's now hear from Liam O'Brien with Stace.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Liam, talk us through that 907 scintillating surfing.
Thanks, Stace. It was just a really nice wave. I was having a bit of a struggle at the start there, but yeah, sort of built into it, and that wave just sort of held its energy right the way through the reef. A lot of waves out here sort of die off on the second section, so I was a bit surprised when I came out of the first, and I was like, oh, there's another good section here, and then there's another one again. So I was fortunate in that respect, and yeah, it's just a really nice, rippable wave.
Talk us through the second turn. Money.
Oh, thank you. Just got my timing right for once. Yeah, it felt nice. Just kind of got up there, and yeah, it's pretty much all just the timing, really. I don't even know. It wasn't too much my intention. I just went up to the lip, and then it actually felt nice for a change.
Looked good too. You've been ragdolling out the box for the last couple of years. You finally got one under your belt the other day. What does that do for your confidence leading into this event for the week?
Yeah, I don't know. Just getting a good barrel always makes you feel pretty good. So I was lucky to get one out the box, and then got put back in my place the next day and got flogged on the reef. So I had a few days out before this. So nice to be back in the water and surfing again.
I'm sure everyone up at Burley's tuning in. Do you want to sing out back home?
Yeah, thanks to everyone that's watching back home. Thanks for all the support. All the messages and everything means a lot. And yeah, try and keep it rolling.
Well done, Liam. We'll see you later in the week, most likely tomorrow.
Cheers, Stace.
Good man, Stace. Well done, Liam. There's a few of our competitors that got some battle scars on their back from that slab across the bay called the box. I saw Griffin get out of the water yesterday. He actually had a free surf and bounced off that tabletop shelf right out front. And as he was removing his wetsuit, he just had scars all over his back. He's like, oh, those aren't from main break. That's from the box yesterday. These guys are not afraid of getting tossed around. Liam was happy to have a couple of days off, and he was in scintillating form.
Oh, it was incredible to watch. Like, he said it already, and we said it too, but his timing was impeccable, and that's what really, gave him that 9-point ride. I mean, he surfed that wave as perfect, almost as perfect as you could, and beautiful to watch.
Really cool representation of Burley heads there for Liam. Rivalries to talk about in that region, Bugs, with the point breaks that you have on the Gold Coast?
Yeah, I mean, the Burley boys, there's always great rivalries there. I mean, Liam's definitely the leader of the new generation. There's just it's always on a Burley. I mean, there's so many great surfers that have come from there. Matty Jobs is another young kid who has been surfing in the regional qualifying series. He's on his day, Matty's a phenomenal surfer too.
A lot of great talent there. Liam O'Brien, we're keeping a close eye on his situation on the live rankings. Remember, he basically is right on the cut, that last spot. However, he's tied at the moment in that 21st position. There's a lot of stories to talk about in tie breaks. It first off just goes to your best placing in a CT event this year. To break ties, we'll keep you posted as this one continues. So Lobby still with some work to do into the round of 32. Kelly leads 7.6 and a 4.77. And you got to remember, I mean, Kelly's last world title, 2011. That's when he got his 11th world title. This event was not on the calendar through all those years of his world titles. It got the championship tour upgrade in 2014. So this is an event that Kelly still wants to win, Felicity.
Yeah, I'm sure it's on the list. And he has been pretty consistent out here though in the past, and he's had a 10-point ride out here. So we know that he surfs this wave well. He has the potential to do it. He is the GOAT. So you know, and he looks like he's in great form. That first wave that we saw from him, that 7.6, was beautiful.
Here comes Jack Thomas from Yowling Up. Throws that quick whip off the whitewater. Pretty gutless on the open face, so not a great wave to choose against these two guys. World number 1 and the most successful surfer of all time. What a crazy feeling he must be having just looking over at Kelly. And people talk about how Kelly can intimidate you without even trying, just by his aura and presence that he has.
Well, even on that wave there, Kelly was kind of motioning on the shoulder, going, well, if you don't take it, I will. And I don't think Kelly would have taken that one. It just didn't have any substance to it. There was no wall. It was just a peak, and it, you know, it frittered out pretty quickly. But look, Kelly is ranked 26 right there. You know, he's actually got to get past the round of 32 to actually get any points, because he's had a bunch of 17ths this year. You know, very uncharacteristically. So he needs to, you know, very quite obviously he needs a result. He needs to get to that round of 16. And see, he's just sort of moseying onto the shoulder there.
And just quietly gets out of the way. That was very close. Jack Thomas still got up to the lip, got one maneuver, and then had to kick out. That's a close game, especially if you have a higher priority. If you get in the way or if there's physical contact, you'll see the priority rotation affected.
Well, we've also saw that situation at Bells last year with Geordie Smith, where he actually, you know, it was 50-50. Did you know who got in the way? You know, and I mean, now Jack could have been super aggressive there and just sort of gone over top, claimed it. But would he do that against the greatest of all times? I don't think so. Because he's just here to have a bit of fun, obviously, Flick.
Yeah, and I think this is a great opportunity for him. And you know what's even greater is to surf main break with only 2 other people out, because that is a rare occurrence here. I mean, this is a really crowded wave on its day, and today there'd be a lot of crew out there, so I'm sure he's just reveling in the fact that 1, he's surfing out there with not many crew, and 2, he's doing with one of the greatest of all time and current, you know, world number 1.
I always think about different regions and the advantages of having useful waves for the championship tour in their backyard. So Groms grow up competing in Southern California at lowers. How valuable is that? Then once, if they ever make it to the championship tour, how important that would be. Even kids close to Huntington Beach, where the U.S. Open is held. What about main break for local Groms? How often are they putting on a jersey at this wave?
Yeah. I mean, this main break's one of the waves that, I mean, every wave, but main break especially, you need a lot of experience out here to know what's going on, because it can hold swell from all different sizes, from 2 foot to 20 foot, you know, and a range of different takeoffs, lineups, and depending on how big it is, you're sitting in different spots. Like, it's invaluable, and they've been having state rounds out here now for a long time. You know, we've seen the Aussie titles come to main break, and you know, and they have Surfing Western Australia put on high performance camps here in in WA in the southwest, and it's just about getting the reps on the board so that, you know, when you get the moments like what Jacob does, I mean, you know, you get to put your money where your mouth is.
So, Flick, I mean, say with Jack, I mean, Jack lives, you know, that little stretch of coast where he lives is so rich in waves. There's so many good quality waves. I mean, how often would he come and surf main break?
Well, this is the thing, and we often joke about this, that, you know, one end of the Cape and the other, and if you're living up in Yelling Up, or if you live down in Margaret River, if you're travelling up to Yelling Up, you got to get your passport out and you got to get it stamped, because not many people cross that little border of Gracetown. You all like to stay in your own little region, so I'd actually be surprised maybe at how much time Jack's put in out here. I know he's done contests here over the years, but you really do stay true to your zone, and I mean, he's got a wave-rich area up there as well, but yeah, I mean, I'm a Margaret River girl, and you know, very rarely do I make it up to Yelling Up.
I love it. I love the breakdown, all the secrets here up and down the coast in West Oz with Felicity Palmatier. Kelly at the moment out in front. World number 1 in second, and wild card Jack Thomas trying to compete with the GOAT. Time for a Bonsoy brew break.
Margaret River is a beautiful part of the world. It really feels like you're out amongst it when you're here. The wineries are great, the food's really good. I like to golf. Beaches are amazing. Each year before I get here, I welcome that challenge. I started out kind of slow in this event. It feels to me like I'm building a little bit, and you just have to pick it better than the other person you're surfing against. And the coastline's amazing. There's so many headlands here. It would be a great place to have a helicopter. You could just go check all the spots each day. You could go for some hikes and get some of those beaches. Margaret River sticks out and captures a lot of swell, and there's a whole variety of different ways to surf, from big waves to small waves. There's some great waves, mostly reef breaks, but a few beach breaks as well. Pretty much any wind condition, you'll find something that you can ride. Here you feel like you have some space to breathe. Just a beautiful place to be, and we look forward to coming back here every year.
So great to hear from Kelly Slater on his experiences coming to this beautiful part of the world known as Western Australia. What a great state. So many different waves to surf on this expanded coastline. Rugged, raw, and absolutely beautiful. There's some ancient caves you can also check out in the region. Over 150 limestone caves in this Margaret River region and Lewin Naturalist Ridge. You can check out all those in-between surfs. The caves that these guys are looking for are sometimes just made out of liquid in the water here. I remember a 10 that Kelly got at Main Break. A crazy barrel ride that looked like somewhere in Indonesia. As he's setting up that amazing power gouge again, Kelly is able to combo it up this time. Now left searching, but a dramatic roundhouse cutback, which was very useful. Almost missed that flat shelf. He'll lose connection on the last turn, but Chianca's looking to match him now. Covering a lot of water on that bottom turn and then drilling it off the top. He's running out of wave. And he'll just push his point towards the end section and misses that dry reef. So great execution for Joao. That leaves Jack Thomas all alone. Caught inside on this set and finally seeing some signs of the swell really building now.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I mean, to know that you're caught inside out there, it really does seem like that swell might starting to be filling in, which is a good sign. I mean, it's exciting. Hopefully we just see a little bit more of it as the afternoon progresses. But I love that wave of Kelly's. I mean, this wave right here, his wave selection's on point. I mean, look at how bowly that wave is. It's just perfectly timed first turn, straight up into the lip for the second one. And looked like he was a little bit unsure what to do here. Went into a roundhouse, and the way that he attacked that rebound was just so good to watch. Unfortunately, he didn't ride out in front of it, but that first layback in the pocket was so good. Straight up into the lip. And bringing it back around. This is the turn, though. This layback hack in the lip. Beautiful to watch, displacing so much water there. And straight up into this second section. Absolute mastery. Releases the fins there a little bit too.
So great to see that combination. And then the reaction of Chianca here, Bucks.
Yeah, this is a great exchange between these two surfers, and it shows their contrasting styles. Full attack mode by Chianca. And not the most spectacular finish there, but he got his work, just like Kelly got his work done on the outside. Be interesting to see the scores, but they're both going to, I believe, improve their position. But this is just such a vertical attack. This is what this guy's known for. You know, I know the Aussies really love this guy surfing, Joe.
Yeah, he is really talented, and he's such a popular surfer, very well accepted after his rookie debut at Pipeline. Popular in the media. Everyone's always rooting for him. This guy absolutely is committed to doing radical surfing. And I like how comfortable he looks sitting world #1. Also, Jack Thomas getting this way, Felicity.
Yeah, nice first turn off the top there, straight up into the second one. But you could see with his wave choice there was, you know, there was a lot of whitewash in that wave, which means obviously it was like the last wave of the set. And, you know, it didn't really give him the same sort of opportunity as what those first two waves were.
Well, he got that first wave. Remember before that set, he got that early wave and just kind of flicked out. He's been kind of out of sorts with the sets.
Yeah.
As we have a few important numbers to lock in, we had a great back-to-back with Kelly, then Joao. Kaipo, what'd you see from the water?
Yeah, it was a great exchange. Those hit the reef perfectly as well. So Kelly with a more rounded approach, a classic approach. Joao with his electric, short radius, snappy approach. It was a nice contrast between the two surfers. The swell, now we're feeling it. We're feeling a little bit more swell coming in right now, Joe. But that was a great exchange. And another point is that Kelly's come into this heat very serious. There was not a lot of chit-chat. There wasn't a lot of smiling for Kelly. He really got, busy with a lot of the paddles, in this three-man heat, just being in the space of the other surfers as well. So Slater taking this very, very seriously.
Good man, Kaipo, loving the read from the ocean. As we saw what Kaipo saw there, the vertical surfing that he identified compared to the big wraps and power surfing at Kelly Slater. And I think the judge is leaning towards the vert surfing at Chianca. 7.17 over Kelly's 6.57 on the last exchange.
Yeah, look, it really was something special. And the other thing that I'm picking up anyway is that Kelly's changed his equipment. That board definitely looks wider. It looks like it's a bit more width forward in the board that he was surfing down at Bell's. And it just looks really good under his feet.
You can see how inspired he is when he's in good waves as well. He talks about that all the time, after a tough loss. And, he's a man that's always been just pushed to find perfect waves around the world, and even had him leave the tour for a couple of years and then came back with new rivalries. And thanks to Bugs, he created a dream tour that had world-class waves. A pure surfer at heart that's got every record in the book. And right now, sitting in the lead, Chianca second with priority. Jack Thomas is still in the mix. He needs a 7.02, and his 6.83 that he got is his best score he's had on the championship tour, including what he did last year.
Yeah, and so Flick, I mean, what we saw on the map was the intervals seemed to get, it went from a 12-second interval to like a 15-second interval. So is that what we're seeing here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what I saw this morning. I saw, yesterday was like a 13-second interval. Today it was picking up throughout the day to that 15-second interval. And, that also means a lot more power in the surf too. So maybe the surfers might have to think about adjusting to that as well. And you can see they've already been caught inside a couple of times too. So it's going to start breaking further out on the reef. And as the swell gets bigger, there's a few different lineups and a few different bubbles on the reef that you've got to start taking notice of, because that's what you're going to be using as your lineups. It's hard to use lineups on the beach because they're forever changing. But here we go. We're looking at a bit of a paddle, but it's Joao.
He has priorities, so he was like, you know what, I'll use it. Lay back incomplete. He throws it away. Priority to Kelly.
Well, no crumbs to the grommy.
That's right. Sometimes that's what inspires you the most. Just make sure the grom's not getting any. Medina said, hey, don't miss a thing. They are glued to this one. When Gabe won his first world title, he wanted to be aware of Kelly's records. Loved studying the sport. Kelly won his title at 20. Medina won his first title at 20 as well. Here comes the windup off the bottom. There's a radical vertical foam climb. Pushing hard off the bottom. Sneaks in a wrap and then messy end section, but still able to ride out. Kelly looks inspired in his heat this afternoon.
He really does look inspired. And just going back to that first world title, I mean, really, absolutely nobody's ever done what he did, because at 20 years of age, he came out to Australia in January, won the Terry Fitzgerald used to have the hot buttered Pro Junior at North Narrabeen. Kelly was a celebrated junior surfer. He'd done well on the Bud Tour, he'd won a few events at Trestles, but he won that Pro Junior, and everyone in Australia really saw him at the first, and by the end of the year, he was crowned world champion.
Unbelievable. That's how this guy got started. What about that first turn, Flick?
Yeah, I don't even know if I've seen something like that. I mean, that's what Kelly does. I mean, it was pretty crazy how he pushed the board so hard up into the lip there like that. I mean, unfortunate with that end section there. It looked a bit gurgly. It looked like the reef was bubbling up. But we're seeing a replay of this first turn. Now, look how low he is in that bottom turn. Like, that board is seriously on rail there. And that's past 12. What is that?
That's 1:30.
That's 1:30. Thank you.
What time is
What time is that?
Holy smokes, that was radical.
That was 1:30.
I don't know if he could have pushed any harder off the bottom, but ability to recover into a climb, that was brilliant.
I know. I mean, he goes up into another carve here, and beautiful looking wrap. It's just, unfortunately, this end section just got a little bit gurgly. The reef bottomed out in front of him and, yeah, made this end section tricky to get the finish on properly. Look at that reef boil there.
Well, that ride, that's made the highlight reel. That one move was just Kelly Slater at his sensational best.
Okay, maybe it didn't change his score, but that's one of my favorite 5.27s all year, just from that creativity and seeing how talented he is at 51 years of age. No signs of hanging it up. And how many times has he been asked about how's he moving on? When is he going to retire? Sometimes I would get nervous when he was getting approached to that again, that he might actually leave again. And I think more recently it's been about, hey, if I'm falling off tour, someone's got to take my spot from me.
Oh, there were so many head games in the, what about, like, there was one year at Bells and he said, oh, he'd announced, I don't know if I'm going this year. I'm not sure. I remember Mick Fanning going, he'll be here.
Well, that's true too, right? Because sometimes there'd be a swell in Fiji and a contest was about to get started. You weren't sure if he was going to make it in time for his opening round heat. And then he'd show up in the dark, sometimes in the second round, and continue.
Well, he did at this event, like he did it at the Classic Kelly. I mean, we saw him surfing a barrel at Snapper 2 days ago, and it was going, okay, he's not here, he's, and here he is. And he's done that so many times. You'll hear, everyone will be focused on the event. There'll be the press conference, and then there'll footage of Kelly surfing some misto reef on the south coast of New South Wales, dominating.
Exactly. Sometimes you're like, okay, maybe it's his sense of humor, or he's just following, his path. As we look at Jack Thomas coming out of the trials, throwing some water off that backhand hook.
Yeah, Jack. I mean, Flick, I mean, if he got the right wave, he's got some big backhand moves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw it off that 2-turn wave. He ended up getting a 6.83. So, I mean, if he had maybe the same waves as what Zhao or Kelly did, I mean, it would have been, he would have been scoring a lot higher than his 6.83.
Well, I mean, a 12.33, before that wave is a respectable score. There might have been a couple of heats today where he might have, got into second place with that.
Run out of time in this heat, but what a show it was. Jack Thomas is waiting for his final number on this wave, as he had a great opportunity to be with the GOAT and also world number 1. What'd you see here, Bucks?
Oh, look, he's just got that deep bottom turn, that WA power. I mean, he's hardly a Grom. He's got the power of a grown man. I mean, Jack, acquitted himself well.
Certainly
he didn't get the best set ways, but he was solid.
How about these numbers? Kelly with a big win in the opening round over world number 1. Slater and Chianca moving on to the round of 32 together as we watch the Harvey Norman recap, the greatest of all time, 51 years of age, not showing any signs of pressure, sitting behind the midseason cut. Opened up with authority in this heat, Felicity.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch. I mean, he just looked so on fire, and just his timing as well was impeccable. That board looked so good under his feet. I mean, look at this, straight up into this next section here, and yeah, into this roundhouse carve, finishing it off with a smashing rebound. And now we look at Zhao, and his approach a little bit more vertical than Kelly. And I love to watch it. I know the youngster, but he's wearing the yellow jersey. He's world number 1 right now, and he's surfing with confidence.
Special to see his fire wearing yellow for the first time in his career. Put this thing to bed. Big vertical surfing, finishes second underneath Kelly as they go on to the round of 32. And Jack Thomas will deal with the elimination round. Coming up next, the best ever at Margaret River Main Break. John Florence takes on Seth Moniz and Carlos Munoz. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and a very special guest.
Margaret's the end of the earth. The tip of Australia where everything passes by. The ocean is big. You feel very small when you surf out there. I remember growing up, I would always ride my bike up to this one spot on top of the hill, and it would be a little tiny view of the box. And Margaret's is out to the left. I think one of the first times I ever surfed a box, it was a real pinnacle moment. You just get to see Mother Nature in raw beauty. It takes a lot to be calm in the chaos. You feel this aura, this energy. Mother Nature is always bringing something new, especially on the West Coast. And I think when I'm out of my comfort zone, that's also when I'm most alive.
We're missing Jack Robinson here this year, the event winner, but he's still well situated at the top of the ranks, dealing with a knee injury. We wish him all the best. No doubt he'll be tuned in to watch these big heats unfolding, because back-to-back we've had some of the all-time greats out there in the lineup. Kelly Slater winning through in that last heat, and now we can look forward to a man that's established himself as the surfer to beat here at Mainbreak over the years. Two-time world champ John Florence out there alongside Seth Moniz. And Carlos Munoz is out there as well, the Costa Rican, who gets the call up once again as an injury replacement surfer. But during the break, we had this one for John Florence. We expect excellence from him, Rich, and he's delivered once again.
Have a go at it, will you? Look, this is just picking up right where he left off, and this is John's happy place right now. The right-handers at Margaret River Mainbreak just exploding with power, destroying the lip. And just tags this thing and all the way through to an excellent score, an 8.83. What a way to start.
And Kaipo offering some sound effects out there by the sounds of things. But yeah, what an incredible start. 8.83. That's the 39th excellent wave that John's ridden in this event.
Wow.
And it's remarkable when you look at his statistics in this contest. The next closest surfer with 15 excellent waves is Geordie Smith. So he is far and away the favourite when we get here to Mainbreak each season, for good reason. The two-time winner, who also collected a victory in this contest as a QS before it was elevated back to CT status.
Yeah, he's just unlocked a very special way to surf this wave, in my opinion. Look, you can see the scores there. One judge, or two judges actually, going up into the 9s, a 9.2, and the average spits out the 8.83. So excellent score, but it's undeniable surfing when you look at it. You can't help but just feel the emotion as he's going through the wave, and just the explosiveness and the intensity of his turns. It's almost unmatched.
Yeah, the poor guy too. He's just had so many injury woes over the past few seasons. Kaipo, though, watching on out there at the moment. John Florence chasing his first win for the season. That was the kind of surfing that'll get it done for him.
Right? That's it. It was so radical from my water angle. And you know what? I mean, I've seen it before, Ron, but every single time I can't help it, because it is extraordinary, the angles and the power and how much rail John puts into his turn. I mean, you see it from the water angle, you can almost hear the fins humming and the board bending in his surfing.
Yeah, really just a strong start, Kaipo. We talk about his chances at this venue when the swell is really up, but we've touched on it before. There is a similar power you can feel in the ocean here, and even in conditions like this, John is really able to harness all that energy.
Yeah, well, and you listed off the stat, how many excellent rides John was able to put together out here. So with that, we know he's got the physical talent, but there has to be a mental aspect to that also for John, knowing that he can drop big numbers out here and being very comfortable at that.
Yeah, definitely. It's just a ridiculous statistic, that one, to have such an edge over the field, and considering too that he did have to withdraw from the event due to a knee injury in the quarterfinals a couple of years back. It's amazing to me that he can so consistently put those big scores up, and it's going to take something special to beat him. Seth's sort of building towards a big finish this year. He's been doing some good surfing. This will just be a low-scoring start for him. Don't think it'll be up there rivaling John's excellent number, but Seth's got some work to do to solidify his place. He's in equal 17th position with 3 other surfers, Italo, Kanoa and Ian Gentile. So, you know, it's really important for him to avoid that elimination round, to find some kind of edge over those other competitors and get himself a little bit higher on that ladder.
He's just got to, you know, really relax into his own performance here and just think about what he needs to do in the heat. You know, there's no point going, oh, my app. You know, he should just be looking to just dump some good scores. You know, John's obviously going to put in an incredible performance. Here he goes again.
Big swoop to get started. Just wraps that board right back into the bowl and then just unleashes on that second section. He's on his way to another excellent score here. Wow. 8.83 to start. Is that better?
It just might be, you know. I think there was perhaps more variety on that turn. The second turn was also cleaner. But, you know, we touched on the fact that John's got a special sort of a relationship here. He's obviously got a special relationship with John Pizell because they've been able to construct a board that just works so perfectly for him and these style of waves. The first wrap was intense. The second one was radical. It was different to anything we've seen today. Look at the clean wrap, and he's got that little pivot right at the end, which is quite unique to John. He gets a little tweaky off the lip here, but it's in a good way, in a fun way. And, you know, just that little tweak there at the end of the wrap, it's something special. And watch this one. Gets it right up on the lip, kind of rides the coping for a little while there, has to just maintain control, pressures down on the tail of the board, and then rides into this next turn. So there was definitely more variety on that wave for me, Ron, and it might even go higher.
Unbelievable combination there on the outside section, and he might have just surfed his 40th excellent wave here at Main Break Margaret River. We're lucky, Rich, because we're going to be joined by a former 2-time winner here at Main Break, and a man that's got a couple of world titles to his name. I'm sure he's shuffled to the edge of his seat in anticipation of this big performance from John. It's a big welcome on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call to Tom Carroll.
Yeah, how you going, boys? Good to see you, Rich and Ronnie.
Yeah, Tom.
Wow, how's it, John? Woo, what a performance.
He just dropped a 9.1. So that was his 40th.
He's looking so happy in everything he's doing. He looks so connected. Like, that's what we want to feel, huh? Fully connected to the board, waving himself. Here we go. We've got Carlos looking pretty sharp when he gets there. Oh, he's really laying into that heel turn, huh? Wow, he's got some power, Carlos.
He sure does.
Kind of that first wave opportunity of his, he kind of went a little bit too hard. I watched that, and it, I can feel that in Carlos. He's got that. Oh, I know what that feels like.
Tom, you could probably speak to this more than anyone else. We're going to another rider up. I'm just going to talk through this wave first. Seth is looking for answers here. There's a great start for him. He had a 4.33 on that first wave. Just rides a little high on the lip. We were touching on John's obvious dominance at this venue. He's riding again now and looking to better his situation by dropping an 8.83. Just can't complete the rotation there. But he had the amazing world title run. Was really starting to get on a bit of a roll, and he's had a few years where he suffered injuries, and you had that at different stages through your career and even in your life post surfing. How hard is it to rebuild and refocus on another title campaign?
Oh, it's extremely hard. It just takes everything you got in any sort of campaign of the such, and I think if he's, I can see the fire in him at the moment. Like I was seeing him falter prior to Bells, and I can see something's happened for him. Like something most definitely around Bells time did certainly start to sort of move for him, and I don't know what it is, but I can see it all kind of piecing together for him at the moment. I mean, all that time off, all that time where you're kind of working with your body, which is the machine, you know, like And, you know, you can see right now he's super free. You can see him in this wave. He's playing with this wave now. Now he's just having a lot of fun. And when he's doing this is the danger zone for everyone.
It sure is.
And you can, it's real clear. And but the body does all the talking. And yeah, when we get injury can either really inform great growth, or it can, well, it always informs growth at some level. But yeah, at first it seems like it's the worst thing in the world, but in fact, at some level, it will become, oh, gosh, that's the best thing that happened to me, guaranteed. And that for John, he knows about that.
Yeah, I think John's brilliant sometimes, the way he's able to get back and still blow our minds with his performances. Almost makes you forget about how resilient he's been over the past couple of seasons and how mentally strong he must be to get himself right again and keep pushing for event wins. And, you know, it's interesting to think that he hasn't been part of the Rip Curl WSL finals yet. How would you like his chances at Trestles if he can make that top 5?
Ooh, well, that'd be an amazing final to watch. You know, it's with John, and the talent that's up there at the moment, and him just sort of sliding in there with his show, the way he brings it. And if he's loose and free and he's fully connected, wow, watch out. Man, what an amazing final day that'd be to watch John right in the thick of it. Here he goes again. Yeah, he's... Like you were mentioning, Richie, about, you know, John Pizell and the relationship between surfer shaper. Of course, you know, John coming up stuck there, but that relationship has been such a shining light in surfboard design, and just allowing actually that design itself, that the first, when those incredible performance on the right at Margaret River a few years back on the Ghost, and that design sort of carrying through. You know, has given so many surfers joy around the planet. I know that's for sure. And so John looks like there's a little bit of action here with that. Oh, nice little hit at the end there. Funny, I can imagine hearing John's scores for those guys out there. It'd be, what have I got to do? Yeah, to lift that performance. But yeah, so. Yeah, so it's lovely to watch that sort of relationship, you know, flower and the surfer shaper kind of combo and the vibrance, and you can see how the board is just a part of him. And yeah, I just love the way that's apparent in our sport, and it's so strong.
Yeah, totally, Tom. I just want you to also talk to the power that John brings. You know, it's something that in your day and through your career, I feel like it was one of your kind of go-to assets, and John certainly has it as well, and it connects well with this style of wave.
Oh, absolutely. No, I get it with John. You know, he's connecting to that power out of the Southern Ocean. He comes here, it's very Hawaii-like in its own way. I remember turning up to this event, you know, after traveling around to various spots around the planet where it was really small. I was just going, I can't wait to get to Margie's. WA, you know, I was just like, thank you. And turning up and feeling the power of what's available out there in the ocean. And I think John, I know that feeling. And then you start to respond to the power, and the power source is unlimited. It feels unlimited out there. You think about the kind of ocean that sort of delivers the swells straight to that reef at Margaret River, Main Break, and all the other reefs on the Western Australian coastline, and the kind of surfers it develops is incredible. So I love that power, and I love seeing it flourish today.
And the surfers are answering some of the ocean's power with some big power turns of their own. Florence up again. He's had a couple of falls, but he's, you know, pushing it for good reason. He's established a really solid lead here already, and he's just having fun, as Tom Carroll pointed out earlier on. Throws a reverse on the end section there, not complete, but we'll probably just bank another throwaway score here. He's having a lot of fun at the moment. Also having plenty of fun in that last heat, putting together some good scores, was Kelly Slater. We're going to hear from him now.
That's right, Kelly. Fantastic start.
Yeah, it felt good. It felt nice. I went out for I got here late 2 nights ago, so yesterday morning early, and I surfed yesterday for a couple hours, and it was actually probably the worst thing you could do for yourself is surf when it's onshore from the north and it's just choppy, and everyone out there was frustrated, but I sort of hung out there for about 3 hours and just tried to find a wave, and then I surfed this morning, my first wave, a free surf, just a little warm up, and I kind of did a kick away air, and I landed to cushion so I didn't hit the rocks and broke my good board. Came back in, switched it out, and this one actually felt quite a bit better. It just felt really locked in under my feet, so sort of a fortunate accident. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you put all those sort of comedy of errors together? A bit of a goat track to get here, and then breaking a board first wave this morning. Not the kind of start you're looking for.
No, but, you know, just try to keep a good attitude. It bummed me out at first because I love that board, but then I went, you know what, maybe this other one I haven't tried. Last year I rode this in a free surf and it felt really good, and so I thought, oh, maybe I'm meant to be on that board, so it felt right.
I know you love the quad setup. All your boards have the 5-fin option. How do you make that call?
If it's barreling, I ride a quad, unless it's a slab wave, which is like if we get to the box, I'll probably just ride a thruster, because I find in like a slabby suck out wave, the 4 fins get grabbed a little too much and you get too much speed. So you almost need that 3rd fin to kind of slow you down on a wave that's as quick as the box. But generally in a tube like pipe or something more down the line on a quad.
Speaking of down the line, the Gold Coast has been firing. How do you toss up, staying there or coming here to warm up at the box?
You don't. You stay there and then you get here last minute.
And blow up.
You know what? The morning it was really pumping there. I looked at the camera here at first light and it was 40 people out and I didn't see many people getting good rides. I'm like, man, I'm just so fortunate right now. But it took us, took Kalani and I about almost 15 hours to get here from the Gold Coast door to door. We got delayed and then a couple things happened. Anyways, got here at like 3 in the morning, but I'm happy. It's all good. The weather's great. The surf's nice. Everyone's in a good mood. So looks like a good day ahead of surfing.
And any tee times coming up around here?
Monday, it looks like for sure. Onshore wind, big. You said Tom Carroll's online. Tom Carroll, miss you, buddy. Surprised you're not here in the West. Tom used to tell me stories how he would go surf over at the Bommy by himself first light. And I don't know if people do that anymore, Tom. A couple fish around here.
Thanks for your time, Kelly. Well done.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Stace, and well done there to Kelly Slater. Great performance. Tom, you saw Kelly coming through the ranks, competed with him on tour for a number of years. What did you make of his first round effort?
Like, it looks like there's a lot of joy in his surfing again. He like that surfboard. Definitely, it was like he said, it was just a fortunate moment. You know, snapping the board that he was glued to in his head. So now he's snapped back out of that and he's feeling it. And when Kelly starts feeling it, you can see how beautiful his surfing is, and it looked timeless. I'm flabbergasted. I mean, it is tricky to surf at that level at 50 years of age, and beyond. It's a lot of work on the body. You got to work with the body, which is constantly going, oh no, you're not going to pull that one.
Which is a really cool sign, Rich, because he didn't mention any niggling injuries in that post-heat interview. So, yeah, obviously feeling pretty good out there.
Yeah, absolutely. He looked freed up. We had a surf with him yesterday. He definitely was in a good mood and happy. He'd just obviously been barreled off his brain up on the Gold Coast. But I personally think the board that he rode today looked better than anything he was riding down at Bells. So I think that was a good move. Like Tom said, an unfortunate accident. But the Kelly factor, I've got to tell you, because I was down, I went for a walk down there, hordes of people all over the place, and not just spectators. All the surfers had eyes on Kelly's heat. All the judges, everyone was down there. The stairs were packed. So it was, Kelly doing the Kelly thing.
Yeah, well, I guess, no one really knows what's about to unfold here with this cut looming and Kelly being on the wrong side of that cut line. So we're watching him very closely. But he survived that opening round heat in full Kelly fashion. Just looked fantastic. So out there in the lineup at the moment, John Florence still dominating this one. An incredible start. But, Tom, we can get your thoughts on so many of the surfers on tour, because we're seeing these days a whole new generation, a different bloodline coming through, and a lot of people that you had great relationships with on the championship tour. Their children are now here competing. Seth's out there at the moment. Such a great young surfer, isn't he?
Yeah, Munir's is a very strong name in my kind of back in my day with his father, Tony, and he was just such a great guy, great competitor. And it's amazing to see their their blood just, throwing the flag out for the family. And, his family's a big family too. So
getting bigger every day.
Big surfing family. Getting better, it's just multiplying. But seeing, he's got the power, he's got that strength, he's got the ability, Seth. It's harnessing it and doing the best he can to sort of keep kind of coming back, because there's just anywhere where we're trying to get to the highest level, you're a Moniz and you've got the family and stuff like that, but you're going to have the moments where you're down for a bit, and then you're going to climb yourself back into the zone, and you'll be stronger for it. I can feel that with Seth at the moment, just climbing his strength back in. So let's see what he's got to do in this event. He's come back into second position in the heat, just closely followed by Carlos. I'm not sure what the whole score is at the moment, but the two rides, but between those guys.
Well, it's really close, just a tenth of a point between those two surfers. Carlos needs a 5.11 at this stage. Tom, it's always an absolute pleasure to catch up with you, mate, and hope to get on a call again soon here.
Yeah, Ronnie. Good to see you guys. Yeah, Rich.
Yeah, Tom.
Good to hear you guys. You're doing a great job.
Thank you,
Thanks.
mate.
The absolute legend there, Tom Carroll. He's won this event twice. Also got himself a couple of world titles and still absolutely ripping. We're going to take a quick break here. John Florence dominating this heat and looking like an event champion in the opening round. More to come.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia. And by Healthway, strategic partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
A big shout out once again to our partners getting behind the Western Australia Margaret River Pro and all the events on the Championship Tour schedule. This is Stop 5. It's the big one where the cut is looming, but it's an important one for someone who wants to get themselves back in title contention. John Florence in that situation, sitting in 7th place on the leaderboard at the moment. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, Carlos Munoz is out there. The Costa Rican's been working with Barton Lynch through a few events. Let's see how he's fared. It's a close battle for second spot at the moment, but this guy's been on fire, Rich.
Dynamic is the word that just springs to my mind. And John just in attack mode right from the opening wave, and he just caught two absolute gems to start this heat. And just, the power, the flow, it's all those things in the judges' repertoire.
John's just ticking the box here, but not just ticking the box. He's highlighting it, putting the biros through it, everything. You know what I mean? He's just bringing it all. So opened with an absolute bang. But the real battle right now is for second place between Seth and Carlos. Very, very tight. 1/10 of a point between them. And I feel like the next wave's going to determine between those two guys who's going to progress.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Mentioned Seth's position on the leaderboard, equal 17th at the moment. He's definitely had some decent heat performances throughout, but hasn't yet turned in that big result, counting a couple of ninths as his best finishes this season. Tricky one for Carlos. You know, he's been in that situation where you're getting the call up. So trying to make the most of those opportunities and looking pretty sharp on his 6.33 in this wave. But the former winners at this venue, they've kind of got a way of making their mark on the event as it plays out. Barton Lynch won the contest here in 1990. He has been working with Carlos through the last few events. I know he's in the Maldives at the moment. He had some commitments there that he had to see out, but he'd be tuned in at the moment watching this unfold.
I absolutely would be, and I was actually going to pose a question to Tom when we had him online. I wonder if he ever got a score on a right-hander. I don't think so. Probably not. I think those guys were always going left so often back then, and things have really changed up. The rights have opened up. The surfers have figured out how to get giant scores on them, and the level of surfing's certainly changed. The equipment's changed, and that's just the evolution of the sport.
It's those big critical sections, the opening section in particular, and then that,
oh man,
really dry rock inside hunk of water as John Florence just continues to impress here. Taking to the sky, stomping that air, just flexing his repertoire all over main break. And you can tell he's almost kind of in cruise mode as Carlos now looks to chase down that second position. Looking for a solid finish here. Nice big tail drop float. Sticks it nicely. So he was after a 5.11 and you know, might have made his move at the perfect time here.
Yeah, and I thought Seth actually had second priority there, so he must have let Carlos have that wave, and we'll see whether that turns out to be a winning move. But let's go back to John's wave. This first turn just has so much power and energy into it, and then John goes, righto, here's the section, something new, take flight, gets the grab rail, straight air, and then a little cutback to start off. Let's get the bird's eye view of it. You can see the section looming here. John picks his point, takes flight, gets the landing. It wasn't an easy landing either. That was out on the flats. So always difficult when you're not landing on that whitewash. But just look at the power. Just hammering on the tail of his board there. And just always in complete control. You saw the stance widen. That means take flight. The feet actually come off the board. He did well to actually slam him back down. And yeah, without that pillowy landing of the whitewash, that was a little hard on the ankles, that one, but he no problem.
Yeah, amazing stuff here from Florence. And it really is a battle for that second spot, because Seth in second position at the moment needs a two-wave total of 17.93.
I actually don't mind that Seth gave Carlos the wave then with priority, because it's going to break the rhythm of priority that Seth was in before, and now he has a chance to really control this next set, perhaps take the first wave like John's been getting, the cleaner ones, but let's have a look at the replay from Carlos. So a good snap to start things off. A bit of a sleepy cutback on the second, gets hung up a little bit, but this final projection floater was nice. And then he cuts out, so it's right on a 5.1 that he needs.
Wow, John Florence didn't improve his situation, but he did drop another excellent number. So that takes his tally here at main break to 41. And yeah, he's just on a tear out here at the moment. Just such a massive canyon between the surfing he's doing and what his rivals out there in the water are able to put up at the moment.
Yeah, it's, you know, we could break down his technique all day, just the way he hinges, the hips, the upper and lower bodies, quite incredible. And the turns he's doing, you know, it's like a regular snap that's just so tight and acute, but he does it with
this output of power that is just quite remarkable, and the way his equipment is able to push back on him and allow him to just push as hard as he wants. Pretty special stuff to watch.
There's his list of results here at main break. Pretty impressive. A couple of victories, a couple of early round exits too, but even in those losing performances, he was still putting up solid scores. So always kind of adding to his stats. I mentioned the wave scores. Just excellent heats though. He's contributing another one here. So this will be his 17th, 16-point plus heat. And the next surfer on the stats list with excellent heats is Jack Robinson with 5.
Oh, really?
That's how far ahead John Florence is here.
Oh, he's so dominant.
Here goes Carlos. So he's still after the 5.11, having only turned in a 4.17 on his last ride. Has to drive down the line. The section stands up at the end here. He gets the rotation. Minute and a half to go. Is he going to turn it here? He snatched that wave from under the priority of Seth. And that might have been his last shot at it. Not a whole lot of time.
Well, decision time now for Seth.
Well, he has to surf it like he needs a score here. It's a good sized wave, so much bigger than what we saw Carlos on. And he goes on the attack on the first section. And he might have already eclipsed what Carlos was able to do with that first turn. That was huge. And now he loads up for more on the inside and he stomps the finish. That was clutch.
Wow.
I mean, not knowing if he needs a score and turning in a first move like that is super impressive.
That is incredible stuff from Seth Manise. Just to have the audacity to just throw caution to the wind. That's confidence. He's just gone, you know what? I'm going to just let it all go and just attack that first section. Incredibly high-risk maneuver to do. He could have surfed it conservatively and possibly gone for the score. Because
look at that wave that Carlos took.
No, not at all. But look, Carlos, for me, see how he's keeping the board fairly horizontal through the track here. When you watch just the pathway of the board, everything's sort of down the line. He needed this part here. Once he did that aerial, I thought, yes, he's actually going to improve on that score. But Seth, on a bigger, better, cleaner wave, attacks this first section. Crazy high-risk air rotation. And gets a sleepy little cut back here, a little bit untidy, but then gets a powerful finish. So bookended.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I just, in those situations, the surfer with priority has such a tough call to make. Seth uses his priority, he kicks it into gear, he takes that first wave. The chances that he's able to do a bit more than Carlos was able to are pretty slim. And then he leaves Carlos with an opportunity on that last wave that he rode. So, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But he did make the right call, it feels like. Carlos got the number he needed, 5.43. That did take him up in the second momentarily. And that Seth answered back with a mid-range 6. And that was enough to get him that second spot and a place in the round of 32.
That ride from Seth Manise, I feel, may be a turning point for his whole year. That was incredible. He'll take a whole lot of confidence out of that. And, well, let's just see how this pans out.
And it might have been a turning point heat for John Florence, putting up one of his best heat score totals in some time with amazing turns like this. We've got more to look forward to. The opening round continues right after the break. every year you pull into this town, it's like coming home in some ways. It's one of the stops that I think everyone on tour really looks forward to. You've got all that southern energy just powering into Margaret's, uninterrupted. To immerse yourself in that and just remind yourself that you're in one of the greatest surfing destinations that the world has is always a real buzz. Margaret River town itself is a happening zone. There's great energy in the town of Margaret River. Really cool restaurants and cafes and food, but it's just one of those surf meccas that attracts a lot of travelling surfers based on the quality of the surf. Just the opportunity to find your own little piece of coast to enjoy pretty much every single day. The town just backs up everything that this coastline has to offer. That's the reason I truly love this place. One of the best parts of the world, I think, and definitely encourage everyone to come and check it out. It's just incredibly rich in waves, in food, in wine. And Stace, you've tapped into that local smorgasbord down there in the athlete zone.
Here with Evan Hayter from Aramea Winery. Evan, what do we got going on here today, mate? Everything looks amazing.
Well, basically we just brought down a whole heap of local produce, quite a lot of seafood, a bit of beef as well. Starting off with the abalone over the back there, the greenlet. We just sliced that up nice and thin and tossed it in a bit of fermented tomato butter and a bit of dill, and then followed by the nanagai, which we tossed in a little bit of oyster garum. What else is in there? Fennel seed, pickled fennel seed. And some olive oil. Just really simple. Like our produce here is amazing. So this fish was caught, 2 days ago. The crayfish yesterday. We're pretty lucky.
And everything up at the winery and on the table here today is fresh from the Margaret River region, right?
That's very, very, very right. Yeah, it's probably hyper local. I reckon it's pretty all within probably the Capes and a little bit inland, maybe about an hour as far inland as that. So yeah, it's pretty local.
I've seen Steph Gilmore come back for thirds. I know she's got a pretty fancy palate. That must make you pretty proud.
Yeah, it does actually. She was pretty excited about the food. I saw her at dinner the other night actually, so you're right about that. She does like getting out and sampling the produce.
Mate, we're very grateful for you down here. You've got all the greats tucking into lunch, and I reckon it's going to affect their performances, mate. I reckon this afternoon everyone's going to be on fire. So appreciate your time, and I'll let you back to it.
No worries at all. Thank you.
Oh, good update, Stace. I'll be ready for a third lunch myself, and you always leave the West Ridge with a bit of excess baggage.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been indulging. I think that's the best way to say it. But here we go. Let's set this one up.
It's going to be a good one because there is a lot on the line for a couple of proven performers on the CT. They need to make up some ground on the ranks. Iago Dora, he's the consistent performer this season amongst these three. He's up against Kanoa Igarashi, a CT winner, an Olympian, and Kanoa is in search of a big result, as is Kalohe Andino, who's sitting below the cut line. So this is going to be interesting to see. How will they deal with the pressure? Kanoa, this hasn't been the happiest of hunting grounds for him. Main breaks proved a real challenge. He's never made it into a final series here. So he really needs to step things up as he gets a little lost on the end section. Behind him on the outside, it looks like Iago's going to swoop. Oh, unbelievable, big, powerful backhand blast to get started. And Iago has that ability to turn things up in powerful conditions and match that energy of the ocean with some big turns of his own. But much like Kanoa, he hasn't had any big results in. He hasn't been past the third round at this event.
Yeah, and that in itself can be a little bit of a mental hurdle for these surfers that haven't experienced that good result here. But now's the perfect opportunity to kind of rewrite the script as we see Iago. Well, he took off on a left-hander on his first ride. Little foam climb to start things off, another projection floater down the line, and a beautiful open face carve here and a fourth. So well, the first scoring left-hander of the entire event, and this was Kalohe's first attempt. Down the line, takes to the air, gets the alley-oop, doesn't miss a beat, but just a little bit mistimed on the final hit. And Iago's backup wave just stabs it on the backhand, gets it up nice and high. Little check turn on the second, and then gets another little re-entry on the third. So
Well, Kolohe up and running again. So this was his second score. Just waiting patiently, hits the brakes, looking for something down the line, looking for the air section, but never eventuated.
Yeah, some real positive signs there for Kolohe Andino and Yago. They both kind of, you know, had moments on their rides where they kind of popped the champagne, but the rides kind of fizzed out at the end. They didn't really get that big finish, so we didn't see big numbers drop. Yago's got another score on the way, but Kolohe Andino, 5 for him on his previous ride. But yeah, Kolohe of the 3 surfers has the most success in this event typically. 7 previous performances here. He's been a runner-up twice, 2017, 2019. Also had a semi-final finish 2018. He seems to really be at home at this venue. If it wasn't for John Florence, he'd probably have a couple of victories here.
He could indeed, mate. He just seems to have been coming up against that roadblock time and time again. And, you know, we know Kolohe's in need of a desperate result. He just needs to keep making heats all the way through, pretty much to the final. So, you know, we hope that he can do it. He's definitely he's been so inconsistent with the results. And, you know, I feel like Kolohe's surfing is there. You know, he's so well-rounded. And maybe this could be the event under pressure.
It's been funny to me, as we see his track record there on screen, that there's been a bit of an element of submission there. I think what he's trying to do is relieve some pressure on himself, saying if I end up on the Challenger Series, that's okay. And we've seen people not make the cut last year come back invigorated and looking ready to give it a run like never before. But I hope Kolohe's, you know, not just sort of maybe putting something in his head that might come to fruition in talking about the Challenger Series. I think deep down he really believes he can turn it around at this venue. He does have to go a long way in the draw. He's actually got to get to the semi-finals. That's just to have a chance at getting above the cut line. So that's not taking into consideration other people's results. But people like Kanoa Igarashi, they're his target. He's in 17th position. He's inside the cut line. If he can, you know, relegate someone like Kanoa to the elimination round and get on a roll and maybe get himself to the final again, that'll be his best chance at jumping some places.
Well, that's the other part of this equation too when we talk about this cut line, is that, you know, we kind of get focused on everyone below the cut line, but what we don't often talk about is the people that are going to get pushed down, you know what I mean? So for everyone that makes it, someone else gets sacrificed. So, you know, literally everyone that hasn't been handed the ticket yet is still fighting or surfing for their careers, which is, you know, it's exciting. And as we have a look, we bring up the bubble watch now.
Yeah, there's 11 places that are kind of up for grabs above the cut line still at the moment. So it's, you know, there's a lot of room for movement as we plough through the rounds of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. But yeah, really interesting looking at Bubble Watch and just considering the strong performances we saw from surfers just above the cut line today. Liam O'Brien, Jackson Baker, they were impressive.
Yep, absolutely. We can see Kolohe was wanting this ride, but Yago takes it with second priority.
Oh, solid hit to get started again. Let's see if we can find a more powerful finish on the end section. He does. You never have to kind of figure out what Yago's feeling after a ride. The body language suggests that he liked the feel of that one. Set waves approaching, that energy starting to build, expecting that swell to kick in a little this afternoon.
Yeah, it's continuing to build, and this is one of the biggest sets that we've seen all day. So we knew it was going to be a slow build, but have a look at this. This is actually going to catch our 2 surfers out. So they're going to have a bit of duck diving to do here. Big wall of water to deal with. Kolohe opts with the little pencil dive, pushing the board right down under his feet. Served him well here, but you can see all the plumes of whitewash just coming up.
Rich, before the event sort of was lifted back to the CT and it was a QS, did you come over and compete here? And how did you fare in the contest?
Mate, I had moments, and I think I might have made the quarters or semis at one year. I can't actually remember, but certainly was very much focused on the rights by that point. Here goes Kanoa.
Igarashi, just a 3.67 on his opening ride. Very surprising to see him so far down the ratings. He's just been building so nicely to consistently put himself in the frame for a shot at a world title these past couple of seasons. So, he's got a bit of work to do to tap back into that sort of form.
Yeah, it's sort of unfamiliar territory for Kanoa, because I feel mentally he feels like he's always going to be a top 5 player on the rankings, and he's just not there at the moment. So that'll be weighing heavy on him. But back to the point about Margaret River in this break, and I was thinking about it on the plane over actually, that 10, 15 years ago may not have been one of the premier surfing locations on the surfers calendar, but now I feel like it's such a favourite place for these surfers to come now, because I think the equipment's changed, the approach has changed, they've really connected with the power of this place, and they've actually found a new way to surf it, and it's become so competitive and entertaining the way that these surfers approach this wave, especially on these rides.
Yeah, I go on the replay. This was a 6.93, so the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, why was it the best? Because of this stuff here. Just tags this first wave, didn't over-rotate because he saw the wave just continuing down the line. Strong, powerful, goofy footer here. You could see just generating a lot of acceleration through that turn. And this one, late, pivots off the lip, gets to the finish.
Yeah, a bit of restraint from the panel in the scores when you think about how much water was moved. I think just identifying too that he can get a bit more vertical on that opening section, that he has a bit more to give, but he was just really sort of looking to fit the right moves into the different sections of that wave. Let's see what Andino can do. Big alley-oop to kick things off on his second ride in this heat, but he started this one with a huge frontside carve. Does well on a tricky section there to maintain control, gets the finish he was after.
I love that first turn. That was great. That was something that you feel like Kolohe has found a way to open up on these bigger turns now. He's perhaps feeling a little restricted in the way he was surfing over the last 12 months, but this turn here was completely free and open. Watch this, ropes it around, almost like a two-stage acceleration through that turn. The second slicey little hit, and then gets to the third one. Love this angle here. You can just see messing with that section. Really critical part of the wave.
What a beautiful shot. That is just the sunshine just absolutely flaring through the walls of these waves. And Kolohe did just put everything into that.
Geez,
and that's what you want to see.
Yeah, he was leaning right over. The body was pretty much horizontal through that turn. He almost overextended, but was able to just pull it right back under his feet.
There's a lot going on in that first turn. If you were going to pick it apart, some people would say, oh, his rails weren't all that clean. But the reason why is because he's putting everything into it. He's going in, that's a high-risk carving turn. And I hope he's rewarded for it, because it was executed with incredible speed. And even though he drove through the wall of that wave, he didn't lose any speed. He had so much momentum as he came out of that turn. I loved it.
Yeah, no, it looked really good. He said he's got a couple of favourite boards from Matt Biolis. I was actually having a chat with him about an hour ago. He seems so happy and relaxed and in a good place. He's got his wife here and his young child, and he's just, I don't know, it feels like there's this sort of easiness and happiness to him, and it's, well, it's translating right now into a great performance. So let's hope he can continue this on. And, I really want to see Kolohe fight through this event.
Well, they love that last ride for good reason too. A few judges throwing 8s at him. The average brought it just under 7.93, but he is in front now. Yago Dora after a 6.01. Kanoa with some work to do here. Still plenty of time though, just under 19 minutes. Let's hear from John Florence, who's put together the performance of the opening round so far.
John, well done. Great heat. I saw you run down in a wet wetsuit. Does having a quick surf before your heat have a big bearing on your performance?
Well, I surfed this morning. I actually didn't surf just before. I just got in the water this morning, so a little warm up. I don't know. It feels good to warm up, but I don't always do it. Like, if I think we're gonna have a lot of heats in the day, I won't warm up. So it just depends on what we're doing.
Fantastic start. Some could say you built a house. It was more like a mansion. That air at the end of the heat there, are you setting a scale for the rest of the event and the other competitors surfing against you?
I don't know if I'm setting a scale. I was just kind of just surfing to how I surf, and so that's all I was thinking about really. It was just kind of taking it like one turn at a time. I wasn't planning on doing an air on that wave at all. I just kind of got stuck behind after that first turn and then thought I'd try to make up for it.
Did the score surprise you that it came under your turn waves, or did you feel it would sit around that number?
I didn't really know what they were going to do because it's hard to tell sometimes. Like I kind of got hung up a little bit on my first turn, kind of got stuck behind it, and so I thought that might make the score suffer a little bit. But then sometimes you don't know how much you get stuck behind or what it looks like from the front. So I could kind of see it going both ways.
A solid result at Bells. Obviously, you enter every event to win, but did you take some confidence coming out of there with a third, given the conditions?
Yeah, definitely. I took a lot of confidence coming out of it. Just like getting back into the year and getting back into the swing of things, I feel like I'm really kind of starting to warm up now and find my confidence again and just kind of start feeling really good on my boards and everything. Like, it always seems to take a couple of events, you start to get settled into your boards and you have the ones that you love. And so it feels good when I'm just like comfortable and I can just go out and just go surf and I don't have to think about anything else.
And been working on some new models with Pyzel?
Yep, we've worked on this other board for a little smaller waves called the Red Tiger, and I rode that pretty much the whole Bells event except for the one bigger day. I have them here. It's so much power in the water here. I kind of just always go back to my Ghost here. It's been working well over the years, and so yeah, I just go back to that board here. It just seems like it fits the speed of the wave and the kind of face and everything that this wave has to offer.
Matches the jersey too. It's a good lock. Word back home, mate.
Yep, just want to say hi to my mom and my brother and everyone at home who's supporting. Miss you guys and be home soon.
Thanks, John. Well done.
Yeah.
John Florence surfing to near excellence. And don't forget, we've got the 110 410. Surfers can win that Tundra hard cooler for scoring a 10-point ride at this venue. And Florence, he got so close in that last heat, Rich. Unbelievable surfing from him.
Yeah, it was incredible, and it's undeniable now that John does have an affiliation with Margaret River and this wave. He just connects well with it. Boards are right, the head's right, the body's feeling right, so that's a danger sign for the competitors.
15.5 minutes to go in this heat. In the opening round, heat 8. We've still got plenty to look forward to this afternoon. Some big heats coming your way. Leonardo Fioravanti, Italo Ferreira and Jake Marshall will be up next. Out there during the interview, though, Kanoe Igarashi tapped into this one. Beautiful first turn. This guy is so precise when he's on and really is so well-rounded. Kind of was chasing the section for the final few turns there. Let's see if Kalohe Andino can get rid of this 5-point ride and increase this lead. You can see there's a little bit of texture on the lip of these waves now, making it hard for the surfers to get that timing spot on.
Yeah, the winds come up just a little bit more. It's probably no more than 7 to 10 k's an hour. Still light and variable at it, but it is making the line of the lip just a little uneven. And well, I feel like Kalohe at some point might take to the air. Let's see how this one panned out on the replay. Good snap to start off. Just kind of walled out down the line and shut down on him.
Good adjustment there. Big first turn and, quickly stuffed a move in. He also had this attempt. Oh, really going for it.
Just landed in the trough.
I think this performance from Kalohe is saying a lot about where his head's at.
Yeah.
He's actually going after the big finish in the contest to get his spot above that cut line. Not backing down. I mean, he's a fighter, Rich. We've seen him suffer injuries, especially in that Olympic year. He took a big break and worked so hard to get back into a position to surf at the Tokyo Olympics. It was a commendable effort because it was a really serious ankle injury he suffered.
Yeah, and well, it's not, it's all these surfers, they've kind of got to overcome, adversity, injuries at some point during their career, and it can kind of make or break you. And we've seen so many athletes like Mick Fanning and others come back bigger and better, and it almost gives you a little wake-up call in a moment to reflect and go, okay, hang on a minute, do I really want this, and what am I prepared to do to make it all happen? Yeah, Kalohe bouncing back really well, And they're good signs here from him in this heat.
13 minutes to go. He didn't better his situation, but still has the lead at the moment. Yago Dora in second. Kano Igarashi chasing at 7.3. We're going to take a Bonsoi brew break. Leonardo Furiavanti is coming up in the next heat.
Why I love Quabba Station and Nalu, this region, to me, it's just so special. I had such good memories here as a kid growing up, and yeah, I just feel like there's always an adventure awaiting around the corner. As soon as you jump in your car and you go on that dirt road, you never know what you're going to see. It's just an amazing getaway for me. I feel like every time I get here, I just forget about everything else, really just focus on what's around me. What makes Western Australia so special is it's just such a unique place. There's always something to do. You're either surfing, you're diving, you're fishing. Everything that's here kind of captures your attention. Just the environments are completely different, all on one coast. I've been a lot of places, but I haven't seen a place like this where it just has so much energy and so much raw beauty, you know, all in one. That's why we appreciate Western Australia.
We sure do appreciate it. We also appreciate the beautiful vision we've been getting from the Western Australian flight cam throughout the opening day of competition for the men. Beautiful shots, some amazing performances too. And while Margaret River is the undisputed surf capital of Western Australia, as Jack Robinson was pointing out, there's so many other world-class waves to be found on this coast. Where are they? You're going to have to come and find out for yourself. Yeah. It's a coastline where you need a good, reliable car, and you need a strong quiver of boards, and you need to really pack your bravado because there's some serious energy down this way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's you need to have a sense of adventure too, and you know, the tagline that Western Australia is going with, walking on a dream, and it really is true over here. You do feel like you're in a dream world. It's just so beautiful, so many things to tap into on the water, on the land. You know, we just love coming back.
We do. Another one of their taglines is where adventure meets an indulgence meet. We're hanging on the indulgence side of things at the moment. We've got to do a little bit more adventuring.
Yeah,
we've had a couple of fun days out in the water in the lead up to the comp getting underway, Rich. And yeah, it's just been incredibly beautiful. The water temp, not too crisp. The mornings are kind of cool, but it's been a very nice way to enter the zone this season. 8.5 minutes remaining here. Kalo Andino holding on to the lead at the moment. When the pressure's right on, he's answering the call and dropping some big turns on us. He's got the lead, and he's left Yago Dora chasing a 6.01. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, he's reliable on the alley-oops. 5-point ride there. Yago's responded.
Yeah, some great surfing on the backhand. Yago Dora, one of the most powerful, tallest goofy footers on the tour. obviously coached by Leandro Dora and also Matty Bemrose. But Kaloa Andino, it's that turn there. This was the moment for me that has sort of separated him from his competitors in this one. Just looking on point, looking faster, getting the good waves, and just in attack mode.
Been a little shy on highlights for Kanoa Igarashi so far, but he's still within reach. He is a surfer that can turn in an excellent score at any time, but he's just looked a little out of sorts out there at the moment.
Yeah, this is unusual for Kanoa. Again, you know, just to only have a 5.4 as he's top right in the scoreline with just under 7.5 minutes remaining. And that's, you know, normally we're used to seeing, you know, 7 pluses, 8s in his scoreline. He's such a nice man, very consistent, but that consistency seems to have just fallen away.
Yeah, I mean, he would have loved to have tracked down a big result down there at Bells Beach just to put himself a little bit higher up on the leaderboard, on the rankings, coming into a venue where he hasn't been into the quarterfinals before. 6 previous performances here, and he's had a few nights, but also bowed out early on a few times as well.
I still feel like mentally Kanoa would not have even come close to succumbing to the situation in terms of pressure in his position. He would still, in his mind, be thinking, I've got this, there's no chance I'm falling off the tour. And, you know, that's possibly where he operates best mentally. But yeah, just maybe it's going to take just one wave to break this cycle, get back up into that excellent range. He's in second priority now, so needs to put a little bit of pressure on Yago when this next set does roll through.
I guess it starts with, you know, getting yourself out of a result slump starts with strong performances.
Yeah.
And Kanoa probably did turn things around. Just thinking about his year, turn things around a little bit in the early rounds at Bells.
Yep.
He looks sharp.
Yeah, looks very good. Had a couple of heats down there at Winky Pop and looked very on. That way definitely suits his sort of style. Has recently acquired the services of Mitchell Ross as well. Carissa and Jacko Baker's coach, and he's up and riding now.
Just a little kick on the tail there. He doesn't like what he sees down the line. He opts out.
He's been getting these waves where he's just coming up and doing these foam climbs, and we know that the judges they don't buy into it. They want to see those clean, open face hacks, the big dynamic turns, and I might be talking a little bit out of school, but I caught up with one of the judges earlier, and he just said, yeah, it's just sometimes frustrated when we're not seeing more. We want more. You know, we want to get so excited up there in the booth, and we want to see just massive turns, high critical, high risk stuff.
Yago Dora just places that first move, now driving around the bowl onto the open face, whips a nice little backhand carve out of the top, chipping away at this wave. Some decent surfing. He's trying to drop a 5.77. He wants a 6.01 to jump into the lead.
Yeah, calculated surfing, no doubt about that. And you feel that Yago is in maybe 5th gear, hasn't tapped into 6th gear yet.
I'd say 3rd gear.
You'd say 3rd? Oh, okay, I was trying to be generous, but here we go. Let's have a look, see if he does get into 4th gear. So drives hard off the bottom, snaps cleanly through the lip here, drives around this big long section. That's a better turn there, connects better with the face, gets the rail wet, and then all the way through to the inside. But you can see, you know, like you said, we're not seeing a full flight Yago Dora right now, but he is composed in the way he's constructing this heat, and he is getting the scores.
He's just doing what he has to here to really attempt to drive up the requirement for Kanoa Igarashi. But I think the judges were picking up on that last ride there. I mean, he moved a bit of water, but, you know, it was sort of the combination of 3 sort of put their manoeuvres. Yago has a big driving backhand blast that he can lean into.
Yeah.
And, you know, all these surfers are able to break down their own surfing themselves. And you know, outside of the heat situation, he'd probably be thinking like, you know, was that my best version of that turn that I can place in that section of the wave? And for Yago on that last ride, the answer would be no. As we see Andino now trying to better this 5-point ride and push further ahead. Swings the tail around. Just how tricky is that wave to ride?
I was thinking exactly the same thing. That was such a hard wave to ride, and he did well to actually just stay on his board. Really bumpy, just maybe the the flow of water over the reef just wasn't quite right, and had so many ridges through that wave.
Has this little change in the conditions with the wind kicking up a little bit had an effect in holding the surfers back in this heat?
Well, I think so. You know, you really do need a nice canvas to be able to perform. There are surfers who can manufacture a score out of, you know, get an 8 out of a 6-point ride. So, but it definitely makes it harder. But here goes Kanoa. This is a better looking wave.
So he can turn it with a single ride. He needs a 7.3 out of this one. A really nice slice to get started. Gets that board vertically once again. So just transitioning through to this inside at the moment, trying to add some flow to this ride. It's a nice place floating re-entry to finish. 2.5 minutes to go. Not sure it's going to be the 7.3, but it might be his best wave.
Yeah, I think it will be his best ride, just by the nature of the wave itself. You know, he sort of surfed it to its entirety, nothing too over the top. Let's check the replay. So this first turn gets a nice clean snap off the lip, goes deep on the bottom turn, and again just that kind of foam climbing turn. That was a bit of a two-stage check turn. Nice finish though. A little bit theatric there at the end, just riding out of the foam. So, you know, the judges will still be conservative on that score.
Going to tighten up things though, you'd think, between second and third place here. Just on 1 minute 45 seconds to go. Kalohe Andino maintaining that position in front and possibly about to add to his scoreline just a little. It's going to be pretty similar to that second ride he was hanging on to, the 5.
Yeah, it'll be just above that, I think, and that will just increase the requirement ever so slightly, which is important at this level.
Yeah, he just wants to go into this final minute sitting in that number 1 position.
Yep.
Then if Kanoa makes a big charge, at worst, he'll only get bumped back into second. But yeah, waiting on one more judge to log a score for that last ride, and it comes through to 5.57 for Andino. So the requirement now for Yago Dora, 6.58 to get to first. Kanoa Igarashi, he's after that 7.3. We're still waiting on his last ride to come through with 45 seconds to go. Our feeling was that he'll probably be chasing another number.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite enough. It didn't have that moment on the wave where it was just undeniable that something radical, something crazy was happening. Scores coming in.
Yeah, 5.83. It is his best. He's now after a 6.88. Only 20 seconds to go. Kind of seeking out opportunities with no priority out there at the moment. 10 seconds. Some movement here. Yago Dora just covering. And he's got to make sure that he's paying attention to when this hooter sounds. Be careful, Yago. Oh, he got lucky there. Kanoa Igarashi. Wow. Oh. Yago Dora goes left. Absolutely explodes out of the pocket. Monster pop. Plenty of elevation. Got that tail nice and high and completed it with ease. But that was one of those tricky situations, Rich, where you're thinking, if you're going to use your priority, you better get up before the hooter sounds, because it's void after the hooter blasts.
Yeah, we've seen it happen a couple of times, but that man there, Kalohe Andino, one step closer and constructed a great heat. But what a treat here. Yago Dora takes to the sky on the left-hander. So proving it still can be done on the lefts. There's still scores out there, and yeah, special finish, but a well-constructed heat for Yago as well. Have a look at that. Completely corked out. Full view of the bottom of his surfboard there.
That was so cool.
Beautiful grab rail rotation.
You know, in a heat that was kind of lacking in individual highlight moments, maneuver moments for Yago Dora, he just really turned it around with a confidence-boosting air there. And we're waiting to see if this one's going to factor into his scoreline. I believe he got to his feet just before the hooter sounded.
Well, to me, it's better than a 5.77, so I think he will, you know, maybe take the number 1 spot. I don't think so, but, you know, I still think it'll be a solid second place.
Impressive stuff from the Brazilian there. Kanoa Igarashi, he's got some stuff to figure out before the elimination round. Let's take another look at it. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, well, he was just, well, taking the wave to take Kanoa off it. Perfect little section. Fluffy little launching pad, takes to the sky. Great height. I just love how inverted the board got.
Just no recovery time either. Just the way he stomped that. Just a great technique in absorbing all the impact out of that big rotation. And we're just waiting to confirm that he was to his feet. To his feet before that hooter sounded. And we could have a score on the way, but the fans absolutely loving that final ride from Yago Dora there.
Yeah, picture perfect day down here. Lots of spectators getting amongst it, getting the autographs. Great to see the spectators getting involved.
So he did get up before the hooter sounded. Scores starting to roll through now. Needs a 6.58 to get ahead of Kolohe. But it's not really going to matter. Both Kolohe and Yago will be moving through to the next round. 6.03, so he's going to stay in second spot. An important heat win for Kolohe and Dino.
You saw the man just there on your screen. He gave himself a little pump up. And, you know, that just shows you how much this heat means to this man.
Yeah, that's a much different reaction to sort of talking about not caring if he has to go on the Challenger Series. I think Kolohe's come here in search of a massive finish here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and he's on his way. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the opening round will continue with Joe, Bugs and Felicity on the call.
So we're here for the Western Australia edition of Rising Tides here at Surfers Point in Margaret River. And we've been blessed today with really good waves, it's beautiful conditions, it's big waves out there actually.
It's actually really solid out there today and they are suited up, ready to go.
We never get waves like that where I'm from, so to see all the girls out there and actually taking off in the peak, it was really cool to see.
Like you have to sit deep to catch the good ones. So then you risk getting pumped by set.
I think it was fun and a little scary, but not too scary.
Rising Tides is such a good opportunity. You get to surf with girls and pro surfers.
I was a young girl once and I also had great heroes, great role models to look up to, and yeah, it means the world.
What a great edition of the WSL Rising Tides. The next generation is looking incredible, and the surf was pumping, and they got to be right next to the best surfers in the world. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. A big thanks to Rusty for making us look sharp. Loving the clothes, loving the day. Here for the opening day for the men, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, Big Wave Charger, and a world champ named Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. A lot of great highlights and storylines unfolding, and fun that Yago got a piece of that left, but it was all about Andino looking really strong in that last heat.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Kolohe really showed a lot of fight, and pardon me, it's about time. I mean, he really came out and wanted it. You could tell the end of the heat, it really meant a lot to him.
And we're getting this one started quickly. Italo Ferreira, Leonardo Fioravanti, and Jake Marshall flying down the line is the 2019 world champ, shutting that one down. One of the fastest surfers in transition on the wave. And now the Italian has had some great moments in main break in his life. Putting together some nice arcing turns. And looking for a finishing move. Lays into it and just tidies it up well through the inside section. We'll miss that rock shelf and get involved in this heat. So a lot of different stories going on in real time. Jake Marshall, the low seed in the matchup, looking to get past the midseason cut. We'll keep you posted on the live rankings. Here comes Jake. Big connection there, nice and strong. Frontside snap. There's the carving hook. And the Californian has a wild end section. I didn't see any place to really put your board right there. It just went completely flat on him underneath his feet.
Yeah, that was a really difficult section to hit, and sometimes that can happen at main break. You take off and you think it looks like a good wave, and the first two sections, they were beautiful. It's just super unfortunate that that end section had that gurgly bit to it. I mean, maybe the only thing he could have done is just done two big turns, and as opposed to have gone for that third turn. But yeah, everything was looking great up until that point.
Jake Marshall representing San Diego, California. Had his rookie year last year, and he had some key heat wins. Beat John Florence at Sunset Beach. Got to a quarterfinal. That helped him get past that first cut story from last year. And this was Italo's opening ride in the matchup, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Italo, he wants to come out firing in this heat. He got a 5.17 for this effort. And, you know, he's the world champion. He's having a bit of a tough run. I mean, he's in that group that's equal 17th, and he's had 2 9s, 2 17ths. He ideally needs to get a result here.
One of the most hyperactive surfers on tour. I saw him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone and helped himself to a couple of Red Bulls before the matchup. There's the wrap from Fioravanti. What'd you see here, Flick?
Yeah, a nice opener. I mean, a little bit slow, and this wave kind of fizzled out. It was one of the ones that didn't have much wall to it, but he's getting to work and he's getting the job done. He milked that wave for all it was worth. And out the back here, we're seeing the replay of Jake Marshall's wave, and that first turn was so well timed. Straight up into this second carve. It's just super unfortunate here that, yeah, it was just such a difficult section to hit. You know, here we're looking at that first turn again now, and just straight up into the lip. He releases the fins and just timed it perfectly.
Well, they said, you know, Jake comes through on this one, but they did say the low tide on the bricks is going to be a real issue.
Yeah, I mean, that end section just gets more and more difficult, and you can see it right here. I mean, look how shallow it is, and they're really, I just don't see how he could have rode out of that, really. It just draining away completely underneath his feet. And yeah, it's getting shallower and shallower on that end section.
What a crazy decision to make if you're going, am I really landing in the flats with no water? And Jake getting out of there. So he's sitting 30th in the world, a tough spot to be. So when you're sitting that far back on the rankings, sometimes you go, okay, forget adding up the heats you need to win to make it past the cut. Just take it heat by heat, try to put a great performance together. He was talking to his coach, Chris Gallagher. They really were emphasizing being on the best waves of the matchup. Fioravanti in attack mode. Nice combination in a short space.
Well, Leo came out firing this year, Joe, in the very first event. He came through that, you know, again, another surfer that came through the Challenger Series. And he really let his intentions know that he wants to make that cut pretty early on.
Such a different feeling with all the changes in the sport. Everything starting on the North Shore of Oahu instead of finishing there. Back to turns with Leonardo here.
Yeah, he looks really strong. I mean, it was only a 2-turn wave, but just looks like he's flowing really nicely. That first turn was so fast, this carve. You look like he loads off the bottom here, and this wrap section, he just pulls it around so fast and so tight in that first part of that top of the wave there. And here we have Italo again, up riding on his backhand, and absolutely nails that section there. Brings it up brings the fins through the back of the wave on that last turn there. And it's so funny that end section's really providing a bit of trouble for most of the surfers.
Right into a wrapping turn for Jake Marshall. Snaps it. Nice and clean. There's the float, creating some space down the line. Will he have some water left on this one? Not too much wave to work with, but at least he avoids landing in the flats there. So Jake, even with missing the finish, which wasn't really his fault on his opener, was a 5.9. And now we'll get a second scoring ride. Take another look, starting with Italo, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Italo's really getting very busy in this heat, and he likes doing this. He gets about 3 or 4 waves under the belt, and this wave here, that inside section, no problem for on his backhand. As you slow it down here, he's got that deep bottom turn, just 12 o'clock high, just slams it out of the lip. And Italo's starting to really feel it now. He gets that good rhythm down the line. A bit of a crumbly lip, and he uses every part of it. Just, you know, the tail just slides there, and you can see how much bumps on this low tide section, up and over, no problem.
And also Jake Marshall on his last wave, Felicity.
Yeah, nice first carving turn off the top here, and looking for that second section, and nice variety, throwing it up into the lip again. And yeah, this inside section just dying out. I mean, it's providing, it's challenging on that inside right now. It's either going to be bone dry and you're having to deal with that, or it's either fizzling out and you're not getting that end section. So nice start to the wave though. That carve was really nice to watch. Then he throws it back up into the lip for this second turn. Nice snap there, little release of the fin. And yeah, this wave straight back up into the lip again. But after this, it just dies out a bit.
And great rail work for Jake Marshall on the Sharp Eye equipment. Not much of an end section left, but still great technique and form through all the major points on that wave. 5.93 for this effort, 5.9 on his wave before. So kind of 2 versions of that same number as he's out in front. Italo in second with a single high. Best score of the heat so far to 6.33. And Fioravanti needing a 6.28 to move into the top 2. More waves on the way. Surfline telling us that things should be picking up throughout this afternoon. We saw that new swell just really show itself about midday. But real clean conditions, absolutely scoring here in the west. And after a pretty challenging start to the year, we've had some tough conditions, and now we're so happy to be scoring. Overhead to start on the takeoff for the Italian. Fioravanti hits it off the lip. Drives through the wrapping cutback, and he'll lay into it. Great execution right in the pocket. See if he can stay on his feet, and manages to find another good section to work with and throws down the hack. So Fioravanti, who started off number 2 in the world after finaling at Pipeline, still in a great position on tour. Hard off the bottom, overhead section, wrapping cutback for Marshall, and keeping that motion down the line to make that section. Beautiful snap over the roof and shuts it down. So Jake looks comfortable, looks inspired, doesn't like he's feeling the pressure of sitting 30th in the world. And when you've got a 33rd, that's going to keep you down on the rankings. That's losing in the elimination round. 265 points, that's just about nothing on the rankings, and you actually feel yourself drop quite a bit. So if he gets into the round of 32, he'll see some improvement on the live rankings. And so far, it looks like he's heading that direction. Let's go through some replays, starting with Leo here, Felicity.
Yeah, beautiful first turn in the lip there, and followed by a nice carve in the pocket. Beautiful surfing here, really nice technique. I like how he's mixing it up and showing different variety on this wave, and he gets a finish, and you can just see how determined he is. I mean, the wave's almost over, but he keeps going, and out the back though, Jake Marshall on this wave. beautiful surfing here, and I really like this turn here. Really hard section to negotiate, but he just drove straight up through that lip and, yeah, rode out in front of it. It was really nice to watch. I think that's going to be a great score.
Judges always love looking at big sections and see how you handle them. Do you go around them or do you attack? And Jake just had the flow and the great read. It's like a snap to slide over a hollow part of the wave. So he should be breaking that rhythm of fives at the moment. We're now 21 on the clock. Interesting role now, Bugs, when you really focus on Italo Ferreira since that world title season. What's changed since then?
It's really hard to put a finger on it, because he's still got all that amazing kinetic energy. He surfs so fast. I'm really struggling to see what has really gone wrong. He's just had a couple of dud heats where, things haven't gone his way in some close heats. He had a super close heat at Bells, and things are just sometimes. The judges are just, it'd be a 3-2 decision on your way in those close heats, and sometimes what they call the rub of the green just is going against you.
And it's interesting when you look at what he has produced, because when you look at results alone, you're like, well, he's producing great years. Following the world title, he's been in both Rip Curl WSL finals, runner-up in the world last season. However, it feels to be like there's this ongoing struggle. When you feel about energy, he's come in almost wondering why his scores aren't higher. So it almost feels like even though he is keeping his rank, solid at the end of the year, it seems like it's just been more uphill than it has been in the past. Looking at results so far this year, 17th at Pipe. As we know how special that event is for him. That's where he won his world title in the final over Medina. And to take a Pipe trophy and a world title trophy in the same day, that's incredible. Officially at the WSL Awards to kick off the year. Now named in honor of the great Duke Kahanamoku. So the Duke World Title Trophy will be handed out officially at the end of the season. Gabriel Medina, a 3-time world champ. In the Red Bull Athlete Zone, preparing for Rio Waida and Maxime Housineau.
Yeah, Medina's in a very kind of strange place. He's had 4 nights, which is just so unusual. I mean, it's nearly like him and Idolo are both struggling. Obviously Medina's safe for the cut, but 4 nights. I mean, he hasn't got the high point, but he's got a very high throwaway.
And Medina, who traditionally gets hot after that mid-season mark, he's done that so many times to crawl himself into the title showdown. Let's now hear from Andino with Stace.
Kolohe, well done. Fantastic performance.
Thank you.
You only need one good one in summer heats, don't you?
Yeah. Sometimes it takes 2 bad ones and you can still make it.
What did that big carve feel like? It looked good from here.
It felt good. It was a really clean section, so I was a little bit overly excited for it. I felt like maybe I caught a little bit, but maybe I pulled out of it. It's kind of hard. It wasn't like a super clean turn. Maybe sometimes they like it. I never know what they like, but yeah, sometimes they like that.
How's the headspace coming into this event this year?
Super good, actually. This has been the best Australian trip I've ever had. I started off in the Goldie, then went to Bells, and now we're here, and I'm with my wife and daughter. So yeah, just having a really good time. So much fun.
How's being in West Oz with the fam?
Insane. This is by far my favorite event of the year. Obviously, we got sick waves at main break, and then the water's really warm this year, and then the box and so many other good waves, and it's just really clean and beautiful. So it's just a fun time.
Seeing you're doing great work at home to support all the up-and-coming talent coming out of your neighbourhood. Give us a rundown on 2% Surf.
It's just kind of a San Clemente version of Chapter 11. That's the best way I could explain it. And not to battle them, but to kind of just say oh, it's kind of sick what they're doing in Ventura. We could do that too. So yeah, just trying to have fun, and it's just really an Instagram and a YouTube right now, and we'll see what happens.
The CEO.
I'm the father.
Thanks for your time, Kolohe. Well done.
Great to hear from Kolohe Andino. Remember feeling some pressure? Well, you think he would be. He doesn't look like it at all. He's having fun. He's kind of openly talked about, hey, I'm not going anywhere from competitive surfing. If it ends up being the Challenger Series at Snapper, he's looking forward to that. But Margaret River has been his best event on tour, making more than one final in the past. As we see the back end of Italo once again, Bucks.
Yeah, Italo is trying to put together something to get out that 5.17. Just sort of comes unstuck at the end though. So this is not a super high scoring heat. So this one's wide open still. Leo's sitting in third place, but this wave here, Flicky, at least he holds it together at the end. He's going, yes, he's pumped. He's feeling that this is his best ride.
Yeah, he definitely liked it. You could see the body language, giving himself a fist pump. So I think it was all in this last section here. It just was so well timed, and yeah, he could feel that. I mean, nice first carve here. Brings it back around. And setting up here for this second turn. Similar sort of carve, but I think this is where that good feeling's coming from. It's this last section here. He just tagged it. You know, that timing was just right. And yeah, look at this body language and this claim here. He's happy with that.
Such a smart competitor. Always has such a solid game plan prep before he goes to battle. And Jake's looking smooth, tearing this wave apart. How about the throw tail? And unfortunately, a bit of backwash knocked him down.
He's surfing really well. He just hasn't got into that 6-point range. He's got a 5.9, a 5.93, and a 5.7. A score yet to be posted, but he came unstuck on that. That would have been a big score. He was attacking that with a lot of gusto.
Well, we've got an interesting situation. Check out the numbers. Tiebreak decision at the moment. Fioravanti out in front. That's how close this seat is with Fioravanti and Jake Marshall. Italo holds priority as he's moved down to third, and he's chasing a 5.5. What a battle that we have unfolding. The 2019 world champ trying to turn this one around. Catching a lot of waves so far, and plenty more to come here in heat number 9 of the opening round. Be right back.
My name is Leonardo Fioravanti. I am from Rome, Italy, and I'm 25 years old. You know, the last year has been a great one, a great learning experience for me. I've matured a lot. When I fell off the cot in Western Australia, that last heat against Ethan Ewing was a heat that I fought so hard. The emotions that I went through during that heat made me love surfing even more, and it showed me that I care so much that I want to get back. I've always had tough moments in my career, whether it was injuries, falling off tour, getting back on, fighting for my career, and I know it's not going to stop. And I'm proud the way I've gone through these hurdles this year, and I am grateful, happy, and excited to be back this year.
So deserving to have Leonardo Fioravanti in the place he sits today. Already made the cut officially, and he gets to surf pressure-free from here on out, as he's doing right now. Watching him from the sky. Fioravanti throwing the fins into reverse, somehow pulling himself back on his feet and disappears again. That's how awkward that end section can be. Going for it, almost pulling it off. A couple of nice turns before he got there. He is sitting out in front on the tie break at the moment with Jake Marshall. The way they do a tie break decision at the moment, top 2 waves, single high score breaks the tie. 6.03 over Jake's 5.93. But he wants to really make it clear cut. I mean, when you add Italo's combined total, it's hard for the judges to really make separations at the moment, Felicity.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, this heat's wide open, and I think it's there for the taking. As soon as someone gets that one breakaway wave, they could potentially run away with this heat. You know, we've only got 10 minutes left, and we're seeing a replay now of Leo's last wave, and beautiful first turn, straight up into the second turn, giving us a bit of variety. And look, he went to the air there, and he almost stuck that. You know, you got to give it to him. He is having a crack. He is changing up variety, and he is probably thinking, you know, this heat is open and it is there for the taking still. So everyone's got very similar sort of scores going on at the moment.
10:20 on the clock here in heat number 9. Fioravanti talking about the challenges of his career. One of the scariest ones that we watched was in a jersey at Pipeline. Broken back was so frightening. Any injury at Pipe is so frightening, but a broken back when he was so young, and the work he had to do to recover from that was unbelievable. Even just getting back in the water, the stretches he had to do, the physical therapy. As we see the backhand of Italo again, Bugs.
Yeah, Italo, he's coming alive in this heat. He knows that he's behind the 8 ball. Kind of similar ride, very similar, like carbon copy of some of his earlier ones, but it's enough. It's a 5.73, and that gets, you know, he had a 5.17, he had to bear the 5.73, gets him into first place, leapfrogs both Leo and Jake, and look how close it is. 12.06, 11.83, 11.83, there's nothing in it.
So another lead change. Ferreira, 6.33 and a 5.73, making this heat real interesting. Fioravanti now needs a 6.04 for the win, and Jake Marshall, the man who really needs to avoid the elimination round, is in third with priority, needing a 5.91. As these guys wait out the back, let's see where Stace has ended up. He's all over this event site. I think he's found Sally Fitzgibbons.
Down here at the Harvey Norman activation with none other than Sally Fitzgibbons. Sal, how are you?
Oh, awesome, Stace. This is what it's all about. It's a beautiful day down at Margs and the crowds have turned out. So we're down at the Harvey Norman booth. Got all the Groms, everyone waving. Yee-hoo. Yeah, we're pretty stoked, and yeah, it's just a brilliant day to enjoy the surfing.
Yeah, who you got your eye on today, Sal?
Oh, this opening round is just always the one, hey. You're just seeing which horses kind of got the best read, how the boards are going, but it's going to be changing a lot with the swell filling in. So I think that adaptation this week is so key.
And you've got a big week coming up. How do you get around it? Do you soak up every heat, or do you go and spend a bit of time at home?
Definitely a balance of the energies. Even day one yesterday, there's just so much, like, it's the pressure cooker. It's why we do it, why we love the sport, but it's definitely draining. And yeah, you got to manage that so well, and just keeping room for both ways. I think for me this week is key. No matter which direction it goes, I'm going to be stoked, and there's a lot of surfing left in me for sure.
Oh, absolutely, and a lot of love down here. Thanks for your time, Sal. Thanks, Groms. Have a good day.
Real quick, anyone wandering past, make sure you enter the comp, because the prize is big, hey Groms? So big tech prize, so come down and bring the family. We're stoked to see you.
Awesome, thanks Sal.
Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Stace. Sally Fitzgibbons, what an incredible human being, a great ambassador for the sport of surfing. So many young kids looking up to Sally for a long time. Probably one that's looked up to her actually has her in the round of 16, young Caitlin Simmers versus Sally Fitzgibbons when the women get back in the water at main break.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Like Sally said, the swell is filling in, and I love watching comps with the girls in it when it gets a bit bigger. I'm a fan of big waves, and I love seeing the women being tested and, yeah, really seeing what they've got.
Who are your favorites when things really get big, when you look at the top 17?
When things really get big, and I've said this before, I think Courtney Conalog, mate, she's in a league above it. Like, she if she wasn't on the World Tour right now, I feel like she'd do really well on the Big Wave World Tour. She just has something in her that she just has a go. She's a bull at a gate. And you know, I saw a video actually she posted on Instagram. It was a reel of her just taking off on a massive set wave. She didn't make the takeoff, but it was an incredible wipeout, and it's just a testament that, you know, she is a charger and she's not afraid to have a crack.
Courtney's really been uncompromising in her approach to big wave riding in the events too. I mean, there's been times where if she'd just sort of come inside and taken a media wave, but she's just kind of stubbornly going, I only get the 10-footers.
Looking forward to that. Courtney will have world number 1 Molly Picklum when the round of 16 gets into the lineup. But what a lot of activity we've seen in heat number 9 in this one. Italo's really had to work for his lead that he has at the moment. Watching the Harvey Norman recap, the 2019 world champ digging in on his backhand multiple times, throwing away 5s, 4s, 3s. High mark of 6.33 got him out in front. So doing a great job to navigate the challenging end section at main break. Jake's been picking off great looking rides. Looking really smooth, Felicity.
Yeah, he's looking really smooth, and you can tell that he knows that he's got to surf for something, and he knows he's got to go for it. We've seen a couple of big attempts by him, but he hasn't just quite made those maneuvers. Here we see Leo, and, you know, he's surfing smooth. I really like this wave. I think this is the one where we get to see that really nice time finish, which it is. Beautiful last turn there, just releasing the fins. But, yeah, it's been about, you know, it's a really close heat, but Italo has been the one that's come out on top, just muscling his way through this wave on his backhand and, yeah, making it look really good out there.
Italo so quick, always has so much flair and energy for us, but this heat is extremely close. Heading into the 5-minute mark, Italo with the lead in priority, but a lot of room to move for these guys. Italo coming from a really cool part of Brazil, always giving back to his local community. There was a holiday season around Christmas time where he decided to buy school supplies for all the kids in the community. All they had to do was show up at his house. His mom was there handing out backpacks, books, school supplies, and there weren't any cameras around. So it wasn't a show that they were putting on. It was just something he wanted to do to give back to the place that gave him everything. It's kind of like where you see all those little right-hander that wraps around the corner, puts up all these video clips up constantly from where he grew up, and definitely earned a great backhand attack having a right like that, Bugs, in his backyard.
It's been amazing watching him surf that wave and develop his surfing, and now he's got a couple of kids that he mentors. He's got this one kid, I saw him do a full radio flip. It was an unbelievable full rotation. He would say, Leo again.
Big hack there for Fioravanti, loving his control of main break. Remember, he needs a 6.04 for the lead. Nice variation of different rail turns. The layback is really popular. When you see someone do it, it's fun just to focus on the board. Sometimes, like, forget about the style and flair of the upper body. See how much the board moves. And when you throw it into a big hook on a big section, the judges really love it. Felicity, how'd you enjoy this one?
Yeah, I liked it, Joe. I mean, that first nice tag off the top there into that massive layback. And yeah, you're right. If you just focus on the surfboard, you really see how much it moves. And God, he just displaced so much water there, sending rooster feathers into the air.
Love that. The noise just went all the way the other direction. Really solid version of that layback hammer. Look at this. Bigger waves on the way, catching these guys by surprise. Scratching into position. We might have a taker here. It is the Goofy Foot world champ from 2019. Wrapping cutback. Italo driving off the bottom. Attacks the pocket again. Quick vertical whip to come down with a section, and he's loving it. So Italo finding a set wave, that's always going to help out getting a better score. And I think that finish was really important to improve on the situation.
I think we're going to see maybe a bit of a difference in scores now with that last one of Italo's.
Jake Marshall on the move. Sets up a deep bottom turn, a nice clean wrapping cutback. Sets up a nice blow tail. and he will look to ride out. There it is, hands are up. Bit of passion out of Marshall. Bigger section, nice combination of maneuvers there, Bugs.
It sure was. He's really challenged for second spot and maybe first spot there, but Italo, he got that bigger wave, so this will be a showdown. Is Leo now in trouble? Because Leo sitting in the lead right now, but I guess this wave of Italo is going to be key. And Jake, gosh, you know, it's been a kind of a cruel heat for him. He surfed so well.
Let's get caught up here, last of Italo.
Yeah, Italo's wave, I really liked it. It was a lot bigger than any other wave we've seen surf. 3 big solid maneuvers, and this is the move that I like the best, that finish. You can see he's stoked. You can see he's loving that. Releasing the fins on that last turn and airdrop to finish. Yeah, he's pumped. He's pumped. He's loving it.
And then compared to Jake Marshall's right here, Bucks.
It's just 2 huge maneuvers. Just big wrapping cut back there. Nice solid wave here. And this wave here, this one here, really had to wrestle with this wave to make it. And you know what? It was a pretty clean recovery.
One more look on this blowtail, Felicity.
Yeah, the first look I had, I was like, oh, was that maybe not too clean? But looking at that on the replay, I liked it. Those 2 turns were really strong.
Jake Marshall liking it, putting his hands up, showing the passion and fire that he has that's burning so strong. Always has been a solid competitor. He's down to 22 seconds. His goal here is to avoid the elimination round.
Wow, look at that. Italo has taken the lead, Joe.
15 seconds. Jake will get this wave. It's a small one. So it looks like he's already motioning. He'll just take this one into the beach. Important ride for Jake to be scored. Also last of Fioravanti, and Italo getting involved one more time. This one counts. Backside wrap. Nice snap on the backhand. Getting a little bit more room off the lip line there. Well done for Italo to float it into the flats. Everybody's fired up. Marcos lost his hat. And they can hear those hoots and screams from the stairs. The support crew of Italo is trying to get a big score on that last exchange. His previous ride's already in, 6.77, so he did improve.
Well, the score for Jake Marshall's the critical one. I think Italo's pretty safe there in the #1 spot.
Just love the activity in this heat. These guys caught a similar amount of rides, a lot of similar scores getting thrown away, a lot of 5s and 4s. But Jake's best still coming in. How about that?
Wow.
Few scores in the excellent range. It comes in at an 8.0. Marshall drops the snowman to take the lead on his final wave. But now we'll wrap it up officially once we get the last of Ferreira. He was left chasing a 7.17. One judge says just under. Remember, top 2 move on to the round at 32. This has been a close heat. We've had a tie-break decision halfway through.
Yeah, it's been really, really exciting. And yeah, numbers still dropping through for Italo.
Some judges say it was enough. Wow, split decision from the panel. Goes in favor of Italo Ferreira. 7.17 to go to first on the final wave. Marshall drops to second. Fioravanti will be in the elimination round.
Yeah, what a turn up. Leo, 2 minutes to go in the heat, was winning the heat. Now Italo beats Jake Marshall by 1/100th of a point.
13.94 to 13.93. Doesn't get any closer than that. What a matchup. Ferreira Marshall going right into the round at 32. And coming up next, we'll see Medina take on Rio White and Maxime Husino right after this. You can check out WorldSurfLeague.com and pick Italo Ferreira for your fantasy team. You still have time to make changes through the opening round.
That's close, dude.
Definitely a close one, champ, but he's looking fired up. Sometimes there's just a heat wind that just turns you on and sends you all the way to the final. He's done that many times in his still young career, still growing. A lot to expect from Italo. Gabriel Medina is usually a hot pick on Fantasy Surfer. Remember, you can also pick a power surfer when you play, and that's worth double points. But that key thing, you can make your changes through the elimination round, but once the round of 32 stops, your team is locked for the rest of the event. Medina taking on Rio Waida, Maxime Husino. Rio and Maxime both part of the 2023 rookie class. Rio a favorite representing Indonesia, first ever full-time competitor representing Indonesia on tour. How cool is that, Bugs?
Oh, well, it is the absolute one of the coolest developments. You know, professional surfing is so global. Indonesia is such a renowned place for, you know, surfers to travel to. And there has been so many great surfers from Indonesia, but never one to step onto this stage. And the pride of Indonesia, such a huge following, and they're so proud of him.
And then you also look at Maxime Husino, more of a veteran type of feel when you talk about Maxime. A decade on the qualifying series, had his big World Junior title. Won that title when the favorite, thinking back to that era, was Owen Wright in that junior series. Beat Jadson at North Narrabeen. His profile lifted, but it came with a lot of pressure as well, Felicity.
Yeah, that's right. I was actually there at that World Juniors, and I remember him winning. And you know, if you win a World Junior titles, it comes with a lot of pressure. Immediately, people start thinking, well, you know, when is he going to qualify for the World Tour? And they start asking those questions, and that can put a lot of pressure on you as a surfer. And it's really good to see him here on the tour now.
Looks like we could have some activity early in this heat. Few paddles, no takers. It's all about trying to get the first wave when there's 3 guys in the lineup. It doesn't sound like a lot, but for these guys, it could feel a little crowded, Bugs.
Yeah, but one of those guys is Gabriel Medina.
And I think the best part about Gabriel Medina is when he qualified. Remember, he was on tour, he was 17. That's how incredible he was as a rookie, just getting on tour so young. And he wasn't afraid to have paddle battles with the legendary surfers on tour. He would get right in their personal space, and he said, hey, I'm just here to win. And he did very quickly. Got pulled up on the mid-season cut we had at the time. It was more of a mid-season rotation. It was John Medina, Miguel Pupo. They started lowers that year. He ended up winning in San Francisco and also in France. He was just a Grom.
It was a phenomenal, the class of that year that came through was, you know, gone on to be world champions.
30 minutes to go here. Medina's done a lot for us since then. 3 times taken out the world title, and that was actually always his goal. Some surfers say they don't make goals like that. They kind of like stay present heat by heat, but he always wanted to join Mick Fanning, Tom Curran with 3 titles as well. Also Andy Irons with a few titles in his career. These surfers starting to paddle to the horizon. And they are going to make a move on this one. We'll finally get the opening ride. It's from Maxime Husino. Setting up an aggressive bottom turn. There's that carved start on the pocket. Vertical over the roof. And he'll just force the float on the inside section and get on the board. Maxime, such a fun competitor to watch. Really quick. And likes to really throw the hammer down. Let's take another look, Bugs.
Yeah, Maxime, he came from deep. He had to get around this section. Look how aggressively he attacks that one bowl. Comes in for a second. And just a float over the white water. Nothing too spectacular at the end, but an aggressive ride. And he got that one from inside Rio. And Medina was too deep, so he was well positioned.
Winner of the last heat, and what a heat it was. Winning it on the last wave. Italo is with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. That's right. Crazy heat. Italo must feel really good to win a close heat like that.
Yeah, for sure. That was a close heat, and it was super fun. So with the boys, you know, and it's been fun right now. It's a lot of opportunity, and then on the last second, I got like the last wave and turned the heat, and yeah, I'm super stoked.
And do you think that's something you've been working on in your surfing, those big major maneuvers all linked together with nice flow?
Oh yeah, for sure. And this wave, it's nice for the backhand guys, you know, and but I feel like on the beginning of the heat, I tried something to attack the first maneuver, and I couldn't try, you know, and I was kind of like fat the first 2 turns, and then the second ones I was kind of like better, you know, and but yeah, I'm super stoked and just keep going like step by step and try to surf a little bit more and better, yeah.
I know you have full-time support from your friend Marcus, but must be good to have the help here of local boy Jay Davies.
Oh yeah, for sure. I have been surfing with Jay in the last couple of days, and it has been so fun, you know, make some heats and enjoy a little bit. He knows the plays, he knows the swells, and yeah, it has been so fun and work with him. Yeah, he's a good guy.
And I hear you've been working on some cool projects with some different surfboards, spending time at Fernando at the start of the year. I know you've got a great relationship with Timmy Patterson, but what did that do for your surfing to try all those different equipment?
Yeah, that was a kind of like a challenge for me, you know, because I never tried other boards, you know, and yeah, that was kind of like different combination of boards, you know, and I love my shaper, you know, team and Tico Teco, and we have been doing like amazing work in the last couple of years, you know, and but it was like a challenge for me to try different boards, and it was super fun. I would say that was one of the good things that I did this year, you know, and with the guys in Noronha, one of my favorite places, and I would love to say thank you, Sai, for the opportunity to do that, and then I hope you guys enjoy. Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to watching it. Did you want to sing out? I know it's probably early morning in Brazil, but did you want to say good morning?
Yeah, então, bom dia, pessoal. Obrigado aí quem ficou acordado e ficou na torcida, minha família, meus amigos, né? Tem um suporte aqui também da galera que está aqui, mas gostaria de agradecer a todos que estão aí acordando, que vocês tenham um bom dia e que aproveitem aí. Tamo junto, valeu.
Well done, Italo.
Thank you so much, Stace. Italo Ferreira fired up to get the buzzer beater, to get the win into the round of 32. And fun to hear him talk surfboards with Timmy Patterson, legendary human being, great craftsman. But he also has Tico and Teco, who are out in Brazil making a lot of his models as well. They learned a lot from Timmy as they spent a lot of time in his shaping room in San Clemente. You see a nice first turn from Husino. How about a bottom turn to create some space? Throws down a nice over the top. Super clean surfing for Maxime.
Yeah, I really like that. It looked like he grabbed his rail on that last turn too, just to really make sure that he was going to make that turn. It was probably, in my eyes, the best wave surfed in this heat so far. Really crisp, clean turns. So I think the judges are going to like it. We're going to see a replay here of that wave. And straight up into the lip, and looking for a second turn here. Coming around the section, nice carving turn, but this is the turn that I was talking about. He just grabs the rail there and looking really solid.
4.5 and a 2, and he'll be putting another great score in there. The 2.0 is going to be gone, Bugs.
Sure is. This will be his best ride for sure. And he's got a lot of variety in this ride. As Flick said, this last move here, super clean, grabs a rail, just steadies the board, makes sure of it. Maxime, he had a pretty good go at Bells, and you know, he's in his rookie year. Gosh, it's taken him a long time to get here, and he's celebrating. Him and Ramsey, they're basically on 10 or 12 years on the QS, and you know, you got to love it when these guys, you know, the perseverance and the tenacity they've got just to hang in there and believe in themselves, and now they're here on the big stage in the big game.
Yeah, it's so true. You love these stories of the journeyman, as we see Adriano de Souza now in a coaching role. Little debrief with Leonardo Fioravanti. Remember, Leo dropped to third at the end of that matchup. And de Souza, world champ in 2015, also won this event at Margaret River that same season. I'm really enjoying seeing de Souza in a coaching role. He was always with his head down, working hard.
Yeah,
always felt like he was against all odds to accomplish what he did in his career. Definitely one of the greats.
He sure is, and I kind of, you know, the body English there, I kind of think he was talking to him not so much about what he was doing on the waves, but the positioning and the priority rotation and he, you know, the wave choice. I think because at the end of that heat, Leo wasn't in position to, you know, really capitalise on his first place.
And I think you have such a great sounding board with Adriano because he understands the game so well. I mean, a lot of surfers on tour had to think about a game plan and how to compete with Adriano. Not every surfer demands that type of attention.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching this too. It's interesting to see, and yeah, I mean, it's super unfortunate Leo was surfing so well. So yeah, I think what you said, Bugs, is that just at the end of the heat there, he probably found himself just out of that rotation.
And he's, you know, he's got a world champion in his corner, and Leo is really, yeah, it's kind of the student. And what a great student he is, because he's worked with some great guys like Belly from Belly took him around for years and years. He was in that camp with those guys, and now he's got Adriano.
Adriano beat Kelly out here in flawless main break conditions. Talked about Kelly getting the 10 against Glenn Micro Hall, then lost to De Souza, and it was firing. Then Adriano went on to beat John Florence in that final. 2015, I remember Adriano came in on the beach and he said, I just beat the best surfer in the world. I think that was one thing that De Souza always had, was so much respect for everyone's approach on tour. He would study it, try to bring little bits and pieces into his zone act.
One of the hallmarks of Adriano was that he would always go to a place super early, and he'd really tune in with the locals, and you know, he'd do what he's doing with Leo. He'd hang with the top locals, just like Italo said he was doing here, and tune into the waves that the contest was going to be on. One thing I noticed about him, even when he lost, he'd be the first one out after the contest every single time. Like, that is dedication.
Oh, he did that so often. It's kind of reminding me of a Rio Waida rookie year approach, where he is just going, I'm not going home. I'm staying on the road and learning as much as possible.
Yeah, I really like that approach, you know, and he's a rookie on tour, and yeah, just realizing that, you know, this is an amazing opportunity and you want to make the most of every moment, and realizing that he hasn't been to some of these places before and he really does want to put the time in, and I really think that's great.
Of course, with Rio, I mean, you know, you go home to Indonesia, mate, you mightn't leave.
Perfect waves everywhere you look. Rio Waida is so happy to be on the road. I've asked him a few times what it's like. You know, do you want to get there as soon as possible? He said, actually, no, I'm loving this. He said he's just finding comfort and surfing all these world-class waves. He's got a 4.17 so far in this matchup. Medina is the only one that hasn't caught a wave, but they definitely feel his presence. A three-time world champ, won his third world title in the first edition of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Was the #1 seed. It was a title match with Felipe Toledo, and Medina did a flip on the lowers left.
You know, the Medina situation is so interesting, as you said. I mean, it's so true. He's really owned the second half of the tour in his successful years, and sometimes he has had a sleepy start. This is a different one, though. To get 4 9ths and not be able to break through, it's become, you know, for an athlete, that can become a psychological barrier where, you know, the pattern sets in. And that kind of, in that particular year, that becomes a bit of a stumbling block. Your fellow competitors, when you get in that round of 16, they're aware of that, you know.
So true. Gabriel Medina, so confident in his approach. Definitely one of the alphas on tour. He can be very intimidating, as he always has one goal: to produce his best surfing. Now he's got a decision to make, with the ocean giving him an option here. Here comes the opener for Gabriel Medina in the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Big vertical with the tail drift. Throwing out a nice carve. He can make it into the double up and create some space for an exciting hack to finish. That is just his connectivity to the ocean. He read that wave so well. Even when it went kind of flat and full, he still was dynamic in that wrapping turn to set up that hack in the double up.
Yeah, it's like he almost knew halfway through that turn that the wave was going to die out. So then he was like, all right, I'm going to bring this around a little bit further, and we get to watch it right here on the replay. Hits this first section, brings it around, but here, this is the moment I'm talking about where he knows that this wave's going to die out, so he brings it back that little bit more and absolutely nails that end section there. That was a beautiful wave.
Another great view from the sky here, Bugs.
Yeah, he gets over that wave at kind of the double up, and only he could read that better than anyone, and now it becomes into a full wave. He goes up early, though. That's the secret. And he comes down in complete control. You know, this could have just bucked him off there, right? It could have just...
I think what you said,
he's got the best recovery.
Yeah, about going up early on your backhand is pretty important. Like trying to meet those oncoming sections and do like one of those foam climbs or lip lines is really tricky to do unless you're on your forehand. So going up early on your backhand is a good decision to make here on that end section at Margaret River.
Gabriel Medina just threw down an 8.33. First wave in his event here in the opening round, and turns in an excellent range score. We call excellent scores from the 8 to 10 point range. Job well done.
You know, it just showcases the genius of the man. That was a really ordinary wave.
Gosh, he's so talented. I ran into Medina the other day and I was like, do you remember your first contest? He's like, oh yeah, I just went to the store with my friends. We bought cookies and a can of soda, and that was the prize. And so they actually invented their own bracket, and whoever won got it all. The soda, the cookies, and moved on. He said they would just create little events down in Marcius, and it got very competitive early.
Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't go against him in a winner-take-all.
So true. He said he always started looking up to Mick Fanning, loved his approach as a champion. He said he was so happy that he got to share the same household on the North Shore of Oahu, even dealing with a title showdown with Mick. There's a lot of respect between the two. We kind of thought maybe they would actually change their accommodations, you know, sharing the same major sponsor, but they did the opposite. They gave each other their own space and settled things in the ocean.
Yeah, I really like that. It's very, very gentlemanlike.
16 on the clock at the moment. It's the rookie Maxime Housineau. Needs to make a lot of heats out in front of this one as Connor O'Leary prepares for Jordy Smith and Michael Rodriguez coming up next. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Be right back. This day continues to be brilliant. Check out this wonderful Indian Ocean, providing great waves for the best in the world, and you got to know when to go surf. Hopefully you signed up for a premium subscription from Surfline, and you can know when to go. That green means go. The new colorways they have now is kind of modeling a stoplight. You see the green, that means go surf. You got great conditions wherever you might be in this beautiful planet. Speed Racers, Housineau, laid back hack to finish this one off. He found a nice clean road to ride away clean. He'll get credit for that cool finish. Low score 4.5 for Husino. And more waves out the back. How about that? Set wave landing on the top of Medina and Rio Waida.
Yeah, it looks like there's a few more set waves to come too. So definitely a sign of that swell that was forecasted to come on the Surfline forecast.
Exactly, yeah. Charlotte Perry, great job letting us know we'd be seeing the increase in size this afternoon. And my favorite part, just the dreamy conditions that we've had all day. Said if it goes on shorts, it's going to be light. Even the next couple of days, winds are looking really favorable. Expecting even bigger surf tomorrow, which will be Saturday locally here in West Oz. Scores coming in for Maxime. I was talking to Husino the other day, and he was reflecting on his last trip to the West. It was probably a decade ago or more, he said. And said he got here and he didn't have big equipment. More on that in a sec. Here's Medina backing up the 833. How about that power hack? Drills it again in the pocket. Two great turns. The three-time world champ floats it and just puts all that energy down the line. He's already taken over in just 2 waves ridden so far. It's almost like a new approach from Medina and Felipe these days. They're just taking all the time they need in the lineup. Doesn't need to get super active. Checks his Cabianca surfboard and his fins, and again he's got to stop to look for more water there.
Yeah, he's really dry docked himself. And that reef is super shallow, but it also has a lot of big potholes in it too. So 1 minute you think you're stepping on a shallow section, you take one step and you're in a really deep hole. But here we go, we've got a replay of that last wave, and I absolutely loved it. That first turn out of the lip was beautiful to watch. Into the second one, and then straight up. It's so quick into that last third turn there. And one more little foam climb for good measure.
Also Maxime's last wave, Bugs.
Yeah, Maxime, he gets off to a pretty good start here. Nice little snap there, nothing too major. Again, a bit of a setup, but this last move, this layback jam here, this is awesome.
Yeah, I loved that move.
And it was actually very useful to actually shove him back towards the left to make sure he avoided that rock shelf, but that is a cool version of that move.
Yeah, really putting it all on the line, right in front of that, the bricks, like we like to call it in Margaret River, that really shallow section there. And yeah, definitely rewarded for it. It's his second highest score, came in at a 5.6.
Gabriel Medina enjoying the lift on the Red Bull ski. 2 waves, and he's got himself a 16-point total out in front. Maxime needs a 10. Rio Waida needs a 7.43. That's for second. Oh, and a brilliant heat already for Gabriel, who's really looking to win this event for the first time in his career. Let's get focused on his road to the final as we check out the Bailey Ladders leaderboard with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Yep, Bailey's Ladders leaderboard. What? Walking on a dream with the men today and the conditions that we're seeing. Beautiful surf out at main break. And let's just take a look, though, what we're looking forward to when the women hit back into the water. Round of 16, couple of matchups here. Molly Picklum versus Courtney Conlog. Former champ against yellow leader Jersey, matched up in that heat number 1. That's going to be one to tune in for when we go back to the women. Heat number 4, 2 former champs, Tatiana Weston Webb versus Lakey Peterson. Both have won out here before. A must-win situation for Lakey to avoid that mid-season cut. A lot on the stakes, but yeah, thanks to Bailey Ladders to keep me elevated throughout this entire competition.
You got a great view up there, Kives.
So good. It's awesome, and it's just a beautiful day, Joe. I mean, no place I'd rather be than on my sturdy Bailey ladder.
Legend. Thanks, Kaipo. Enjoying the show, but he can't help himself. He's got to tune into that Bailey Ladders leaderboard to see who's in form and moving into the next round. Some unbelievable matchups in the round of 16. Women off for the day. They'll be showing up early in the morning for the call on Saturday. As we saw this wave being ridden with the chat with Kaipo, Rio Waida in motion here. Able to finish nice and strong, Felicity.
Yeah, I really love that finish too. I mean, a lot of the guys going for that layback finish, and it is a smart maneuver to go for, like you said, Bugs. Really bringing the board back around, letting the board do the work rather than that converging bit of water. And yeah, I really loved that last maneuver. putting it all on the line too.
So Rio playing the patience game. Just 2 waves ridden before and decided to sit for a while before going for that one. Definitely his best so far. 6.53 for Rio. So chipping away at what he needs. Now needs a 5.07. Husino's last with that layback hack of 5.6, so he improved as well. But yeah, Maxime, first trip here, he came and he was in the trials of the old qualifying series event. And it was gigantic and firing. All of a sudden he's going, I think I've got a 6.0 maybe. And Jake the Snake Patterson came to the rescue again like he has many years and just handed over a 6.6. And Maxime's like, well, I will give it a shot. And he turned in a big 9. Loved the board. And he's like, I might actually ask Snake if he still has that thing around just in case. But that's just a statement to his ability to jump on a board that he never rode before and get an excellent number and make it into the main event. But it's a common theme on Bugs over the years, showing up with small surfboards, and needed to call your friends that live locally here in the West.
Yeah, it's certainly hard for the modern day pro surfers to travel with anything over a 6.2. But there comes a day when you need to step up. And Flick, I mean, this place here, I mean, we're in the land of the giants. It can be 15, 18 feet.
Oh, in this event in particular, you can see surf from 2 foot to 4 foot, 6 foot to 8 foot. 15 foot to 20 foot, all in 1 week. So you will need a board for all of those conditions. So, and I love to see it. I love surfers that can adapt like that and jump from board and jump down to different smaller boards. And, it just shows their versatility and how adaptive they can be.
How hard are we scoring right now, Felicity? I mean, I've heard rumors that the weather was actually pretty wild before we got here. Is that true?
Yeah, no, it's definitely true. We had some wild, woolly weather. We had lots of rain, and it is absolutely stunning right now. Like, not a breath of wind and sunny bluebird skies. And, yeah, we've seen some amazing drone footage of the reef and some dolphins and, yeah, Western Australia turning it on.
Oh, and the water's so warm. West Oz has over 12,500 kilometers of coastline. So that's like 7,800 miles of pristine coastline, surrounded by 2 of the world's biggest ocean, the Indian Ocean and the Southern Ocean, actually colliding in this great state. So you got a lot of room to move and go exploring, and I'm sure, Felicity, it's pretty easy for you to surf by yourself if you want to.
Yeah. Sometimes down here you're looking for a friend to go surfing with. I mean, yeah, it's such a beautiful coastline, and we have so many different breaks to surf down here. We're very spoiled.
Watching this now, Rio Waida setting up a deep bottom turn and getting hung up off the top. A tough mistake for the rookie, who really had a good opportunity to try to move into the top 2, Bucks.
Well, he'd got himself back into the heat with that 6.53. Well and truly, he only needed just over a 5. I would say he was on his way to it with that wave, Flick.
Yeah, I would say so too. It was a bigger wave as well. So, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that he ended up falling off on that one. He's probably kicking himself, I'd say.
Maxime will try to make him pay for it now. Sets up a big carve. He'll pick himself back up and swing into the second move. Water flies off the top. And now Maxime redirects. He's been doing well just reading these waves. And even where I thought he was going to get stuck on his first carve, he recovered well. And it's really the battle for second at the moment. So if he improves, Rio's going to need a bigger score here. At the athlete welcome dinner over at Lewin Estates, I talked to Maxime, and he was very just jovial, kind of laughed a lot, kind of joked about the situation on tour to keep things light, and it's definitely working for him. Bugs, what'd you see there?
Well, just saw him, bog a little bit of bog on that first turn, but then he got really clean after that. So whether the judges ping him a little bit, but great finish. Just went up early, not super spectacular, but if he'd got that first turn super clean, he was well on his way to a really decent score. It'd be interesting to see how they go with that. He's looking to just improve on that 5.6. He's going to do that. So, yeah, 6.23. So I reckon he was on his way to about a 7-point ride, and he left a little bit on the table, but that's going to help his cause, because now Rio needs a 5.7
Well done for Husino, turning in another solid number. 3:30 on the clock. Gabriel Medina at the helm in this heat, as he was very selective, but he's only caught 2 waves, and that's all you need. Harvey Norman recap, all about the 3-time world champ, picking a great wave and just an incredible connection to get into the double up. Big, meaty section, powerful hack to finish. 8.33 on his opener. Still the best score of the heat. This is how he backed it up, Flick.
Yeah, I love the way he's surfing. He's just surfing so strong and, you know, surfing with so much speed too. And I'm loving watching this. Just taking an absolute command of this heat.
Such an amazing competitor, Gabriel Medina's first start here in 2014. When he got the championship tour upgrade, he turned in a quarterfinal result, which is actually still his best result in the West. He matched that same performance in 2018. So he's definitely due for a big win out here.
Well, he's actually got to get equal to his best result to get past that, you know, that we were talking about, that round of 16, which would get him at least a 5th, a quarterfinal result. He needs to get there to make any movement whatsoever on his ranking.
And I suppose what you brought up earlier, looking at Medina and how peculiar it is to see him not have maybe even a big win at this stage of the year, because the flip of starting with pipe and how incredibly consistent he is at that venue.
And that's the point. I mean, because in past years, as you know, rightly said, the second half of the year has really come on. But now with the flip of the tour, these are some of his stronger points, some of his stronger venues that he hasn't been able to get the big result at.
One of the most consistent surfers at Pipeline and in Tahiti, those waves of consequence where he fit right into the mix with the best that compete out there. Nice aggressive whip as he's just having some fun through the inside. Gabriel Medina shutting down this heat. And he did it early. 8.33, 7.67 back-to-back. And just basically spent the next 10 minutes just in cruise control. Husino's been building on second, and Rio put himself back in this heat and made a big mistake, falling on his first turn when that wave definitely had the points to turn the heat. Remember, 3rd place goes to the elimination round. That won't be on today, but they'll try to avoid a 33rd result. Rio's had some great moments in the opening round, more specifically Subertubos and Paniche, where he just ran away with that. Huge win there, big numbers went his way, just not happening for him today at main break.
A dominant heat win for 3-time world champion Gabriel Medina, and one of the most understated performances, but one of the highest scoring best 2 waves. He got a bang bang.
Looks like we'll get a wave here on the left. He might just enjoy a little layback cutty. Great job to Gabriel Medina, getting a very convincing win and just having some fun on the inside. He definitely seems loose, light, happy in the Red Bull athlete zone, and it's really showing in his performance today. Moving on to the round of 32 with rookie Maxime Husino. We'll see Waida in the elimination round. And coming up next, Connor O'Leary will take on Jordy Smith and Michael Rodriguez in heat number 11. Jordy's clips have been insane in the lead up. Connor's the high seed, lot to look forward to. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
Margaret River is a beautiful part of the world. It's one that stands out. It's just fresh air, clear water, tons of swell, lots of different ways to surf. Today, just had some golf with the guys. We actually had a great match on our end. In my foursome, it was myself and Joe Turpel against Ronnie Blakey and Rich Lovett. They started out beating us from the first hole. We tied them up on 17. They had to make a putt on the last hole to match us.
The day we had today was amazing. Golfing here, just being on a course with kangaroos is something different. It's definitely not normal to a person like me and someone from Hawaii. We went to Xanadu and had amazing wine. Pretty cool experience seeing the whole process and how this wine's created.
The wineries are great, the food's really good. Not much bad to say about this place, to be honest. Just a beautiful place to be, and we look forward to coming back here every year.
We do love our time here in the West, and so does Geordie Smith. He's out there in the water at the moment. Heat 11 of the opening round. He's up against Connor O'Leary and Michael Rodriguez. This one during the break.
Oh, just Geordie can be a bit of a bully at times. Just manhandling these waves out here at Margaret River. And, well, here's a replay of our surfer in white, Michael Rodriguez. Just on a foamy monster here. Swell picking up in the latter stages of the afternoon. Some nice face work there. Just pulls through. He knows that there wasn't too many points on offer.
Yeah, like this matchup. Connor O'Leary's been doing some great surfing this year. Down at Bells Beach, looked really sharp. Actually went back-to-back quarterfinal finishes through the last two events. But you've enjoyed his surfing during the warm-up trip.
Oh, absolutely. For me, probably the standout goofy footer, at least out of the Australians from mine. Most improved in terms of the last 12 months and his attack, and the speed has increased, the power has increased, the intensity of the turns have gotten much bigger. Yeah, Connor O'Leary expecting big things, but a huge heat here. Geordie Smith, we know that he is just so accustomed to these big right-handers and the power of Margaret River. He's going to be hard to beat. And Michael Rodriguez, he also put in some fine waves down at Bells Beach. So this is a really stacked one. Should be exciting.
Yeah, Michael, the lightweight up against a couple of the heavy hitters on the CT. Connor O'Leary's been putting up good scores through the past couple of events. Hasn't had a whole lot of success here at Margaret River, though. Geordie Smith, on the other hand, has been one of the real performers at this venue. When you look at the statistics, he turns in excellent scores pretty frequently. Not up there in John Florence's realm, but he is a surfer who, I think, when you look at his strengths, you can see why. He's had some strong performances here in the past. Yeah,
it's just a style that's so suited to his way of surfing. It's that real power base. He's got all that rail work that he can lean into. And again, another one of these guys that makes the wave, he attacks it but makes it look easier than what it actually is. And the big turns look gigantic when he does them.
Yeah, like John Florence too, he's got that. He not only has the power and the leverage in his height, but he's also got the impeccable carving technique to harness the power that this wave provides and pushes back. And yeah, he definitely is capable at, I think, taking this contest out, even though he hasn't yet.
Another really important thing for Geordie too is just the pace of his surfing. It completely fits with this style of wave. You see some of these natural footers on their forehand and they're sort of pumping for speed. They're trying to drive into it. They're trying to manufacture speed, where Geordie seems to have this flow and pace where he doesn't really seem like he's putting a lot of effort in, but the speed matches just about everyone else.
35 years of age, Geordie, a veteran on the CT. 8 previous events here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. A second place finish, his best. That was in 2021. 5 quarterfinal finishes and only missed the finals twice in his career. So one of his pet events. But Geordie's, he's a big guy that just needs to reconnect with an appetite for chasing CT victories and getting himself back into the conversation for world title contention, because he has fallen out of that mix a little bit.
Yeah, and it's 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 been a tough company to sort of break into. It's been sort of dominated by a few over the last couple of years, and Geordie perhaps has missed the bus a couple of times. And there's a lot of things going on in a man's life on tour, and these things all affect where you end up and how you perform.
Yeah, a few surfers, title contenders, got kind of derailed by the pandemic. I'd say Geordie Smith was one of them. Julian Wilson, another. They were always at the top end of the rankings. They both had young families at the start of the pandemic, and it really kind of shifted their focus away from competition a little bit. And for Geordie, I just don't know if he's tapped back into that competitive animal that we saw taking CT event wins regularly and sort of keeping his name in the mix.
Yeah, for sure. It can be all-consuming. A family's tough enough, in a regular life, let alone a travelling surfer. So he's doing well here to stay in the mix, and I'm sure we'll see him rise back up to the top.
Another title contender looking good to get himself back into that conversation is Gabriel Medina. Stays 16 points in the opening round. Impressive.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. And what really impressed me, Gabe, was you surfed that heat like Mick Fanning, waited for the two best waves.
Yeah, it's been so long just watching Mick doing their things, and feels good to get two good waves and just be selected. The waves are really fun out there. I'm happy with my two waves, and I think tomorrow should be a good day too.
Is that an adjustment to your strategy? I know you love to ride a lot of waves. We personally love watching you ride a lot of waves, but this younger generation, they're starting to get your number a bit more often. Griffin, Ethan, guys like that. Is that something you're paying attention to?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I haven't get many opportunities. The hits I lost. I just want to get good waves, and just throw that my surfing and let it be. But yeah, of course, this new generation are doing really good. Of course, we always watching each other. It's good to see they growing and pushing the level of surfing. And but feels good to, finally surf. Feels like it, hopefully tomorrow we have nice waves.
Yeah, the forecast is certainly looking good. Tell me, when you wait that long for your first wave and perform like that, does it feel even sweeter?
Yeah, it feels good. When you wait that long and then you get a good wave, feels amazing, gives you confidence just to keep going, and then you find yourself in a good rhythm, that's what I thought when I was waiting, and everything worked out, so that was a good hit.
Yeah, a fantastic heat indeed. A quick word in Portuguese.
Obrigado a todos, eu sei que aí tá tarde, mas feliz aí que vocês estão assistindo e torcendo, e é isso, até amanhã, obrigado.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Cheers.
Gabriel Medina yet to break into a final series yet this season, but he's kind of been knocking on the door. But as he said, he just it just hasn't been his year just yet. But you know that he could just click into gear and go on a mad event-winning spree at any time. He's done that before in the back half of a championship tour season. But during the interview, Rich, Connor O'Leary just came to life.
Yeah, well, this is that backhand approach that I was talking about. Those first two turns, back-to-back, very clean, the opener. Just, he put some spice on the top of this thing, just sees the tail release. Nice driving bottom turn here. Gets the grab rail, steadies it, gets up into the lip. Look how uneven and like all the texture on the surface of that lip. And Connor just really muscles his way through it. And again, throws the board up almost vertically, drifts the tail out a little bit. Now reconnects, turns the head, starts looking to where the next maneuver is going to be placed. Late, just a bit late on that third turn, so the judges will keep that in mind. They won't get overly excited about it, but certainly the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, if you teed off on that final section, if you got the timing right, I think that wave does go well into the excellent range, but it's still a hefty score to drop early on in this heat. 7.67. And he charges ahead, sitting in 12th position on the ratings at the moment. Connor O'Leary, a 29-year-old who just exploded into the CT ranks with a stellar rookie season, finishing 13th, got himself up to, finishing 13th his rookie year. But then he fell off the pace in 2018 and fell off tour, had to fight his way back. And these last couple of seasons, he's looked pretty strong. Finished 9th last year.
Hate to say it, but it did him wonders falling off the tour, because it gave him a little wake-up call. He definitely came back to the tour with a different attitude. The surfing started to evolve, and you see Connor around the competitors there, around the comp site now. He's a different human than he was 4 or 5 years ago, for sure.
It's a throwback, though, to his rookie season. He was just, obviously, you're in a good, happy place when you're getting through heats and making CT finals, which he was able to do that year.
Yeah.
But the second year, it felt like he maybe started to take it all a little too seriously and overthink things. I think it took a while for him to find, you know, the best way for him to compete at this level. And he's another one of those guys, kind of like a Jackson Baker, who just kind of giggles his way around the contest site, just high-fiving everyone, just bringing good vibes, and just sort of settled into a routine where the main priority is enjoying himself when he's on the road.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head, and you know, Connor's found his happy place, and he goes to it, and he's feeding off the energy of Jackson Baker as well, and also Ryan Callanan as well. They all travel and hang out together, encourage each other, real sort of team atmosphere between the three of them.
Because not everyone does it, sort of the Mick Fanning, Gabriel Medina kind of cyborg competitive mode where you just turbo focus through a competitive season. You know, a good example of another surfer who was in the title conversation often and won, you know, a whole lot of CT events is Taj Burrow.
Yeah.
He just he wasn't that big on the training side of things. He did a bit of training here and there, but his best years were just when he was absolutely
having fun,
ripping in his heats, but also at night ripping in a little bit as well.
Yeah, well, you really have to find what works for you. Not everyone's made the same, different personalities, and you know, some surfers can go without a warm-up surf. Others just religiously have to get on their surfboard before their heats. It's different strokes for different folks.
What kind of competitor were you, Rich?
What
was your reputation?
I was just probably over-organised with everything.
We know you fold your socks. And here we go, Jordy Smith up at the moment. Big, strong start for him. The South African back to 7.67. Looking to back it up now. Bit of foam on the face. Making it a little difficult to find some flow, but he does incredibly well there.
Yeah, great surfing, average wave. You know, unfortunate that there was so much foam and turbulence on that wave, but Jordy's still able to keep the rail engaged, keep that power and flow through the turns. You can see they're just starting to paddle out through the right-handers. Love these aerial views. You get a real good idea of the setup these surfers are dealing with. So Jordy, clean face to start out with, gets a nice big swoop, and then here things start to get a little ruffled on the face, but Jordy just nice flowing cutback, patiently waits for this final couple of hits through the inside. And he's building a scoreline here, but just this opening turn is shades of what Jordy's capable of. There's that power, the extension of the big fella. That really is an advantage when you're coming to places like this. We've talked about the distance of the break away from the judges and how those big, powerful turns just look so intense in the judge's mind.
We know there's some surfers below that cut line chasing huge results. Michael Rodriguez comes into the event below the cut line in equal 26th position. Needs to at least make the round of 16 to even have a chance. Might need a little bit more based on what unfolds with those surfers above him who are holding positions just towards the back end of the top 22. But an interesting one for Jordy Smith. He's also got to get to the round of 16 just to start adding to his heat score totals, because he's trying to improve on 17ths. Conor O'Leary, on the other hand, at the moment, hanging on to a 33rd. So that's the result he's dropping. So if he can progress through this heat, and with a 7.67, he's looking pretty good. He'll already start to improve his situation on the ladder. So this is a crucial one for him. He started off brilliantly. Just with that in mind, you know, it's been a really positive start. But here goes the Brazilian, who just surfs with so much spark and can really drop some big numbers when he gets going. And he's put together a couple of decent turns there, but this one's going to get away from him for the finish.
Geez, that was a good-looking wave from the takeoff, and got a few nice turns off there, but maybe a little bit of opportunity left out there.
4.83 for Geordie on the backup number. Feel like he'll settle into a bit of a rhythm now and build on this position. Digs into that big carve. It was really just a one-turn wave. Feel like he can settle in out there and get some priority now. With Michael Rodriguez not doing a whole lot in the opening stages here, it might just pay to get himself on a high-quality wave.
Yeah, well, more often than not, it's 2, maybe 3 wave sets. So if Geordie and Connor start getting into a rhythm where they're sort of trading off the 2 waves in the set, then they're going to really put some distance in front of Michael Rodriguez, but he'll be trying to break that. And, well, Michael Rodriguez got work to do. It's a must-win situation for him. He needs to progress. Certainly one of the most exciting Brazilians on the tour. We know he has an incredible air game. Perhaps needs to tap into it in this heat.
Yeah, he brought it to the party in the opening round down there at Winky, Bells Beach. But yeah, that's when he's at his best, is when he's in full attack mode. I don't think he can afford to kind of get in a rail turn contest with these 2 guys. You know, Conor O'Leary's going to hold a real edge with the power he displaces in those backhand hits, and Geordie will just dice you up if you turn it into a rail comp.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, it's middleweight versus heavyweights here in terms of the power. You know, not to take anything away from Michael Rodriguez, he's got an incredible repertoire, but I feel like his strength is in that aerial game and that aerial approach, and then mix it up with some really, you know, aggressive snaps in the pocket, and he'll be a really good shot against these guys.
Well, just on 16.5 minutes remaining here, a bit of a break in the action. We're going to peel out for a second, but there's still plenty more coming your way with the last heat of the opening round just around the corner. Welcome back to the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. It was a beautiful, crisp morning, clean conditions, and they've held strong. We've got some extra energy out there in the lineup at the moment. Things have warmed up beautifully, and Kaipo is right in the glory zone at the Oakberry activation. Take it away, Kipes.
What a treat. I'm here at my favorite truck, the Oakberry truck, where it has delicious acai with wholesome ingredients, so good for you, so delicious on a sunny, hot Western Australian day like today. Oakberry, everybody knows about Oakberry acai, but what people may not know is they also make the best peanut butter in the entire world. Thank you, Oakberry.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kaipo, he's loving his life here in the West, that is for sure. And Geordie Smith starting to get pretty comfortable over here at main break as well. Got a couple of decent numbers. The danger man at the moment, though, is in third spot, but he does have the single best rider of this heat.
Yeah, he's loaded with a 7.67, almost excellent score. And, well, he needs barely anything just to take the lead. And, you know, Connor at this point is just going to stay patient, number one in the priority rotation. He's just going to wait for that good set and hopefully put this thing to bed.
Geordie Smith out in front, just reflecting on his amazing career, some incredible victories. He's surfed perfect heats before, Geordie Smith, but 6 CT wins. But it has been a while since he was standing on top of the podium at the end of a CT event. 2017 was his last CT win, Rich. What has changed for Geordie Smith? Is he surfing still at that level? Is it just the new crop is so good? How come he's not winning events?
I feel like it's probably a bit of both, to be honest with you. I feel like there's maybe been some distraction in the personal life with having a family and you know, as you mentioned, the sort of COVID years were a bit upsetting in terms of the momentum of someone who's looking to win a world title. I feel like, you know, 6, 7, 8 years ago, he was tapping into the progressive part of his surfing a lot more and really in attack mode in heats. Yeah, to your other point, I feel like everyone has improved on this tour. Everyone's gotten hungrier. The level just keeps seeming to improve every year, and just when you think it can't get any better, it does. And guys are finding, and women are finding, different ways to get fitter, to get stronger. The equipment, there's more focus on it. They're working closer with coaches and shapers and trainers and everyone else. You know, dietitian. There's just the level has risen, and so Geordie needs to make sure he maintains that. And look, I feel like his surfing is still there, especially at a break like this. But maybe in sort of the smaller stuff is where the other surfers have picked up their game.
He's a two-time runner-up to the world title. 2010, he achieved that. 2016 as well. A number of finishes in the top 5. Last year, though, 14th. 2021, in a shortened schedule, he finished 7th. But, you know, I want to ask you, do you think the world title is a possibility still for Geordie Smith?
I think it's a world title if he switches on to it. You know, maybe there's a bit of a void there in terms of, oh, yeah, you know, it's 100% what I'm going for. And when you look at Medina, when you look at Felipe, when you look at the guys who are in the world title conversation, there's zero doubt in anyone's mind that that's what they're going for. And there's maybe a question mark whether Geordie actually really wants it that badly, or whether he's just going, do you know what, a couple more event wins might just do me, and that'll satisfy, you know, my hunger. So maybe there's a question mark on the hunger.
Yeah, Kelly Slater, obviously, you know, the most experienced surfer in the mix, the most years on tour ever, but also the oldest surfer. Geordie, second oldest surfer on tour. The next in line to pick up that sort of statesman title.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you only have to kind of look at his results, and you don't have to look back too far to see just what the possibilities are for Geordie. 2021, he finished 7th, so only a couple of places out of reach of those finals.
Yep.
I think for Geordie too, if he can get into that final 5, he'll find that motivation, that hunger will go up. Trestles is a great venue for him. He's had a lot of success there in the past. He's surfing I think, fit and matched nicely with those surfers that have made the final 5 so far.
Oh, totally. And, you know, I have no problem saying he is actually one of my favourite surfers to watch in the world. I just love the smoothness, the style, the power. You know, it's kind of got everything, and you only need to sort of go back to old video parts that he's dropped over the years. They're some of the best in the world, and they will be timeless. So, you know, wins at J-Bay, wins at Sunset. He's had wins at Rio in beach break. So that he is well-rounded. He can win anywhere. So the only thing that you can kind of conclude through this is maybe it's a mental thing. Maybe the hunger's just not there to win the title at the moment.
Another big goal for him is obviously going to be Olympic qualification. And Geordie Smith, unfortunately, last time he was in line to represent South Africa, sadly had to withdraw from the Tokyo Olympics. Let's get more on that from Geordie himself.
It would mean I get a second chance to be able to qualify for the Olympics. I qualified for the first ones, but unable to do it, obviously due to my injury. So yeah, for me, I'm going to put my best foot forward and guarantee that I'm going to be there.
Oh, you got to love the confidence.
Yeah,
he's got some work to do at the moment. Matty McGilvray's above him, but you know, Geordie, he has proven himself and evolved his surfing in Waves of Consequence. That incredible 9-point ride that he had from the Pipe Masters.
Oh, that was incredible. Amazing.
That was one of my favourite rides from the event.
Yeah, totally.
You know, it was a big, thick slab, and he actually, you know, had the guts to let go of his rail and stand tall in the maw of that absolute monster before getting completely spat out. But yeah, I like Geordie's chances. I think his results don't really tell the whole story at the moment. He mentioned that injury, but I do think he's got to find some competitive fire again.
Yeah.
He's got to find that love for, or just that belief that he can go on and win events like
Well, it's like having a chocolate after you haven't had one in a year. You know, just have a...
I've never gone in without chocolate.
Get a little taste of victory, and, mate, it can get pretty addictive, you know, in a big way. Here we go, Rodriguez.
Well, Michael Rodriguez, the Brazilian, who, like Conor O'Leary, exploded onto the scene as a rookie. He had an amazing run in his rookie campaign. Actually finished 15th in 2018. 2019 drifted outside the requalification mark and finished 26. Great to see him back. And he's, you know, a guy that's searching or looking for confidence through a strong performance at one of these CT events.
Yeah,
he hasn't found it just yet.
No, not just yet, but he really is tapping in to the energy of the Brazilians around the tour whenever, you know, Italo or Felipe or Sammy Pupo or, you know, any of the Brazilians, he's always down there watching, trying to get amongst it, hanging with the coaches and feeding off their energy a little bit, which I think is a good move for him. And again, we've touched on the surfing. It's very explosive and dynamic. He just maybe needs to work on a couple of things, like that wave that he just took on there. Why take off on that wave? He didn't need to do it. You know, these are little mistakes that you make that can put you out of rhythm in a heat, and it turns into a loss, and then all of a sudden you're going, oh, I've had another 17th or 33rd.
All the action in the opening stages of this heat came in the first few minutes, really, as we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap. Geordie Smith got things going with a mid-range 5, backed it up with a 4.83. This is the best ride, but Conor O'Leary hasn't yet backed it up.
Yeah, he's dropped anchor, and he's waiting for another one of these. He wants to put this heat to bed, which is pretty typical. When you get a great wave to start with, you really want to back it up with another, and then you can close your competitors out, especially in these 3-man heats. Some great surfing from Geordie here. You can see just tapping in to all that power and speed that he can generate out of this big frame. And I was just chatting with Jake Patterson. We'll get back to the point in a sec.
Well, Conor O'Leary's going to make his move here, using that priority. Drives up into the bowl, whips that turn out of the pocket. Now goes to the backhand carve and really makes the most of that final section. That was the best move on the ride. It's going to help him fetch a solid second score, and he'll jump from 3rd place into the lead here.
Well, you could see that he surfed that wave, I'm not going to say conservatively, but with an approach that wasn't at full attack mode. He wanted to get to the finish. He placed the maneuvers in some really nice parts of the wave. He's going to drop a good number here and go straight to the lead.
He definitely left a good taste in the judges' mouths at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see he was a little slopey on the 2 outside sections, but that final part of the wave just stood up and hits at a really critical moment, but had to get to the completion. Drops another good number.
Yeah, just another one of those competitors with that, you know, that incredible timing, and when he places that turn, it's just fireworks. 7-point ride, and the majority of the number was earned on that final section. So just under 4 minutes remaining here. Geordie Smith still in that second spot. Michael Rodriguez, you know, he's the danger man for Geordie Smith here at the moment. Only needs a 5.1. Even though Geordie's just sort of seemed a little bit more in rhythm, he just hasn't been able to post anything significant that's left the door open for the Brazilian.
Yeah, it's sort of not where you want to be. You're just a little bit vulnerable still. Geordie does have priority though, so he will control the choice of waves when they come through. But Connor O'Leary sitting in a really good position at the moment. This one's ticking down. But yeah, I was just sitting with Jake Patterson. We were just watching the conditions during the break, and he was saying, man, I saw Geordie annihilate a wave like the best I've seen him surf in a year or two, and he was singing Geordie's praises at just how well he's surfing at the moment. We saw shades of it down at Bells as well. Even in small Winky Pop, there was a couple of waves down there where I just went, whoa, man, this is a guy that's back on.
Well, that's a massive tip of the cap coming from Jake Patterson. Always really keeping a close eye on people, their form, and just their chances of turning in a really solid result.
He'll tell you good or bad as well. How you doing?
He will. Yeah, brutally honest appraisals of where people are at. So that's a positive. Just over 2 minutes to go as we see sizing one up on the outside. Michael Rodriguez really deep on this one, trying to chase that section down. Dives out of this wave, and that's going to really hurt his chances now.
Yep, that's possibly the worst thing that could happen to him at this moment. With just under 2 minutes to go, he's gone down to third in the priority order, which means that Connor O'Leary and Geordie Smith will just sit this one out and hold him off a wave unless a 3 to 4 wave set comes through, which is highly possible. And it looks like our competitors are starting to just inch their way out a bit. Potential set coming in. This one's got a bit of a taper on the line to it. See how it's peaking right up. Geordie's going to have a look.
Well, it's Connor O'Leary. Connor O'Leary swoops on this one, and really, he doesn't need more points, but he does just want to limit the opportunities for his rivals out there.
Yeah, well, I think if Geordie was really worried about Michael Rodriguez swinging and getting a score on that wave, he would have actually covered him there, and he was just like, all right, Connor, you go it. I'm going to stick out here and make sure I get this wave off Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, just looking to get himself in the ultimate position here at the moment. Geordie Smith, that one just caps on the outside, and Rodriguez and Geordie both kind of have to duck under it. So Geordie still maintains that priority. Connor O'Leary's making his way in. Job done.
Yep.
And like we said early on, an important heat for him, because by getting to that round of 32, he's already adding to his points total when you think about the rankings, and just making himself a little bit more difficult to overtake from those surfers behind him and those down below that cut line.
It's always a good feeling when you know you just progress through a heat and you're moving up the rankings. Here we go, Geordie Smith. He's going to hold him off with 10 seconds to go.
Well, Geordie Smith looking left. Seen him put together some great rides on the left in the past, but this won't be one of them. This heat's going to come to an end, and Geordie Smith is going to hang on to that second spot. Michael Rodriguez relegated to the elimination round, but we're just getting word now that with this result, Connor O'Leary is going to shore up his place. He's going to survive the cut, and he'll be competing through the back half of the season, Rich, and obviously into 2024 as well.
One more seat on the bus is filled. So that'll be a great moment when Connor O'Leary hears that unreal news. But look, the surfing's been sensational throughout this year. I feel like he deserves every bit of, making the tour, making the cut, and yep, another great heat put together well.
Unbelievable stuff. A solid heat score total there for Connor O'Leary. We're going to take a quick break. Just one more heat to come to finish off the opening round. Stay with us. We're going to bring in a very special guest, the current World Junior Champion, Jarvis Earl.
called the Wild West for a reason. Like, the moment that you arrive here, just the fresh air, I feel like you come here and you really get to connect with nature and you could stay there forever.
The quad biking was sick. I've never done that and always wanted to. It was just so cool to go out in the country and just ride around, and felt like I got lost for an hour and a half and just got to see a bunch of cool stuff and take in a bunch of the beautiful countryside.
Honestly, this is one of my favorite stops, for sure. I feel like the community, the clear water, the energy, and just how grounded you feel. We came to Glenarty Road, which is like a farm-to-table winery, which is really special, and tried a bunch of fabulous wine, and yeah, we're gonna eat some lunch soon, so I'm super excited.
There's just so much to do and so much to see. It's super fun. It's just raw and untouched and uncrowded, and what's not to like about it?
Taking in the view from the Western Australia flight cam. Welcome back. We're going to get stuck into the final heat of the opening round, and we've got a special guest joining us. Fantastic to see him here on the Harvey Norman host set. Jarvis Earl, the current World Junior Champ, getting the call up to compete here. How are you enjoying your time in the West, mate?
Yeah, thanks for having me in the booth. It's been a really good trip so far, just learning how to surf main break, and yeah, have my first CT heat this morning, so it's been good.
Mate, that is a huge thing and obviously a big challenge. How are the nerves?
Oh yeah, I was pretty nervous for my first heat, but it's just a really good experience, so just got out there and did my best, and hopefully get through the elimination round tomorrow.
Rich and I were watching the World Junior titles together, actually, the championships. It was an incredible event, Rich, and Jarvis did himself proud.
Oh, yeah, it was unbelievable. And, you know, how did that feel? Let's talk about that moment for a sec, because for a junior surfer, that's the pinnacle, right?
Yeah, that was a pretty big moment for me. I actually got the wild card into the World Juniors, so flew over there and we got pumping waves for it and ended up getting a few good heats and getting the win. So yeah, it was a pretty big moment for me.
I know you've been doing some work with Luke Egan, and he teed you up with some good friends of his over there at Seaside, but were you tripping on the conditions? Because it was firing through the whole window.
Yeah, I know, I was pretty tuned because I was expecting like grovelly conditions for California, but we just got like back-to-back pumping waves all event. So yeah, I was stoked. I just got to surf some heats with some of the best juniors in some good waves.
Oh, I was blown away by the standard of surfing at the World Junior Championships in earlier this year. I thought Alan Cleland Jr. was just mind-blowing to me. I love his style, very reminiscent of Chris Ward. Levi Slauson, the local boy, I'm sure he was heartbroken after the final, but what a great run he had through the contest as well.
Yeah, there were so many good surfers in the event and like a lot of tough competition, so yeah, I was stoked I could get the win over there.
Man, just winning the World Junior title, you know, you only get so many cracks at it. It's in the bag for you now, but the trophy is one that you'll treasure forever, but a massive bonus as well, and just getting automatically qualified for the Challenger Series events.
Yeah, that was definitely a big bonus coming with the win. So the Challenger Series starts in a week or so, just up at the Goldie, so I'm pretty excited for that after this event.
Jarvis, with that wild card into the Challenger Series, have you adjusted your goals for the year? Like, are you looking at it going, okay, I'm going to have a solid crack at qualifying here?
Yeah, well, going into last year, I always wanted to try to get onto the Challenger Series this year, and then winning the World Juniors just like made that a lot easier and took a lot of the pressure off for the QS. So yeah, hopefully I can get a good crack at the Challenger Series, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Awesome.
Well, let's have a look at the lineup for this final heat of the day. Matthew McGilvray, who's had great success in this contest before, up against Callan Robson, and also Barron Mamiya, who's after a monster result. Barron's up at the moment, just can't get the finish on this first ride. This will be a fun heat. This is a collection of competitors, Jarvis, that all have big turns, plenty of power. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, this should be a good heat to watch. I know Matt always does really good out here, and Cal's really good, and Barron, they're all like just good power surfers that are suited to Margie, so it should be good to see how they go.
Jarvis, takeaways from your heat today. Did Luke give you any breakdown on how it should have gone, or any mistakes or things you can learn from?
Yeah, definitely. I was definitely had a few bobbles and wobbles. I was a bit nervous, and then I kind of just got a little bit out of rhythm with the set, so I just need to make sure I give myself the best opportunity to be on the good waves and yeah, give it a good crack for the next one.
Yeah, it's certainly kind of been the key to success, especially since we haven't seen a whole lot of swell. There was some marginal conditions at some of the venues, so there wasn't such a focus necessarily on being on the set waves, but here at Mainbreak, it seems to be the key to get those excellent scores, as we see the South African Matty McGilvray winding up here. Has got himself pretty well positioned at the moment in 12th position on the ratings as he flicks the rotation there.
Ooh.
And doesn't quite stick it, but I think there was enough water for him to get a safe exit there.
Yeah, he had to go for it though. Spent so much downtime just trying to get around that outside section. He really had to throw caution to the wind on that final hit, and unfortunately just over-rotating a little bit, couldn't ride out.
Rich, this is one of Matty's pet events. Obviously, he was one of the guys that, you know, with the cut looming last year, gave us an incredibly inspired performance.
Yeah, he really has an affinity with this wave for sure. It suits his big open face swoop that he has. Kind of trademark little snap there. Nice roundhouse cutback. You can see plenty of acceleration and just clips it. Gets the rotation there, but just unable to stick that one.
Yeah, he eventually lost out to John Florence in the semis last year, but he had to go a long way through the draw to save himself, and he overcame really tough competitors to do that. Kanoa Igarashi, Sami Pupo and Italo in the quarters. And yeah, just definitely sort of seemed to be a turning point moment for him in his career, because he's really powered to some big finishes since then.
Yeah, and I think back to that one kind of Hail Mary top turn that he did in those giant conditions, and he stuck that, and it was all clutch, and there was so much pressure around that moment, and he just took it all on board. And like when you see him, when you have a combo with Matty, he's just the most loveliest, gentlest soul. You know, he's such a gentleman, but you know, when he sees a big wave, he just goes into full-on attack mode. So we know that, you know, in his spare time, he likes to jump out of planes and jump off cliffs and do all these radical things, but it doesn't match
with a parachute.
Yeah, with a parachute, but it doesn't match when you're actually having a combo with the guy.
He's super reserved in conversation, and just the complete opposite in big conditions. Today, pretty manageable for our competitors, and Matty doing some good surfing on this one. Only turned in a 2.83 on that opening ride. This one will probably be a little better. Baron Mamiya, 4.33. I mentioned that he's got a lot of work to do just to even have a chance at getting within reach of those surfers towards the back end of the top 22 at the moment. He's got to get to that round of 16. So he's got some work to do, but he'll probably need a bit more the way the results are falling here on opening day. Callan Robson, he just charged his season back to life with a third-place finish over in Portugal.
Yeah, and possibly taking one of the most memorable waves we've seen on the tour so far this year, maybe in the last couple of years. That right-hand pit, that 10-point ride at Peniche was just something to behold. One of the throatiest and darkest, evil sand bottom barrels you'll ever find.
Lucky enough to have Jarvis Earl with us. Jarvis, obviously a really strong day of competition. Big numbers dropped. Whose performance have you enjoyed the most today?
I think probably my favourite was John's early. Just a few big rail carves and nice little straighty. That was pretty sick to watch. And then Gabriel Medina, it was good to see a few of the goofy footers put some heats together and get through. But yeah, it was definitely like a pretty high performance day at Mark, so it was good to watch.
Yeah, some big numbers dropping today. No, we saw strong performances from both regulars and goofies. You know, this has been a strong event for the regular footers, Rich, over the last few years. On the women's side, though, Tatiana's broken through with some big results in the past.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see what unfolds there. But
slower start to this one.
Yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of you know, set waves just yet, but we've still got plenty of time. Just over 23.5 minutes to go. Callum's out there at the moment. We're touching on that 10-point ride. Jarvis, what did you make of it? It's one of the big highlights of the year so far.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I was watching the event live, and there actually wasn't a whole lot of opportunity in the heats, and Cal just happened to find that crazy wave, and yeah, it was probably one of the heaviest barrels I've seen on tour in a while.
Oh, that's the best angle. That land angle just does it justice. You can see how cupped out, and just gnarly that barrel was, man. And geez, it must have been pretty black in there. It would have been dark.
Oh man, the lights were out. It was a full eclipse. 110 for the 10. That's what the surfers get from Yeti, the 110 Tundra Cooler. You probably could have got 10 Tundra Coolers for that one. Just such an unbelievable ride. And a lot of people kind of saying that it's probably, you know, not only one of the heaviest sand bottom slab rides ridden in competition, just probably one of the heaviest sand bottom slab waves, period.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just a magic moment for Callum. And like I said, you know, it really did just reinvigorate his campaign this season, because we have seen rookies come on, put together amazing runs on the CT and then really fail to find that magic again in their sophomore season. Well, let's see what Barron Mamiya can do here. He's one of those surfers who's really looking to back up a strong rookie campaign.
Yeah, well, he had such a great opening season, doing really well in the Hawaiian leg, and he's starting to put it together here, just opening up with that 4.33, but that was a better ride. And outside, Callum Robson.
Yeah, Callum just digging into a nice big hook off the top there, and now loading up for the finish. And Jarvis, you'll see it quite often. I'm sure Luke spoke about it with you. When you get towards that end section, you need to put some space between yourself, the wave that you're coming from, and that end section, because when they come together, it's so tricky to ride out, isn't it?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on in that end section. You're coming at it with a lot of speed, and it's coming towards you, and then just like 5 meters on the inside, there's dry rock. So yeah, it's a tricky one, but it looks good when you time it well.
Yeah, you did well, I thought, sticking some of those late hits in your heat, those final moves. But what's the challenge on your backhand, you think, as we see the replay here at Barron? What's the challenge of riding out of those moves as a goofy footer?
Yeah, it's definitely tricky on your backside. You just have to pick the right wave that I think will give you the opportunity to ride out, because some sections you'll hit them and they'll just never let you out.
It doesn't get any easier, Rich, when the swell jacks up.
No, it doesn't. It actually gets harder. This is a great ride here from Callum Robson. Sort of tidied things up. The first one, not so good, but gets a series of major maneuvers on that wave. So I'm sort of tossing a coin between that last row from Callum and Barron. Maybe Callum just gets the nod. But some scores to drop in.
Yeah, waiting on numbers for each of the competitors at the moment. 20.5 minutes to go. Matty's out the back there with priority. The king of the Hail Mary here at main break. He's throwing us some big individual turns. He'll be keen to find a big ramp on that end section. He's got a great strike rate with his front side reverses, and not afraid to pull them out over dry reef. And he's had plenty of experience stomping those kind of airs over there at Jeffreys Bay.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's weird when you look at Jeffreys Bay on video. It's deceiving how close the rocks are when you're actually surfing it. On the video, it actually looks like the wave's quite far out, but those waves finish right on the bricks on dry rock. So Matty, no stranger to it, and really, when you're jumping out of aeroplanes and jumping off cliffs,
jumping on the rocks is easy.
What's that little rock section at the end of Margaret River? So yeah, he'll throw everything at it. You know, all these guys actually have got some pretty serious weapons, you know, when you think about their style of surfing. You know, Barron's incredible in the air as well. He's certainly got a vicious hack on him. But you'd have to think when it comes to that sort of power slice, the chips have got to fall in favour of Callum Robson.
Well, just on 19 minutes to go here. We're still waiting on some numbers to fall through for our competitors. We're going to hear from the winner of the last heat with Stace.
Coached by Ryan Callanan, no doubt inspired by Gabriel Medina. Connor, fantastic performance, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a really, really slow heat, but stoked to kind of pick the eyes out of it and yeah, just kind of go up and down a few times.
Got some good news for you, mate. You have officially made the cut.
Thanks, mate. Feels good. Feels good to make the cut so early in this event. So yeah, I'm stoked.
You can really light it up now.
Yeah, I can really loosen the shoulders and enjoy myself this event. Yeah, no pressure, which is great, but still want to, you know, make heats and beat people.
Yeah. Well, you're off to a good start there. Did it come into your mind at all, Emrod in that heat? He's kind of in that chasing pack. Did that come into your preparation at all?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, I always think that the worst case scenarios, and you know, I just needed to come back to how I want to surf a heat and how I want to to attack a wave, and I feel like that's when I do my best surfing. So I had to kind of, my mind would definitely go that way, but I have to, bring it back and go, I want to give every wave, as big of a crack as I can. And yeah, I was stoked I did it on those two.
Young Jarvis Earl's in the booth right now. It must be pretty cool to share an event with him.
Yeah, stoked. I mean, I've known Jarv since he pretty much first started surfing, and seeing him, come up in through the ranks and win World Juniors nearly shed me a tear last year. I was like, oh my God, he's in the big leagues, and yeah, now to share an event with him is great, and yeah, hopefully, we'll share many more, and it's going to be great to watch his career flourish into something great.
Thanks for your time, Connor. Well done, and we'll see you likely tomorrow.
Cheers.
How cool is that, Jarvis? Obviously, Connor's been a big inspiration to you, mate, a fellow goofy footer from Cronulla. Have you enjoyed watching his career play out over the last few years?
Yeah, it's been really good. Like, I grew up watching Connor surf and surfing with him, doing little surf trips and stuff, so it's always good to see him succeed, and yeah, he's been going really well the last couple of years, so hopefully he can do even better this year.
You can speak to this too, Rich, just the relief once you've qualified, not only for the back half of the season, but for the tour next year.
Yeah, it's a great feeling, and it's so cliche, but it's a huge weight off your shoulders, and it's an opportunity for you to just reset, just open up a little bit more, maybe surf less conservatively, but really it's okay. That job's done now. Now let's set our sights on the final 5. That's how it's got to go.
Love to see it. Something standing up on the outside here. Surfers having a bit of a look at this one. Looks like Callum Robson might be in position. And he's going to drop to the bottom of this one. Banks on that bottom turn. Whips it out of the top. Got a little sticky through that first move, but he'll clean it up here. Whips that board through a nice carve. Setting his sights on the end section now. Drives up into it. Gives it a good clout and jumps off just before that dry rock. Just over 16 minutes to go. We did have some numbers come through from the previous exchange. Callum Robson at a 6.77. Barron Mamiya 6.17. Matty McGilvray still hasn't really got a decent score to speak of. So he's back in 3rd place at the moment, but Callum only needs a 3.73 out of that ride to jump up into the lead.
Yeah, and you think he's going to do that. Caught a little edge on the first turn. He's riding the DHD. We saw a number of different boards in his car the other day when we were having a chat to him. He's obviously just experimenting with different shapers and different shapes. This one looks like the DHD. What did you like about this one, Jarvis?
Yeah, Cal's just a really powerful surfer, so he laid into a few nice carves there and got the finish just before the bricks, which is good. But yeah, Cal's a really good surfer and he's always working really hard, so yeah, hopefully he gets through this one.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to come through for that wave, but expecting it'll be enough to possibly see him up into the lead here. Just on 15 minutes remaining in what is our last heat of the day. There's still plenty to come your way, though, including the WSL post show, so don't go anywhere. Right now, though, we're going to take a Bonsai brew break. It's Barron Mamiya out in front at this stage. Well, lock those fantasy teams in. You've still got time. Jarvis Earl is going to be there as an option. Jarvis, are you playing fantasy? Did you put yourself in your own team?
Yeah, actually I'm playing fantasy with a few of my mates from home, and yeah, I put myself in my own.
You've got to back yourself, mate. Good on you. I like it. Here we go. This one during the break, Rich.
Yeah, Matty McGillivray just caught a little bit behind at the opener. But gets a little snap off to start things down the line. Second one a bit better, so building. Goes for a sort of a sleepy reverse at the end.
Yeah, it was a full, like a breakdancing pirouette when you were a Grom and you put the cardboard out on the driveway. But yeah, it's not his best version of that turn. I think he's begging for a ramp there on the inside. But Matty McGillivray's kind of just been a little bit out of rhythm with the better waves here in this heat. Callum Robson managed to get himself the lead. He dropped a 4.9 for his last ride, so just got ahead of Barron Mamiya. It's pretty close between those two. 5.51 is what Barron needs to get back into the lead. Matty's just dropped a 4.4. He needs a 6.11 to get to second. Just under 12 minutes to go. Let's just quickly touch on this zone. Jarvis, have you been over to WA before and spent much time here at Margaret River?
I've only come over once before for the Aussie titles, and it was in Margaret River as well, out main break. So I've done a little bit of time at main break, but not too much exploring elsewhere. I had a fun surf at Lefties yesterday, though, with Connor and Ryan and Jacko, so that was really fun.
Awesome. You're travelling with your mum. What do you think of the area aside from the surf?
Yeah, it's a really good area, like a nice little town, lots of good food, and like it's just picturesque everywhere you go. Like good view, nice sunsets, and just fun waves to top it all off.
Glad you're enjoying it, and here we go. We've got some action on the outside. Barron Mamiya just pushing a little too hard there, Rich.
Yeah, it was a bumpy wave. First wave of the set, and it was only a one-wave set, that one. So Barron, he had priority, pulled the trigger, and unfortunately didn't pay off, just pushed a little too hard, and the uneven texture of that lip, just he couldn't really get the rail buried properly.
Jarvis, let's have a quick chat about this upcoming Challenger Series. You, I think, are probably more equipped to talk about the talent that you've seen in the other regions, having just surfed the World Junior Championships earlier this year. But our region, you were there at Newcastle, that final qualifying event. It's stacked, and there's going to be some good representations for the Australia-Oceania region.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of talent all over the world at the moment, so Challenger Series is going to be tough, but Australia is definitely one of the strongest regions. We have like so much depth of talent, and even our regional QS events are really tricky. But yeah, I'm excited for Snapper. I was up there the other week doing some training, and the banks are really fun, so I'm keen for the event.
Yeah, it's. I think everyone's getting pretty excited about that one. It does kick off on the 6th of May. And then, of course, we're heading down to Sydney, and the event, the Sydney Surf Pro, has moved from Manly Beach to Narrabeen. Have you spent much time in that lineup?
Yeah, I've surfed a fair bit out Narrabeen, and it's like probably one of my favourite waves in North Sydney. It's just a fun little left, so I'm stoked they moved it there this year, so it should be fun.
Yeah, so much competitive history at that venue too, Rich. You know, it was a CT event for a number of years, but so many great surfers from that region, and really an area that helped completely evolve surfboard design just through some of the great shapers in that
yeah,
zone.
I know where you're going with this, mate, and obviously we've got to give recognition to the great Simon Anderson, inventor of the thruster, and then it's just been a string of great surfers coming out of the area. But look at this lineup for the Challenger Series. Of course, we're talking about the Gold Coast, and we make our way down to Narrabeen, over to South Africa for the Bolito Pro. The famous US Open of surfing there at Huntington Beach will be fantastic, and then we back it up with a couple more, finishing off in Saquarema in Brazil. So here we go, live action with Barron.
Barron Mamiya, he's after a number. He's in second spot at the moment. He really wants to get rid of a 4.33. He ultimately wants a 5.51 to get in front of this man, Callum Robson, but he's looking to put some distance between himself and third place, Matty McGillivray. Matty's a guy that can drop an excellent score on you at any time. Be interesting to see the start of that ride for Callum Robson, because he found a pretty big finish there.
Yeah, and it definitely looked like a bigger wave compared to what Barron was riding, and we're not too sure what happened at the start of Barron's. wave, but we'll no doubt get the replays. But yeah, just a little bit of wind coming up here. So this was Callum. Bumpy start, but manages with all that power to bust through. So the two-turn combination, the second being the highlight, and this was Barron. Bit more of a smoother face, so he gets a good wrap to start things off. Bit of a drifting snap and a little wrap on the inside, sort of forcing the issue, but some good surfing.
Oh, I love Barron surfing. What about yourself, Jarvis?
Oh yeah, all these guys rip. Like Barron's pretty aggressive surfer and he's good in like everything. He's one of the best at pipe and good in the air. So yeah, he's a really good surfer.
It makes sense that his surfing would work at this venue. Had that victory at Sunset last season.
Yeah.
Got himself the yellow jersey for a second too. But yeah, I just love that he rides what seems like a smaller board than a lot of people, and he just rips that board through just high velocity carves and you know, big rotations as well.
Definitely. You know, sort of weight to surfboard ratio, Barron is on a lower volume board than most other crew. You know, he rides them a bit shorter, a bit narrower, and he just sort of forces the issue. He just tugs them around, and you know, he's able to whip them down under his feet there.
He just rips his rail in. Here's a replay of Matty's last ride. Barron's got a pretty decent score on the way here, probably going to be enough to get him into the lead, but have a look at the finish here from Matty McGilvray. We were talking up that move and his high strike rate, and he just forces it out of that section. He had no business getting that much launch.
He did so well to actually come off that bottom turn and just pop it out of the lip there, and that's what he does. They're almost, they catch you off guard a little bit because you don't think he's going to do it, and he just ever so casually just pops it in there and got the full rotation.
He's kind of got like a real carving surfer's style, but then he'll just pull these wild rotations out, and he really throws his board out flat, gives you a good look at the bottom of the board, hoiks the fins free, and stomps those moves in the flats.
Yeah, so you'd have to think that's probably going to be Matty McGillivray's best ride, and Barron's dropped another 617, so pocket 617s now. It's put him out in the lead. I still think we're waiting on a score for Callum for that last wave, and then obviously we're waiting for Matty's score as well, so that might change things up a little bit.
Yeah, I liked Barron's ride.
Bit of variety there, mixed it up a little bit, had a bit of...
Just settled into it a little bit more. To set that rail first before really starting to pull on it, to rip it through the face of the wave. So, yeah, he's in the first position at the moment, but as you can see, we've got numbers on the way. 5 minutes to go here. Callum, while we were touching on the Challenger Series, he did win that first event on the schedule last year. Here's a replay of his last ride.
It was sort of up and over the foam on the first one. Bit of a foam climb, which never really gets the judges overexcited. The second turn, a bit more critical.
Yeah, the numbers in for Callum, though. The judges deeming that last turn incomplete. Just, I think, just sort of stuck on his hillside rail a little bit. Never looked like he fully got control over that board again. But Matty McGilvray's turned in a decent score. He's 6.3, so he's chipped away at the requirement. He's catching these surfers. And Callum Robson wants to make sure that he stays ahead, driving into this final section. And, yeah, he just got slapped down.
Well, this is tightened right up. If you actually have a look at all the three surfers in their highest scoring ride, there is like barely anything separating these guys from first to third in terms of the highest score, and it really is only Barron who's backed it up with another 6. So final 4 minutes are going to be really exciting.
Yeah, it's not out of reach for anyone. We could see a complete shift up in the order of the competitors here.
So, Matthew, you are
oh, wow. Looks like Callum Robson's come unstuck. A bit of board problem here.
He's been working with Glenn Micro Hall through one of these first few events of the season.
And that is just so treacherous around there where Micro's skipping across that sand, and it's not really sand, it's rocks covered in sand. Another one of the DHDs.
He's got feet like a goanna though. He'll be fine.
So straight out, that's the side of the keyhole there that Micro's heading out there. Callum making his way back in through the keyhole.
Jarvis, you're travelling around competing in qualifying series events, about to tackle the Challenger Series. Obviously, some of the surfers that you came up against at the World Junior Championships are going to be joining you on that Challenger Series too. But talk to us about just the level up from QS to Challenger Series to CT now that you've surfed the CT heat. And we'll come back to you in a moment. We're going to have a look at this ride for Barron Mamiya, trying to better a 6.17 here to increase his lead over the field, loading up. Finds a nice section on the inside and just swings the tail of his board.
Oh, wow.
The board rode out of the move, but Barron wasn't on it.
That was so clutch. If he'd made that final turn, I feel like this thing was done and dusted, but here comes Matty McGillivray up and over the final section. So if he tagged it outside, this could get very interesting.
Well, Stacey's down there. Stace, what happened to Callum Robson's equipment on that last one?
I'd love to be able to tell you, Ron, but the glare is absolutely sizzling my eyeballs right now. But I can tell you one thing: the reaction and the passion out of Glenn Micro Hall when he saw Matty McGillivray then is better be kept off air. Is all I can say. It's the last thing you want to see when you're doing a board change, is to see a competitor that needs a score on a great-looking wave. So I think Callum's going to have to try to do his best to get out the back here, reset, and go again.
Using to get his feet wet.
Yeah, it's a high-stakes stuff here at the moment. Callum obviously wanting to elevate his position on the ladder, sitting in 14th place at the moment, in a great spot to make a strike at the top 10 here. And while he's probably done enough to save himself, survive the cartridge, he's got big dreams. So we're waiting on the numbers to roll through here for Matty's last ride as the Grom goes out and collects that equipment. But yeah, Jarvis, just quickly give us your thoughts on just the step up from each of the different levels.
Yeah, so this is my first year on the Challenger Series, so it's a pretty good opportunity to get to surf my first CT and then drop back down to the Challenger Series. But there's definitely a big difference in level of competition from the QS regionals to the Challenger Series to the CT. So yeah, I'll just have to get back into routine of the Challenger Series and hopefully get a few results.
When you look at the championship tour, you sort of realise it's the big leagues, huh? It's the intensity of the turns that these surfers lay down. Yeah, it's undeniable. You can't dismiss just how good these guys are at surfing.
Yeah, it's a big step up coming from doing all the regional QSs and then into my first AT. So yeah, it's been a good experience so far.
We love it, and the experience is still going, mate.
Yeah.
Got a big elimination round heat to surf. It's so good that we've got the Western Australia Dream Team board caddies on hand to help rescue the equipment. And we just saw Flynn Hayter down there just rip his shirt off and jump in, go after Callum's board.
Yeah, a little cold plunge.
Micro wasn't going to do it.
No, a little cold plunge, but the water's actually not that cold. It's beautiful. So
that could be a pretty good fight to get the board back between Flynn and Micro. I'll put my money on Flynn Hayter in that situation. So have a look at this. Matty McGillivray needed a number, and during that board change, he got the score he needed to jump up into second, a 5.57, and with that, he has actually made the cut. It's official. So he's sweet.
My goodness.
And just like Connor O'Leary in that last exchange, he's gotten the job done. Have a look at that big rip.
Yeah, well, we knew something special happened on the outside, and ripped into a nice carve and then finished well. So the two-turn combination enough to get Matty progressing through the heat, and safe as houses. Great heat for Barron Mamiya as well. Good surfing.
Yeah, Barron Mamiya getting the job done, getting an important heat win. He's got a lot of heats to progress through to keep his place on the CT. What a way to finish off the opening round. Jarvis Earl, thanks for joining us. Great job in the booth.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the booth.
And all the best in the elimination round, mate. It's going to be a good challenge for you, and I'm sure you'll grab the bull by the horns and give it a good go.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited for my next heat.
Looking forward to it. What a magic day of competition, Rich. So many highlight moments.
Yeah, absolutely. It started a little sleepy with delay in competition this morning, but once we got underway, we got off with a bang, and there was so many memorable rides, some excellent rides, and we're not done yet. We're going to go to the post show.
Yeah, we are. We're going to break it all down. So stick around. The WSL post show is just around the corner. I'm going to step out and bring in Joe Topel and Felicity Parmentier to take you through today's highlights.
Good evening, everybody. You are watching the WSL Post Show. What a day. Really, the opening day for competition for the men. Completing that opening round to set up some big heats in the round of 32 and also the elimination round, scoring on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Thanks for being with us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovett, who really enjoyed the day.
Oh, it was an amazing day of competition, and Western Australia turned it on once again. Light winds all day, and we saw some amazing surfing.
God, and in a more Aussie saying, how do you talk about a great afternoon like this with a beautiful sunset, Rich?
It was a ripper, mate. No, but it really was.
Arbor.
Yeah, it was a great arbor. But yeah, as Flick said, you know, once we did get underway, the competition was at an extremely high level. We knew it was going to be kind of high performance surfing out at main break today, and our surfers delivered.
One man we've been following for, well, a very long time, over 3 decades. Kelly Slater himself was really looking unstoppable today. I think he's really just seizing the moment and the energy at this point of his career. He had time for everybody up at the contest site and then absolutely blitzed this heat, which included world #1 Joao Chianca.
Yeah, look, Kelly just looks in fine form. He looks determined. And yeah, I loved how strong he came through in this heat. I mean, look at this turn here, layback jam in the pocket. Kelly's looking spicy.
Vintage Kelly, just power gouges. He looked really just so confident in all of his decisions, especially on that opening turn. One of the most powerful surfers that's been around for a long time. And Chianca put together some great numbers as well. 717 in this heat as he finished in second.
Yeah, Joao, you know, this was always going to be an interesting heat. It's kind of, you know, the future versus the future past, in a way, if that makes sense at all. But Kelly was looking really, really good. And, well, while Joao put in some great waves, it was Kelly who took the win. And I loved how that board looked, actually. You know, I think it was a blessing in disguise. He was saying that his board that he was planning on riding broke. So that's a good thing, because that board looked spicy. It looked unreal.
Oh, it sure did. Look at that win for Kelly over world #1, both advancing on into the round of 32. And Jack Thomas will get another shot in the elimination round. But how about the North Shore local boy from the island of Oahu, Baron Mamiya, finishing off in a great way in the sunset. Baron's hanging out with Stace.
Oh, sorry, Joe. I was just catching up with Baron here. Got lost in beautiful afternoon sunset. Baron, well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks. Waves were pretty fun. It's a little choppy and like chattery up the face, but there's still some fun waves.
Must feel good to win a heat in the white jersey. Obviously massive for your seeding coming into round of 32.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely in a different position than I was last year. But you know, just trying to embrace it and have fun and just go surf some waves.
What are some of the thoughts you're trying to embrace?
Just, you know, there's a lot of, obviously there's pressure to stay on tour and stuff. I'm below the cut. But you know, just I'm gonna be in pressure my whole career, so just trying to get used to it. And you know, sometimes this makes, like, when you're under pressure you can perform better sometimes, you know, and that's just kind of what I'm trying to do, and just stay calm and just have fun.
You must take some confidence out of people like Joao Chianca and Molly Picklum and where they're at right now versus this time last year.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Joao is #1 in the world. He's insane surfer, so is Molly, and you know, it's insane to watch them. You know, they fell off last year, got back on, and they're both, you know, killing it, obviously. So yeah, drawing a lot of inspiration from that. But you know, just focusing on myself and my surfing, and once I'm on the waves, just focus on just what's in front of me.
Absolutely. I know it's late in Hawaii, but I'm sure you've got some friends and family tuning in at home. Did you want to say g'day?
Yeah, what's up to my brother and my mom and my dad and everyone back home, my family and all the boys. Yeah, right on. Thanks.
Good luck tomorrow, Baron. Well done.
Thank you.
A lot of the boys are happy for him. Surfers like Makana Pang, Noah Beshin, Kalani Rivero. They have a tight crew that spar every single day on the North Shore, and they back him. Never forget that win at sunset. They cheering him up the beach. He called it the best day of his life. But since then, he's had a lot to learn, and I love how he's saying how he's got to learn how to really take on pressure, because that's never going to go away.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, and that is one thing that the cut's doing. It's teaching these surfers a bit more resilience. I've heard Isabella Nichols talk about it. Now we're hearing Baron talk about it, and you know, they really are going to have to surf their best if they want to make this cut.
And oftentimes you see Barron, you think of him in hollow slabs. You're going, okay, he'd probably want to surf the box or pipeline or backdoor, but it shows that he can get it done in powerful open face waves just like he did at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we were just talking about it in the last heat, just how suited Barron is to this style of wave. You know, it's a big open ocean energy swells that come through here, and I feel like, you know, he could do well at this event, and, you know, he had such an amazing breakout year. Just was on top of the world, couldn't do anything wrong, you know, just, it was right up there at the top of the ratings. But it's a different story now. Just screw that pressure in, and it, you know, it can really affect people, but he seems to be handling it.
And it just brings us back to the legacy of Kelly Slater.
Yeah.
Barron 23, Joao Chianca 22, Kelly 51. And able to get a heat win over the guy that's leading the tour and getting wins after he struggled for some results past the midseason cut. You often wonder what's motivating Kelly, and I think he's got some clear motivation like we saw today.
Yeah, it was definitely clear to me watching that heat. Just he is determined. You know, I watched a post-heat interview at Bells, and he looked disappointed in himself, and he looked fired up, and you can definitely see it in the way that he's surfing these waves and attacking them. And yeah, he was on fire today, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of Kelly in this event.
He looks so determined. And one thing that you picked out is board selection. I think there's been a lot of his peers like yourself that sometimes want him to ride like a vintage type of outline that he performed on in the past because it's nostalgic. He's been pushing equipment, you know, for so long, and landing on a board that you enjoyed, Rich, that probably meant a lot.
Yeah, I had a few of those conversations today, actually, and so many people came up to me. It's like, oh, wouldn't you love to see Kelly on a, you know, just a 6-0 rounded pin, or, you know, just like the old days. But I feel like part of Kelly's challenge is within himself is to ride the equipment that he wants to ride, and whether that's something a little bit different than what everyone else is riding. I mean, we came down and surfed with him yesterday. He was riding a twin fin. So, you know, this is where his mind's at. So he's constantly challenged by not only the things that he's doing with his equipment, but the surfers around him as well. But today was definitely a big one for him. You know, he got the, you know, he beat the guy with the yellow jersey. So that's a big one. But most importantly, I think he'll walk away confident with the way he surfed on those waves.
That's right. Never been in this position. He's trying to make this midseason cut. We'll keep you posted on the live rankings as we continue. Always going to be a part of the big WSL post show here at Margaret River is John Florence, a man that is turning in a masterclass, not just one year like the 2017 year, which changed surfing at main break forever, but he's reliable. That layback dagger, no matter if it's just a little overhead or triple overhead, he's still proven to be unbeatable.
Yeah, this is a love romance that I can't stop looking away from. John Florence and Margaret River main break. It's just, you can't look away. He's one of the best to do it out here, if not the best. And yeah, I mean, look at the surfing that he put on today. I mean, just absolutely amazing and unpredictable too. I mean, just, yeah, blowing my mind. And I loved watching that heat. You know, absolute wave the day today.
9.10, 8.83 for John Florence to completely run away with his opening round matchup. Remember, he was runner-up in the final last year to local boy Jack Robinson, but he is on pace to still be the man to beat when it comes to performing at this venue.
Yeah, he continues to just offer tutorials on how to surf this place, and you know, he's the benchmark, and everyone else has got to try and figure out a way to match him out here. And you know, just his results, we were talking about in the heat, I was lucky enough to call it with Ronnie. He's got like 41 excellent scores out here now. The closest to him is about 12 or 13. So that just goes to show you how much he has this place on lock. But got to mention Seth Moniz in that heat as well. That last wave, that clutch wave and maneuver that he did on the opening of that ride was a defining moment for me, and maybe his pathway back up the ratings. It was great to see him attack.
That's a crazy stat. 41 excellent scores in just 9 starts, a relatively short period of time. You know, all the injuries he's been through, which has been radical. And we're still enjoying that wild impact of what he did in 2017 when surfing truly changed with his performance.
Oh, completely. I mean, I still remember watching it here and just being blown away. I mean, I've grown up surfing this wave and I'd never seen someone surf it the way he did. And, you know, I know he's inspiring so many younger generations too. I know lots of these young kids here are watching him being like, you know what, I want to surf like John.
Let's keep this conversation going as we transition into the Boost Mobile Wave of the Day. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Congratulations. John Florence, 9.10, Rick.
Yeah, back on the Ghost model, and I'm sure John Pizel's getting requests for orders and customs right now, but you know that his equipment is on point, and John just has such an affinity with this wave, just laying down these crazy hacks, these power carves. The way he just ropes it around and gets the release, and then, you know, so much control. It's poetry.
And I guess that's the connection to that story of John and John Peisel and that ghost model that he's able to shrink down to a 6'2 max and then hold his rail longer than anybody on tour. I mean, if you're competing, Felicity, do you order a ghost or something like it just to see what John feels?
You'd be thinking about it, and like this happens a lot on tour, you know, like the people at the top or the people that start winning at these certain events, you know, people take notice of those boards and what boards they're riding, and you know, maybe every now and then you're like, oh, I might try that board, and you jump on and you have a go, and then you give that feedback to your shaper, or you know, you see if your shaper can do something different. If they don't, maybe you do do the switch.
Oh, so cool. As we transition, last seat of the day, a special moment for South Africa's Matthew McGillivray. He's with Stace.
You love a big end section hit at Margaret River, Matty. Well done.
Thank you. Stoked to get through there. Close one.
Close indeed. Even better, you've made the cut, mate. Well done.
Thank you. That's a really good feeling to know I've made the cut this year, and it's nice to be in a better position going into this event now with the pressure off.
Bit of a bra and a Joel this afternoon?
Yeah, we're going to have a young brewski later.
I know you got a lot of friends and family, and some special people that you want to check in with back at home, Matty.
Yeah, so I just wanted to do a shout out. There's a surfer from the south coast of Durban. His name's Jared, and yeah, his mom got cancer and she's got a year left. So we've set up a GoFundMe page. They unfortunately aren't in a very good financial situation, so he has to go and work, and he won't be able to spend time with his mom unless we help him financially. So we've set up a GoFundMe. The link's in my bio. It'd be awesome if people can check it out and support, so that yeah, our friend can spend time with his mom, and we can make sure this last year is going to be a comfortable one.
Thank you, Matty. Check him out on Instagram. Cheers, mate. Well done.
Awesome.
Thank you, Stace, and well done to Matthew McGillivray. He's beyond himself in surviving this cut, but also a big shout out to his friends and family, people close to him back home. Definitely check out Matty's Instagram to find out more information on the GoFundMe. And look at this crew making the cut. Matthew McGillivray with that win joins this stellar list. Connor O'Leary got the news earlier today, and we're running out of spots. Remember, taking the top 22 for the rest of the season, and I think we're down to 9 spots left.
Yeah, your maths is spot on, mate. 13 have made it, and they've got tickets, so this is going to be so clutch these next couple of days, and it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. The pressure's just going to intensify.
It certainly is, so congrats to this crew already. We'll now be able to surf pressure-free for the remainder of this event, the rest of the season, as they try to make the WSL Final 5. Let's dive into the Surfline forecast. A lot of hype on what to expect tomorrow on Saturday. Felicity, as the local, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, look, today was a great day of competition, and I think we're just going to see another great day of competition tomorrow. I mean, it's looking like we're going to have really nice light winds, a bit bigger swell, light offshore, east winds, and then that slight westerly in the afternoon. But, you know, it's going to be similar to today. It's going to be light, still going to be super contestable. But then we're going to see a bit of swell building later on, and it's going to get pretty big, and it's going to get pretty windy. So, yeah, no shortage of swell coming.
So today locally, it's Friday. You can see tomorrow, Saturday, 8 to 10 feet in the morning offshore. Wind switches to side shore, still with that solid 8 to 10 foot plus range. So maybe even bigger tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I think there's there won't be any shortage of swell, that's for sure. And then I think it's batten down the hatches after that. We may be running for cover for a day or two, but on the backside of that, I think everything switches around into glorious conditions again.
Welcome to the top 5 of the WSL Post Show on this wonderful Friday. Oh yeah, Connor O'Leary, Matthew McGillivray. You're heading to the Surf Ranch. You get to go to Brazil to compete, El Salvador, Jeffreys Bay. Congratulations, Tahiti. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm really excited for those two surfers, and loved seeing Connor on his backhand today, just absolutely lighting up that right. So strong, and yeah, pretty excited for Matthew too. I mean, what a clutch performance there right at the end, and yeah, he's going to be happy with that.
And he loves that he's got main breaks to perform on at the cut. And how about this man, a 3-time world champ, was so solid today, Rick.
Yeah, he was, and well, arguably the best goofy foot performance of the entire day. Gabrielle, started a little slow, but then picked it up and just started manhandling these right-handers out at Margaret River main break. This is sort of the surfing that we're used to seeing from Gabrielle. Really just hasn't had the opportunity in some of the events so far this year, and he actually said that. He was like, I haven't had the opportunity. It was nice to really dig in.
Number 3 was the final exchange. Liam O'Brien and Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, this was super, super exciting. But yeah, it was all about this guy right here, Liam O'Brien. Absolutely went to town on this wave, and his timing was exceptional. The way he drifted those fins there and coming up into this last section just got better and better and better. And yeah, walking away with a 9.07.
Special one there. Number 2 is Italo, buzzer beater to get the heat win today.
Yeah, this was clutch. It was a tight one, and his competitors were kind of going wave for wave, and this was right on the buzzer. You can hear it going off in the background, and Italo just tagged this thing all the way through to the inside and just floats over the rock shelf.
Oh yeah, let's talk about
Always
great
fun.
surfing, Italo. And number 1, John Florence, main break masterclass.
Absolute mastery, and like I said, this romance, I can't look away. It's just so beautiful to watch. He is really the best to do it out here, and he didn't just get one wave in the excellent range, he got 3. So absolutely impressive there.
That was absolutely magic. Did you have a favorite wave, Rich?
This one here, actually, where he kind of got a little crazy off the lip and right at the coping for a little while, just stayed in control. And I just loved how he sort of mixed it up a bit today as well. The power carves and then, some radical stuff. Yeah, it's amazing to watch.
41 excellent waves and 41,000 excellent sunsets.
Yeah, have a look at this. Are you
It's
kidding
beautiful.
me?
Selfie time?
Yeah.
We can wait for after the show. I hope you guys are enjoying this. West is best.
Beautiful.
You've told us that before, and you're the local, but it is true.
It is true. We are walking on a dream here.
Absolutely loving it. Thanks for joining us all day on this wonderful Friday. Tomorrow's looking promising for maybe one of the best days we've had in the waiting period. Join us on WorldSurfLeague.com early tomorrow morning for the call, and we'll leave you with the highlights. Take care, and we'll see you soon. Take a look at the day that we have today. Conditions are unbelievable. Absolute paradise.
All right, we are ready to roll. Well, Zeke Lau's come to play this morning.
Jacob Wilcox taking off.
A big section to work with. Very well surfed heat for Pupo.
Reef Hazelwood.
Here's Jackson Baker.
Obliterates that thing.
Sees the shelf. I'm out of here.
How much he's burying that rail there.
Liam O'Brien.
9.07. Beautiful first turn. Absolutely laying it. Literally running on dry reef. Look how low he is in that bottom turn. What is that?
That's 130.
That's 130.
Rides the coping for a little while there.
Unbelievable. And that was enough to get him that second spot.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.